What is Promethean the Created? First released in 2006 and updated with a second edition in 2016, Promethean the Created is a tabletop role-playing game of stolen lives, and the first of White Wolf's limited cycle games in the Chronicles of Darkness universe. That's already a lot to unpack, so let's take it back a step. In the beginning, there was darkness. Specifically, the World of Darkness TTRPG line by White Wolf, which ran as a series of annual releases from 1991 to 2002. This original incarnation of the verse contained 8 full game lines with unique world building and interpretations of the core setting. They were as follows: Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Mage the Ascension, Hunter the Reckoning, Mummy the Resurrection, Demon the Fallen, Wraith the Oblivion, and Changeling the Dreaming. Eventually, the World of Darkness came to an end with a slate of playable apocalypse scenarios for the setting, making good on the attitude of brinksmanship and existential dread present throughout the series' run. For a moment, it was over. The World of Darkness was dormant. In 2004, White Wolf debuted the new World of Darkness, eventually changed to the Chronicles of Darkness, which I'll be using for the sake of clarity. It was announced that the Chronicles series would be made up of 3 unlimited cycle games, lines which would have an indefinite release circuit, adding source books and splat books and modules for as long as it was viable to do so, as well as an indeterminate number of limited cycle properties, game lines that would run a preset course of publication. These unlimited cycle games were Vampire the Requiem, Werewolf the Forsaken, and Mage the Awakening. These are our cool kids, our golden boys. The revamped and reimagined versions of the first 3 game lines from the old World of Darkness, which were by far the most popular of the bunch, and not for nothing. The 3 original games had distinctive, well-realized settings, complex multimedia spanning lore, and highly dedicated fan bases, making them perfect fits to use as tentpoles for the Chronicles universe, leading to their reworks being the stars of the show, the products that White Wolf was objectively the most proud of and dedicated to publishing. The limited cycle, by the time the Chronicles ceased production, encompassed reboots and reimaginings of the other 5 game lines from the old world, with certain transitions resulting in more dramatic changes than others, like the strenuous and downbeat Wraith the Oblivion being spiritually succeeded by the more welcoming and lively Geist the Sin Eaters, or the more traditionally Miltonian and mystical Demon the Fallen getting completely turned inside out and reconfigured as the tech-gnostic, Matrix-like Demon the Descent. In addition to these 5 limited reboots, there were 3 entirely original limited cycle games developed by White Wolf exclusively for the Chronicles of Darkness without parallels in the old verse. 2 of the games unique to the Chronicles, Deviant the Renegades and Beast the Primordial, were the final full-size games dropped out by the struggling studio during its print-on-demand only crowdfunded senescence, and are sometimes perceived as lacking the clarity of purpose and aesthetic purity of the other game lines, if they aren't just getting maligned directly. Additionally, while this was the era of the second editions, which greatly improved and revitalized all of the Chronicles games previous to them, Demon, Beast, and Deviant did not have this luxury and still exist solely in their first edition rough draft states. For its part, their reduced relevance makes enough sense. These books were written across a period of almost 2 decades, with corporate buyouts and focus shifts tearing up the back rooms at every juncture. Standards slip, teams change, and between the 2 eras and now 2 editions, the older game lines occupy more aesthetic and generic real estate than ever. No more proprietary IP to go on, and only the barest hint of a cultural reference pool remaining for creating new games with. The perfect storm for 2 books with unclear inspiration and inferior product quality overall. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Earlier, I said that there were 3 new limited cycle games, 3 games with no old world match, not even spiritually. There's those 2 at the end of the timeline, right? We got that. 2 games with no match, no ancestor. You can see how it makes sense that they would be the afterthought, the last gasp, the final thing they put out, knowing that there's no install base waiting for them and no real consequences for a negative reception. What if I told you that the other game line native and unique to the Chronicles of Darkness was good? What if I told you it was great? What if I told you that it was so special, so daring, and so purpose-built to shatter expectations and break new ground in the genre, that it was the very first thing White Wolf put out after the 3 Unlimited Cycle Golden Boys were established. That special unicorn, the one and only game line from the Chronicles that is both excellent and free of its predecessor's conceptual shadow, is none other than Promethean the Created, which brings me back to my opening statement. First released in 2006 and updated with a very good second edition in 2016, Promethean the Created is a tabletop role-playing game of stolen lives, and the very first of White Wolf's limited cycle games in the Chronicles of Darkness universe. In this video, I want to do a few different things, and hopefully they all end up gelling together in a way that makes sense and kind of supporting each other structurally. In no super particular order, I want to go through what makes Promethean the Created 2nd Edition so interesting and special beside its contemporaries, and kind of explore why I find this game so fascinating and worthy of recognition. Address some misconceptions and possible pain points that people have with the game, and find ways to work around them, or alternate perspectives to help you enjoy the game to its full potential. And deep dive into the lore, themes, and setups of Promethean to provide inspiration and context about the game to you, in the hope that it's an enjoyable experience to hear about and might motivate you to try the RPG out for yourself someday. And as always, this is a lore video, so I won't get into the mechanical crunch of the game, even though a lot of Promethean crunch is based on lore important factors. A final note before I get started. This video won't go as in-depth on the basic lore of the Chronicles of Darkness universe as a whole, as it'll be more specifically tailored to the Promethean gameline and how that lens impacts the expected patterns and shape of the setting. If you want or need a full rundown on exactly how the New World of Darkness typically works, I suggest taking a look at my Vampire the Requiem lore primer video, because I lay it out in more detail there than I'll be doing here in a moment. I wouldn't go as far as to call that video required reading to understand this one, but the nature of Promethean as the odd man out in the White Wolf universe means that a strong understanding of how the World of Darkness functions is helpful for what we're about to do. Okay, so before I get into what a Promethean is and all that good stuff, I first have to explain how they alter the expected distributions of creature types in a Chronicle setting, and what your average PTC world will look like. So if that sentence, or the words ratios, genre resonance, and tertiary make you uncomfortable, get out while you can, because it's about to get really granular in here. Hold your noses, everybody. Alright, let's do this again. The World of Darkness is a world just like ours, only with a twist. The twist, of course, is that it's full of fucking horrible supernatural creatures. Familiar scenery, same history, yada yada, shadows deeper, fog is colder, paving stones of reality, etc., here there be monsters. Much of the time, when you play a Chronicles of Darkness RPG, you're participating in a cross-section of genres that can be summed up as neo-gothic urban fantasy, with some degrees of difference per gameline. In a previous video, I suggested a basic strategy for filling your unique Chronicle setting with a manageable variety of supernaturals. I think in the majority of scenarios, assuming you're running a game in which most of the characters are the same type of critter, rather than a monster mash, because that's a whole other can of worms, you should first select your game line and decide the ratio of humans to monsters, with 1 freak to 100,000 mortals being a good benchmark for a pretty full world. After that, pick a game line that complements your central one, like werewolves for vampires or deviants for demons, and establish that type of supernatural at a rate of 1 in 10. So for every 10 demons, there's 1 deviant running around doing their stuff. Then pick a third game line, and set those at a rate of 1 in 100 to your core, making them your anomaly, your exceedingly rare bird, which you can use to widen the world when necessary and introduce atypical scenarios. In most cases, this little algebra problem produces a world that is dominated by your primary supernatural, allowing the proper tone for that creature type to resonate throughout gameplay without being interrupted by outside lore and rule sets very often, but still allowing for instances of crossover to further add flavor and contrast to your chronicle. Okay, why am I telling you this? Well, for one, it's a good place to start for the uninitiated, especially when the Chronicle slaps you in the head with 11 game lines, leaving you to wonder whether you should use all of them when you play. No. The answer is no. And two, there are a few instances when you wouldn't want to abide by these rules, and one of them has to do with Prometheans, which is ostensibly what this video is about. First, you might not want to distribute them like this if you're planning to run a game in which there is only one type of supernatural in the world. This is completely valid, and in my opinion, the way that a lot of the books are intended to be played. They all can have crossover, which is a feature of the Chronicles versus the Old World, but the cosmology will always work best with one creature type, or at least with the others being extremely rare. Another one is that if you're playing Hunter the Vigil, this distribution thing doesn't really work because you count as human, so you might do your standard 1, 2, 3 with hunters outside of this hierarchy alongside normal mortals. Yet another caveat scenario thing is that you, in my opinion, should not include mages in your game as a secondary or tertiary supernatural type, only a primary. This is because, while Mage is an incredibly cool game, the line and its denizens tend to have a bit of main character syndrome, and their lore's habit of explaining away other supernaturals as a side effect of mage stuff means that they quickly define the objective magical reality of your world with their supernal mumbo-jumbo. So, unless you're prepared to completely dismantle mage cosmology to force them to take a backseat, you're going to get their Gnosis all over everything and it takes forever to get out, and your non-mage PCs are going to be like, dude, what the fuck is going on? Why can the mage just do whatever he wants? Why don't our metaphysical struggles matter anymore next to his? What I'm trying to say is that if you put any mages in your setting, boom, suddenly you're playing a mage game. And again, that doesn't really have anything to do with anything, it's just a PSA, and an example of how certain game lines can mess with the standard distribution due to their unique quirks. Which brings us to Promethean, and the way that PTC affects the basic tenets of the Chronicles of Darkness setting, which I think is important to establish before I get into what they actually are. In my vampire video, I explained Requiem's lore through the lens of a pretty typical C of D world, and in that setting, my primary supernaturals were vampires, with werewolves as a secondary and Prometheans as tertiary. The Prometheans as tertiary thing isn't just because I like Prometheans and wanted to sneak them into the video. The fact that they're the rare bird is not a coincidence. As per the PTC 2nd edition rulebook, if Prometheans appear in your setting, even in a PTC game, they are automatically your rare bird. By definition, and as a feature of their lore, they are meant to be the least common supernatural in any world, besides, of course, the ones that aren't represented in your setting. Their status as a designated minority, with the book stating that at any given time there is likely only around 100 Prometheans on Earth, hold your critiques, is the first of their core differences that set them apart from the rest of the Chronicles of Darkness. For this reason, in a PTC Chronicle, you're going to either have to choose between a world with only Prometheans and humans, or a setting in which your players are the underdogs, wandering through a chronicle populated primarily with creatures that do not resemble them or understand them in the slightest. But hey, it's Promethean, so that's basically par for the course. When considering these two options, I would pretty much have to recommend the latter, and will be going with it as my generic setting for the purposes of this video's lore, for reasons I'll reiterate as they become relevant later on. You're welcome for not doing it now. Additionally, I would say it doesn't matter quite as much what your primary and secondary supernaturals are in your Promethean world, although it does change the general flavor. This is because I believe and will be demonstrating that Prometheans are actually extremely complementary with the overwhelming majority of the game lines, and enrich pretty much any setting you drop them into, so feel free to mix and match who's occupying your world, up to and including ditching the 1, 2, 3 setup for an even more diverse but scarce spread of supernaturals, and yes, even playing Promethean in a mage-dominated world, if you dare. Okay, hopefully that made some kind of sense. TLDR, promies are rare no matter what, and you usually want to have some kind of mix of critters for them to bounce off of in your world. So here we go. Time to get into it properly and answer all the burning questions we've built up so far. What is a Promethean? In the Chronicles universe, Prometheans are freaks among freaks. They're living beings born from alchemical and occult experimentation on unliving matter, most commonly human corpses. They are creatures without a soul, suffering humanoids animated and transformed by Azoth, a mysterious universal catalyst too powerful and unstable for sustained contact with the material world. Pyros, also called the Divine Fire, is the tangible, unrefined form of Azoth, and manifests in the physical world as a diverse array of phenomena like lightning, white flame, or a dense mercury-like liquid metal. The association between Pyros and the first flame brought to humanity by the titan Prometheus in Greek myth provides the created with their name, Prometheans. Okay, but if we want to understand what a Promethean is, we're going to have to dig into what alchemy is in the Chronicles of Darkness. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. In the Chronicles of Darkness, alchemy is the process of utilizing the secret properties of matter to subvert the traditional laws of physics and chemistry as we understand them. It is simultaneously a scientific procedural approach to magic and a magical esoteric approach to science. It is sorcery based in the study of the elements, energy transfer, and the ways in which the laws of nature can be sidestepped by using supermaterials and exploits pulled from behind the curtain of the material plane. For every one variable an alchemist understands and has planned for, there are 10 unforeseen factors beneath the face of the mundane that he cannot control or even describe, making alchemy a delicate, complicated, and unreliable art. For their part, the alchemist is not daunted by these realities. Anyone in the modern era capable of pulling together the resources and information necessary to perform even the most minor miracles of alchemy is truly a force of ingenuity to be respected and to be feared. Just as they often disregard conventional wisdom about the possibilities of the physical world, a true alchemist sets their sights higher than the improbable feat of alchemy itself, and often goes seeking the impossible. The 5 great works of alchemy are Chrysopoeia, literally referring to the process of turning lead into gold, and broadly serving as a term for the transmutation of base materials into noble materials, the creation of a panacea, or a cure for all diseases, which often overlaps with the creation of an elixir of life, which grants the drinker immortality, the magnum opus, usually a 3rd step to the previous goals, the metaphysical perfection of the body and soul, and Genesis, the creation of artificial life in one's own image. Often, the hypothetical construct of a philosopher's stone brings the majority of these goals together into one singular object capable of untold miracles, although they're more of a thought experiment than an attainable reality. In general, the most perfect iterations of these goals, true immortality, free manipulation of matter, the perfection of the soul, are the stuff of legends, considered impossible in practical circumstances, but still extant in corrupted half-measures befitting the fallen material world they are wrought in. But, like I said, this impossibility only encourages alchemists to keep trying. You might be able to tell where this is going. Prometheans are the results of Genesis experimentation, forays by alchemists into the creation of artificial life. And like the bastardized potions of longevity, costly transmutations of matter, and shaping of the body into alien forms, which are the most common fruits of the first science, they are simultaneously rare, miraculous successes and total failures when measured against the impossible standard of the original goal, the autonomous creation of a perfect human life. Because Prometheans are not human, and they are anything but perfect. Okay, so promes are made by alchemical and occult experimentation on unliving matter with the intent of bringing it some semblance of life. How is this accomplished, and what do its results look like? Well, there's a bunch of different types of Prometheans called lineages, the splats in this game, and each lineage has a unique creation rite, which will be detailed in their respective spotlight segments, but we'll do the broad strokes now. Prepare yourself for vocabulary. When a human alchemist, which I'll add they can be without knowing they're an alchemist due to a quirk of Pyros I'll explain later, creates a Promethean, the creator is known as a demiurge, after the being who usurped God in the physical world in Gnostic theology. When a Promethean, who are alchemists by default and as an inherent feature of their supernatural biology, creates another Promethean in the same way, they're known as a genitor, an intermediate step in the chain of inheritance between the progenitor, the first Promethean of a recognized lineage, and all of the others in that line. We'll deal with why a Promethean would want to reproduce in this way a little later. So, this is where it gets complicated. Also, now is a good time to say that Promethean the Created is a game that deals almost entirely in sometimeses, maybes, never say nevers, and 1 in a billion freak accidents, so please mentally append usually to all statements of fact about the game's world, since the setting is essentially powered by the exceptions to rules. Prometheans are either an attempt by a human to make some kind of living being, whether it be proof of their unique genius, the perfect lover, the ideal servant, a thinking machine, a medium between worlds, or any number of other archetypes, or the result of a Prome making another of their own lineage, passing their condition down to an heir for potentially dozens of unique personal reasons. In either case, the key ingredient in the creation of a Promethean is obsession. The demiurge or genitor must have a single-minded pursuit of the invention of life, willing to go to any extreme to achieve whatever aim this fixation has manifested in. It is this obsessive dream, this spark of intense focus, that begins the process of calling down Azoth. Let's talk about Azoth real quick, actually. Here, I feel like a diagram would be useful. Get ready. Also, if you disagree with how I've laid any of this out, I changed what I changed on purpose. This is how I think Promethean cosmology works best. Obviously, the source material is even more open-ended. This is the material plane. All of our real, tangible, fallen garbage. All that you touch and all that you see, all that you taste, all you feel. Within it, there's Twilight, a sub-state, the very innermost layer of mundane reality, where ghosts and spirits with sufficient power manifest. Then you have the Shadow, the realm of spirits, of ideas and concepts made manifest, running beneath and parallel to our world. These first two areas are split by the Gauntlet, a gray area dividing the two realms.
The real world is also
positioned above, in a metaphorical sense, the underworld, the realm of souls that at the bottom sort of toilet flushes you into who knows where, samsara style. Above our physical world, acting as a sort of superstructure, there is the astral plane, where the collective energies exerted by all living beings percolate beyond the real, filtering up and descending again, playing host to dreams, psychic warfare, and providing extrasensory perception. The astral plane contains the collective unconsciousness of all life, mingling in a sea of intention and belief. It's less of a place than the Shadow, as it's more like a fourth dimension of reality rather than an alternate third dimension, as it were. Sorry, like I said, we're in the weeds now. Beyond the astral realm is a mystery. Forget about the supernal, just detach it, I'm not doing it. An ontological mystery of cosmic proportions. All of this life here below, going to its final disassembly, all of these layers, where does it all come from? From whence does our subjectivity trickle into our being? Who sculpted the real, divided it from the false? Out in this highest plane, there is the true origin of all reality, doubtless surrounded by all manner of metaphysical substrate, ebbing and flowing around us like a great invisible sea. In this super-reality, as opposed to the non-reality of the underworld's bowels, among many mighty forces there is the divine fire, the light of creation, described by the book as the most powerful force of transformation in the universe. Pyros is the universal catalyst, the embodiment of the constancy of change, the inevitability of transformation, and the volatility of all states. The majority of its force is concentrated beyond the material plane like a sun, a massive pool of change and reactivity that warms and shapes the mundane world from a distance, with all living beings and sources of energy burning with a sliver of the divine fire. For what it's worth, nobody really knows where the generative forces like Pyros originated, but it reaches out to affect the material plane in patterns predictable enough that its observers have ascribed to it a sort of rough reactive consciousness known as the principle. Pyros finds pathways into the real through sources of thermal and electrical energy, as these forces bring its most corrupted base expressions of heat, light, and chaos to the physical realm directly. This is often how it's first harnessed in basic alchemy, as practitioners massage mundane phenomena until their sublime sources reveal themselves. The process of creating a Promethean is all about Azoth, a refined, coagulated version of the divine fire, and getting the attention of the principal with your generative antics. When the life drive consumes a human or a Promethean, spurring them to seek out methodologies for engineering another being, Pyros stirs, and the divine fire begins to work its way from the source to manifest in the material plane. This obsessive drive, this spark that we mentioned earlier, serves as a channel for the catalyst to flow through. Beyond this, all of the other materials and processes required will eventually be accounted for by the principle itself, as it guides the hands of the demiurge or genitor, showing them the path to creation as though the instructions sprang from their own mind. Despite Pyros' intercession for the truly committed, the road to the great work of life is not an easy one. Many who successfully call down the divine fire in their experiments find that even this is not enough to cross the threshold and realize their dreams of a thinking machine, an unkillable soldier, or a replacement daughter. Many times, their months of work and study are rewarded with a concussive blast in the laboratory and a misshapen, writhing miscarriage of flesh and lightning on the operating table. Most don't even get halfway there. But sometimes, the measurements are correct, the voltage is steady, the stars align, and something miraculous occurs. From this 1 in a million moment of unfettered obsession and frantic genesis, a Promethean is born. Fucking Jesus, man. See, this is why I like vampire, because you know what vampire cosmology is? It's meat. It's the raw, profane, physical world with only whispers of the sublime. There is no vampire cosmology. It's so easy. Anyway, now that we understand alchemy, Azoth, and the basics of our setting's supernatural superstructure, let's go ahead and meet our titular creatures.
No, seriously, what is a Promethean?
Can you tell I've been dreading giving you a straight answer on this? Let's talk about archetypes. Vampire is a game about vampires. That sounds obvious, but bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. Werewolf is a game about werewolves. Mage is a game about a lot of stuff, but especially Hellblazer-style prep-time urban fantasy wizards. Changeling is about changelings, people taken by the Fae and altered forever, although the actual mythical creature called a changeling is a lot more like that game's concept of a fetch, a Pheric replacement person. Hunter is about monster hunters, witchers, slayers, jobbers crusading against the innumerable hordes of darkness on behalf of people who would sooner spit on them than shake their hand. Mummy is about mummies, immortal servants of dead kings. And demon, it's complicated, but if you're picturing fallen angels rebelling against their god, you're halfway there. My very, very long-winded point here is that most of the time, World and Chronicles of Darkness games are built around delivering on the fantasy of a well-known, easily understood mythical archetype. This isn't to say that every game is exactly what it says on the tin. For instance, I imagine that hunting rogue animus spirits across a shadow dimension isn't the first thing that comes to mind when the layman imagines what a werewolf does. But again, they still know what a werewolf is. There's going to be some shape-shifting, some lupine violence, some moon worship, etc. This common ground, the punchiness and clarity of a game called Vampire, a game called Werewolf, Mage, etc., this instant curb appeal is part of what made the World of Darkness such a hit when it first debuted, because everybody knows what those things are. This is not the case with Promethean. What White Wolf decided to do with their first limited cycle game was very interesting and pretty much entirely new. First, they took a bunch of unrelated entities from many different genres and cultures, blending literary traditions, religion, and myth to identify a new category of creature. Once commonalities and unifying themes had been identified, they then constructed a setting that brought these creatures together under an umbrella of original theming and lore, forming a brand new archetype. They called them Prometheans. While their lineages might span a diverse array of archetypes, all Prometheans share these common traits, which form the basic underpinnings of their existence. 1. Prometheans are living beings without souls. Souls are magical, ethereal organs possessed by human beings that contain their personality, link them to the astral realm, and incorporate them into the chain of inheritance, the vast web of symbiotic cyclical energy that is the universe. 2. Instead of a soul, Prometheans are animated by Pyros, Azoth, the divine fire, a universal force of transformation and change, which also underpins much of the mechanics of alchemy. Being animated by Azoth gives them access to a whole slate of alchemical abilities, traits, and transformations, but comes at a great cost, to be discussed later. 3. They're not called the Created for nothing. All Prometheans are brought to life by an external force, whether that be a demiurge, a human alchemist whose obsession calls down Pyros into the real, a genitor, another Promethean who uses their internal alchemy and blueprints to create an offspring in their lineage, or, in rare cases, by the fury of nature itself, channeling Azoth into even stranger vessels than usual. 4. Promes are created from non-living matter. The most common vessels for Azoth to manifest life within are human corpses, altered according to the monomanias of their creator. In rarer cases, Prometheans can be constructed from material like clay or stone, forms which modify the typical generation rites of their lineage, but still embody the aesthetic and esoteric qualities that allow the rituals to successfully bind Pyros to the body in the form of Azoth. Additionally, there is one lineage of the created that is always made from inorganic material, the unfleshed, a branch whose representatives are born from humanoid machines. Like I said, the Divine Fire imparts a ton of special properties into Prometheans that help define their existence as a unique class of supernatural being. Here's some of the hallmarks of that and the vocabulary that goes along with it. 5. Pyros endows the Promethean with incredible physical durability and an unparalleled constitution. The Prome's body is an alchemical furnace, meaning they can derive sustenance from any organic material and are capable of metabolizing diseases and poisons rapidly. When a Promethean's body is damaged, they feel pain, but it is as a clinical awareness of the injury versus an emotional panic-inducing warning system. For this reason, a Promethean suffers no impairments or debuffs as a result of bashing or lethal damage, including incapacitation, and will continue fighting, fleeing, or otherwise pursuing their goals until their body is completely destroyed, which usually results in a massive explosion from their alchemical core. The stability of a Promethean's incredibly volatile innards are also jeopardized by base fire, which deals aggravated damage to them by reacting with all the supernatural goop they have going on and exploding very hard. They also heal damage quickly through exposure to sources of Azoth, most commonly electricity, and can regain the energy that powers them in other ways pertaining to their lineage. So that's Divine Fire, aka electricity, good, real fire, bad. Bad and scary. Additionally, Prometheans only need to sleep for 4 hours every 2 days, as long as it's near sources of Azothic resonance. 6. Promes do not age, but have a natural lifespan of around 100 years from their birth to the time that their Azoth burns out. And, if their already incredible physical resilience wasn't enough, their relationship to the raw stuff of creation allows them to return from death at least once, if their not-soul can hold itself together against the solvent forces of the underworld. This means that every Promethean has the capability to live for around 200 years, if they're allowed to wind out the fullness of both of their ticking clocks. When you take into account the fact that human beings spend about the first 20 years of their 80-year life developing their bodies and minds before full maturity is achieved, and 20 years at the end in serious physical degeneration, a Promethean's 200-year lifespan of peak condition works out to roughly 5 times the amount of viable existence as a human. 2 centuries of moving and shaking unimpeded by the wiles of Father Time is nothing to sneeze at. Unfortunately for Prometheans, these blessings of fortitude and might are not simply adornments. They are an absolute necessity if one wishes to survive the difficult path ahead of each created when they awaken on the slab. Lock in, it's vocab time. The divine fire is nothing to be trifled with. Even small amounts of pure pyros can wreak havoc on the material plane. Prometheans are the equivalent of walking pyros power stations, bursting at the seams with the light of creation. This overabundance of supernatural energy distorts and damages reality around the Promethean, creating several universal detriments to all of the created. First, disfigurements. Prometheans are not human, and the process of their creation leaves even the most human-looking of the created's revivified bodies deeply scarred and twisted by the generation rites. It's worth noting here that Prometheans are not undead, but instead fully living, and that they do not retain the memories of the body or bodies that they're made from, although they might unconsciously possess sense memories or physical mannerisms. They are living creatures born of dead matter, and they can be truly terrifying for the unprepared mind to look upon. This counts for construct created as well, since it's not like a whirring mass of servos and gears in the rough shape of a man whose eyes spark when he talks is going to be much easier to digest than a regular X-corpse. This is all to say that each Promethean wears their disfigurement like a brand. A mass of scars on their body, a missing nose, a hand made from a can opener, mottled gray skin. All signs that what you're looking at is not a person, but in fact, a monster. Fortunately for Promes, Azoth usually conceals the vast majority of their disfigurements, creating an illusory aura of relative normalcy. This means that a random passerby might interpret the missing nose as simply broken or crooked, the can opener hand as a prosthetic hook, and the gray skin as an unhealthy pallor. Still not an overwhelmingly attractive tableau, but the majority of the created are grateful for the small mercy of this normalizing glamour. Also, this illusion does not affect Prometheans, meaning that they can easily identify each other by their distinguishing marks, and each of them must reckon with the full weight of their appearance every time they look in the mirror. This aura of normalcy becomes momentarily compromised whenever a Promethean flares Azoth to power their abilities. When a Prome burns Pyros, the light of creation will surge and disrupt the illusion, allowing any onlookers a brief glimpse at their true form, appearing as though illuminated by a flash of lightning. The sudden blink-and-you'll-miss-it transition from a lopsided, uncomfortable-looking human to a full-blown monstrosity and back again is often a jarring thing to observe, to say the least. Although the disruption is fast enough that most people won't understand what they're seeing, it almost always terrifies them and occasionally incites dangerous fascinations. Their second drawback is that Promes suffer from a fundamental imbalance in their personalities, as their subjectivity is made of far more volatile stuff than that of a human soul. This is the Prometheans' humor, the defects in their emotional condition that separate them from humanity. When Azoth inflames this humor due to the presence of strong stressors, they go into a thematically appropriate torment for their lineage. Torment is a manifestation of all of the differences from humans and the fundamental dysphoria the Promethean experiences rolled into one severe meltdown, a persistent state of emotional aggravation that cannot be reasoned through or stifled. When a Prome enters torment, usually from some severe trigger or trauma, they're made a prisoner to their worst urges, forced to see their own monstrosity manifested, but powerless to stop it until their fit has run its course. This process is extremely painful and dehumanizing for the Promethean, who must often isolate themselves or purge their aura to reset their emotional balance and return to sanity. On the opposite side of the coin from torment, the psychological inflammation suffered by the created at the hands of their own imbalanced humors is disquiet, the persistent emotional disturbances inflicted on mortal humans by Prometheans. It does not matter how kind, unassuming, thoughtful, or gentle a Prome is. If they spend enough time with the same humans, they will be hated by those humans. And if not hated, then some other unpleasant attitude will prevail, like a wriggling paranoia or a burning lust, eventually wrapping back around to hatred when their pursuits are denied. Disquiet occurs when a Promethean's overwhelming Azothic aura leaks out and poisons the people around them, causing strange compulsions and strong artificial emotions to manifest in the humans they come into contact with. This can occur as a result of repeated or prolonged interactions with a Promethean, or from a Prome burning Azoth in front of a mortal and revealing their disfigurements. Either way, people vary in their susceptibility, and the more often the stimulus is repeated, the worse the effects of disquiet typically become. The process is slow at first, beginning as confusion or annoyance at the fundamentally inhuman attitudes and actions of the clumsy created. Kind, patient people verbally snap at the Prome for their slow pace or stuttering speech. Attentive listeners zone out, eyes glazing over as the stranger mumbles some nonsense they couldn't be paid to care about. People put their bags on the bus seats next to them when the Prome boards. Sometimes the subject might not even understand why they feel such negative emotions towards the stranger they met at the bar, the customer at their work, or the homeless man who asked them for change, but the emotions are there all the same. How dare they speak to you in that tone, look at you like that, be near you like they were? They should die. The world would be better off if they never existed. Whoa, wait, that's a little harsh. The human tries to forget, to put them out of their mind, to reject the burning gaze of the stranger, and at this stage it usually works since the impressions are mostly subconscious. But as the stranger returns time and time again, the thoughts and feelings become harder to shake. In Stage 2, the affected human becomes aware of a perceived flaw in the Promethean, understanding them as not simply creepy or weird, but dangerous and wrong. This stage is where the people involved become convinced of the intrusive thoughts they've been suppressing, feeling them with their waking mind rather than in the recesses of their subconscious. At advanced levels of this phase, the affected will refuse to be near the Promethean, attempting to flee their presence or more often drive them from the area they jointly occupy. This usually results in conflicts which further enforce the idea of the Promethean as dangerous and violent, and could potentially expose more humans to disquiet in the process. This is typically the furthest that disquiet progresses, although it's often plenty bad, and with the unique effects of lineages in the mix can lead to a bevy of catastrophes. However, with certain conditions fulfilled, usually the triggering of disquiet in a wasteland, a drawback that will be detailed momentarily, or the production of an exceptionally strong Azothic flare, disquiet can progress to even higher intensities. At Phase 3, the affected human becomes completely impossible for the Promethean to reason with, and will go out of their way to find and cause trouble for the Prome, rather than simply demanding that they leave them in peace. This change in attitude also comes with a new tendency for the subject to externalize their beliefs about the Promethean in an attempt to turn others against them. The human is no longer content to keep the stranger from darkening their doorstep, privately wrestling with thoughts of harming the freak that won't leave them alone. Instead, they often seek out other people and attempt to convince them of the clear and present danger posed by the Promethean, bringing together small posses dedicated to monitoring and compromising the perceived menace to society. A good example of the difference between Level 2 and Level 3 disquiet is that an action taken by a Level 2 sufferer might be something akin to calling the police on the Promethean for coincidentally being in the same shopping center as them, while a Level 3 sufferer would wait for the Prome to go inside a store and then cut their brakes. The final level of disquiet is Phase 4, which is also usually confined to a wasteland. At this stage, the affected human will kill and die to sate their unnatural obsession with the Promethean. This doesn't mean that this is the only way out for the human, but I will say that the time away from the Prome required for them to sweat out the affliction is 6 months, which is a tall order for someone who is deeply, fully obsessed with observing and destroying the creature in question. At this stage, it's startlingly easy for the deranged individual to whip up violent mobs of new Level 2 disquieters, spreading the violent fixation like a plague. This is where the pitchforks and torches come in, when the Promethean's total failure to isolate themselves from one particular person turns that human from a normal, law-abiding citizen into a charismatic, violent beacon of rage and paranoia, transforming an ordinary life into a campaign of sadistic terror, ending only in the death of the Promethean, the death of the human, or most commonly, the Promethean finally fleeing the region for good. It's worth noting that those driven into a frenzy by the locusts, the potentially dozens of common people who have been compelled to drop everything in their lives to hunt down a stranger, do not necessarily revert back to normal after the mob leader is deposed, needing to deal with their new mental issues and the trouble they've caused on their own. With all of that said, most instances of disquiet go no further than the second stage, especially if the created in question uses any degree of prudence or caution. Unfortunately, most seasoned promes would tell you that this doesn't really improve the situation as much as you would imagine. Homicidal hunters and angry mobs are an unpleasant possibility that all Prometheans must develop contingencies for, but they're typically easy enough to avoid creating. The true tragedies of disquiet are the small, intimate moments of dehumanization and hatred. The real kicks in the teeth are the grimaces, the cautious placations, the bags on empty bus seats, the terrible, maddening loneliness of it all. It's important to mention here that there are some humans that don't react with a particular Promethean's disquiet, just as there are humans who react with disproportionate aggression and virulence. This sliver of hope, this ever-present chance that a Prome might experience genuine connection with a person, despite their Azoth seething difference, is part of the reason that Prometheans interact with humans in the first place, often precipitating even more disquiet. Where there is a chance must be taken. Humanity's utter rejection of the Promethean on the micro scale is arguably the most painful aspect of existence as one of the created, and often the central driving force in the moment-to-moment narrative of a Promethean chronicle, as the Promes fall afoul of the human world time and time again, moving from one location to the next in an effort to reduce the effects of their maddening aura, and that of the final detriment to be detailed momentarily. What disquiet is to the human mind, wastelands are to the earth. As established, the stolen fire is too bright, too hot, and too volatile for the mundane world around the Promethean to endure unchanged. Remember that a core element of the Promethean archetype is their connection to alchemy and the transmutation of matter, changing physical reality. These changes to the real can also be triggered unintentionally via azothic misfires and repeated release of resonance in the same area over time, forming metaphysical pools in which Pyros collects, warping the landscape further the longer a Promethean calls it home. These areas of effect are known as wastelands. Rough name, huh? Would you believe me if I told you the in-group name for a Promethean's chosen home, equivalent to a vampire's haven, is a hovel? Anyway, it's pretty simple. In most cases, the longer a Promethean stays in one place, the worse that place becomes. Excess Pyros, which again, the created are always radiating at insane levels compared to the ordinary background buzz of the universe, has a number of deleterious effects on the environment, which, like disquiet, worsen the longer a Promethean stays in one place without performing cleansing rites. The book frames this in a really interesting way that I like, so I'll repeat it here. Wastelands are the universe balancing the Promethean's theft of life. Nothing comes from nothing. Everything has a consequence. No creature is supposed to exist by burning pure Azoth as a life source. Think of Pyros as a universal fuel akin to oxygen and water, and its toxic byproducts like flux and base heat as carbon dioxide. Humans breathe out trace amounts of these derivatives as they perform their biological processes, cycling Azoth through the universe, while the Promethean wanders around on a life support machine powered by a gas generator, sucking up the energy around him, consuming it, and redistributing it in chaotic, messy ways. When you begin to understand the Promethean's spirit and body on a metaphysical level as a poorly designed machine that uses far too many resources and produces obscene amounts of noxious byproducts harmful to the people and places around them, the entire condition of the created begins to make a certain kind of terrible sense. They are unstable arcane forges hooked up to an ungrounded power supply, drinking in lightning from the eye of God, constantly sparking, roiling, bursting with energy. Who could blame you for running away from one the first chance you get? The wasting of the peaceful range is a common result of Promethean settlement, but technically is not automatic. I'm going to do this kind of quickly because I've been incredibly indulgent thus far, and I'm really jeopardizing this thing ever getting finished if I keep explaining things in as much detail as I have been. First, you can expect to create a wasteland by spending a ton of pyros all at once, attempting to create a new Promethean, a Promethean returning to life, a Prome crossing a very important milestone in their journey, you don't know what that means yet, but you will soon, relating to a Promethean spending too long without crossing any important milestones or changing their path on their journey and staying in one place. This stagnation causes a buildup of excess Azothic energy, as the Promethean's fire burns even hotter when they neglect its purpose, which I swear we're getting so close to. Here's a little visual aid. The farther your Promethean nature has developed, the hotter your furnace burns, and the quicker your wasteland manifests and builds from your stagnation. Here's some numbers. So, in the early stages of Promehood, you can stay put doing nothing for a pretty damn long time, even in small areas, and you'll mostly be okay. However, once you get the ball rolling, it's easy to fester your wasteland into something large and dangerous, meaning that without other precautions taken, it's always prudent to move a few miles from where you last laid your head to rest, lest you tempt fate. This has implications, I'll get to them in a second. Okay, lots of wasteland talk, size and stuff. What do they do though? In the most basic terms, they reflect a bit of the Promethean condition onto the landscape around them, from areas as small as a bedroom to as large as a county. This is specialized heavily based on lineage and will be given a full rundown at that time, but some of the central ideas that manifest in all of them are unnatural and violent weather patterns like torrential rain, mudslides, drought, forest fires, lightning storms, and even thinnings of the supernatural veils. Disruption of nature's order, such as massive changes in predator-prey dynamics or a surge in invasive species, the embrittlement and weakening of objects within the radius, and the degradation of machines, and a broad psychological toll taken on the human populace, like a more diffuse, less targeted disquiet. Where disquiet sees a human fixated on a Promethean, a wasteland might make a human restless and temperamental, but just in general, not targeted at the Prome. They do serve as a vector for exacerbating disquiet, though, because like I said, you can only get to levels 3 and 4 in a wasteland most of the time, and they can help further disseminate that disquiet among its occupants. Needless to say, being around a wasteland sucks. The balance of the natural world is disrupted down to the very molecular fabric of the objects in the vicinity. The overwhelming aura of change and mutability manifests as physical and mental illnesses in the humans present, and weather patterns can quickly become deadly. Fortunately, it's fairly easy for a responsible Promethean to see the warning signs of disquiet in wastelands and leave before their presence begins its entropic work in earnest. In addition to the ability to hightail it out of the affected area, allowing it to fade back into normalcy with time, a Prome can also attempt to call down a firestorm, pumping pyros into the surrounding area at such a rapid pace that the wasteland surges and burns itself out after a period of maximum intensity. This is a dangerous last resort, as it makes the entire wasteland worse before it finally gets better. The process usually looks something like this. The wasteland, a constant drizzling rain and sour fog, boils up into a devastating hurricane, the firestorm, destroying houses and flooding streets before finally fading away into clear skies and sunshine for the first time in 3 months, cleansing the area of the wasting. While this is dangerous and usually ill-advised, it's worth knowing that you have the option as a last resort. Okay, those are the drawbacks. Disfigurement, torments, disquiet, and wastelands. You're ugly, you hate yourself, everyone else hates you, and everywhere you go you spread an unholy blight on the very land itself. Wow, where do I sign up, am I right? So, it's bad. I bet you can't even remember the parts that were supposed to be good. You're super strong, pretty much unbreakable and unstoppable, can come back from the dead, and can do all kinds of alchemy-based magic and transformation innately. Oh, I haven't really explained that last part, huh? Okay, then I guess we got a few more things to go over in whatever the fuck this chapter... Chapter 2, The Created? Chapter 2, I just explain everything about Prometheans? That's... Whose idea was this? Everything about them in one thing with no breaks? Okay, whatever. Let's just do it. Alright, so Promies aren't really supposed to exist, and for the cosmic crime of being themselves, they get dunked on by reality everywhere they go, as the universe tries desperately to reverse the freak accident of their birth and disperse all of their yucky magic slime back into the proper places and concentrations on the material plane. But the good news is that Prometheans can change. Not long after they awaken in their creator's chambers, the Promethean will find themselves tapping into a web of impressions and memories that are not their own, whose knowledge reaches far beyond the purview of their own incredibly limited experience. With time, they'll separate these cues into two categories: retained memories and azothic memory. Retained impressions are usually somatic, based on the building blocks of muscle memory and sensory recall. They're bits and pieces of scattered experience retained by the form that the Promethean is born into, whether that be a revivified corpse's innate ability to perform physical feats their body was accustomed to in life, or a machine-based prome's inherent understanding of their original function. While I will again mention that a Promethean is a stolen life, a new being inhabiting a dead body or inert construct, this doesn't mean that something like a familiar scent wouldn't trigger a flood of emotional responses, even if the prome in question never consciously experienced the memory that established the emotional connection. You don't know who your body's mother is because she's not your mother, and you don't have those memories in your head, but you might still shed a tear at the sight of the stranger in the grocery store line without quite knowing why. Azothic memory is different. It comes from deep within and far beyond the created themselves, linking all Prometheans throughout time together. Their shared connection to Pyros allows them to access a collective well of knowledge, instinct, and willpower that resounds through the divine fire, endowing them with a shared culture in spite of their scattered and sparse population. In a world of darkness, Azothic memory is the guiding light of the created, teaching them to survive, pushing them to change, and elucidating their true purpose. What do I mean by that last part? Well, it's different for every Promethean, but at some point, usually when they're first at their lowest, their loneliest, their most devastated, the principle speaks to them. It comes to them as a vision, a hijacking of their senses, a bolt from the blue, a chemical messenger declaring to them one simple, irrefutable truth, a phrase that echoes through every ounce of the Azothic transmission, louder than bombs and clearer than a bell. You shall be human. For a Promethean who has spent the entirety of their short life up until this point craving human attention, mimicking human behavior, and envying the ease with which humans navigate a world that seems purpose-built to exclude the created, this message, suffused with its unmistakable feeling of correctness, of truth, is nothing less than life-changing. This realization, the discovery that the Prome has something to hope for, something to work towards, causes a spiritual and emotional overflow, pulling them into the aspirational dream state known as an Elpis vision. These visions, named for the final daemon at the bottom of Pandora's box of earthly horrors, Elpis, the embodiment of hope which never abandons, are experiences which reveal the glories and joys of human existence to the fundamentally inhuman creatures that experience them. Elpis is everything that a Promethean admires about humanity, every quality they seek to emulate, every beautiful human experience they want to partake in but are afraid will always be out of their reach, all strung together within an all-encompassing sense of relief and safety, feeling so alien to the constantly tormented Prome as to be almost overwhelming. In many ways, Elpis, the state of euphoria in which the created sees most clearly what they could become, is the opposite of torment, the state of dysphoria in which the created sees what it is and fears it will never be anything but. Once their first Elpis vision passes, the Promethean is forever changed. For the first time, they understand their existence as part of something greater, with potential to become more than the sum of its broken parts. For the first time, they have hope. Once the seed is planted, it's an indelible part of the Promethean's existence. As long as they live, the Prome will feel the pull of their potential, the gap between who they are and who they know they could be, spurring them to close it, to change. Remember how I said that Prometheans are living alchemical furnaces and innate alchemists? Well, in the grand scheme, the most important thing that any Promethean can do with their strange, mutable body and the overwhelming power of the Pyros coursing through it is to perform a series of transmutations that metamorphosize them into a real human. After the Elpis vision, "I must become human," repeats ceaselessly in the Promethean's head like a metronome, and Azothic memory begins to show them the path to realizing their seemingly impossible dream. Their focus on this central goal might wax and wane over time, as alternate objectives and conflicts rear their heads, but for the rest of their life, the Promethean will be defined by how they respond to this higher calling. They call this journey to fulfill the magnum opus, to transmute themselves into a human, body and soul, the pilgrimage. If Promethean the Created had a different subtitle, or like a reboot game line with a different name, it would objectively be called Promethean the Pilgrimage. Pilgrimage is to Prometheans what the idea of a requiem is to vampires. It is the fullness of your life, the ups and downs, triumphs and setbacks, elpides and torments on the way to your eventual goal, the New Dawn. The New Dawn means reaching the event horizon of your transition to humanity through alchemy and personal growth, crossing over and being born anew as a human. The refinement of the body and the forging of a soul is also called the Great Work, or Magnum Opus, just like when human alchemists do their weird stuff. See how it all connects? Also, remember how disquiet and wastelands push you to journey onwards without stagnating or putting down roots? Like some kind of pilgrim? It all fits, it all interlocks. Now that we know where each Promethean is headed, we can examine the big picture ways in which they take steps on their metaphysical pilgrimages. Prometheans can change. This is a truth. This might even be the truth if it wasn't for the fact that the idea would be better expressed as Prometheans must change. They must change, they will change, and by their nature as creatures of Azoth and the Principle, Prometheans are change. While the principle at the heart of the Prometheans' not-soul promises them the eventual glory of the New Dawn, it also doesn't sugarcoat the fact that the road to humanity will be a long and arduous one. There are no shortcuts on the pilgrimage, and there are many, many ways to lose ground, to stray from the path to the New Dawn and backslide into monstrosity. While this is certainly a bitter pill, Azothic memory assures the Promethean that the Great Work is possible, since it can provide examples of successful pilgrimages and sense memories of the final triumphant transmutation inherited from those who came before. These sensations are another form of Elpis vision. When a Promethean sets out on the pilgrimage that will be no more and no less than the fullness of their existence, they're not only working to develop an understanding of what it means to be human, but actively using their powers of transmutation to burn away the impurities in their vessel to prepare it for the awesome responsibility of containing a human soul. These twin goals of becoming human mentally and becoming human physically are united by the refinements. Refinements are lifeways, paths of both ideology and physiology that Prometheans adhere to in order to produce vitriol, the substance used by the Promethean form to advance their progress towards the New Dawn. Each refinement has an ethos for a Promethean to follow, with 3 roles that reflect a part of that ethos and a facet of the human experience. By embodying these roles, a Promethean gains access to powerful transmutations, magical augmentations to their bodies that allow them to better perform the duties their roles require. The pilgrimage sees each Promethean cycle through a number of these refinements, taking on the lessons and changes they offer in the pursuit of humanity. I'll go over these refinements, which fill the role of character classes and take the place of the typical secret society social structure secondary subclasses common to the Chronicles of Darkness game lines, in their own chapter. The key takeaway at this juncture is that the pilgrimage is both a literal and metaphorical journey, a progressive series of changes that will take its adherents from the base lead of their original state to the true pure gold of a human body and soul.
For the last time, what is a Promethean?
A Promethean is many things. In this chapter, we establish that Prometheans are an umbrella archetype created for the game, designed to connect stories about creatures that want to be human, people made from other people, alchemical imitations of life, and other myths about individuals created by powers beyond their control, which I'll get specific on in the lineage chapter. Then, I explain the key factors that connect all Prometheans despite their superficial differences. In terms of their origination, they're creatures made from non-living matter, they have no souls, are created by demiurges or genitors, and are fueled by the divine fire. On the physical level, they're all incredibly hardy and durable, live for at least a century with no loss of prowess with age if not destroyed, and can even return from the dead under the correct circumstances. Unfortunately, Prometheans are deeply imperfect creatures and suffer from a number of fatal complications. Their internal flaws are disfigurements, the physical tells of their monstrous condition, and torment, the fits of violent emotional imbalance from a Promethean's humor being inflamed by Azoth. The externalized flaws are disquiet, an aura of provocation that disturbs the human psyche and inspires aggression towards the Promethean, and wastelands, the gradual degradation of the physical location inhabited by the Promethean. While these defects are brutal, overcoming them is possible and forms the central objective of Promethean existence, the pilgrimage. Azothic memory informs the created through Elpis that by transmuting their body and enlightening their mind with the refinements, they can strive to shed their monstrous condition and reach the new dawn, transforming themselves into a human being. Okay, sorry, I really didn't mean for that chapter to take as much time as it did. It's just hard because with vampires, you're like, yeah, they drink blood, blah, 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 and you don't really have to go super in-depth. Like, it just doesn't feel as relevant to deep dive because you can kind of intuit most of the basics. But with Promes, it's all new stuff with no cultural context, so it just feels necessary to give a pretty good explanation of what it all means. Anyway, let's do the next thing. I'm done with this. Run the next interlude. Give me the Warren Zevon track.
Don't run no more. Poor, poor, pitiful me. Poor, poor, pitiful me. Poor, poor, pitiful me.
Stop. I know what you're thinking. Or rather, I know what you were thinking 10 minutes ago when I first explained all the awful, agonizing drawbacks that the created suffer from. It sounds like being a Promethean is horrible. Why would anyone want to play this game? Well, let me tell you, you're a perceptive one. I can't get anything past you. Mine like a steel trap. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the time, being one of the created does suck. The source material's explicitly clear on this fact, so I will be too.
It's shite being
Promethean.
with the lowest of the low! The scum of the fucking earth! The most wretched, miserable, servile, pathetic trash that was ever shot into civilization!
Or something like that. Although that's all a little dramatic, the fact remains obvious. Promethean existence, and thus the tone of the RPG, can be quite harsh at times. You're a monster, and not one of the pretty ones. Your imperfect form betrays you at every opportunity, your mind roils with impulses you can neither understand nor control, humanity shuns you from its embrace, and even the very earth rejects your unnatural presence, turning to dust beneath your feet if you should linger. There's no denying that that stuff sucks for the characters you're portraying, but it's also all intentional, supported by theme, and ultimately designed to be overcome. I believe, as the game's designers did, that these challenges are crucial to the game's one-of-a-kind flavor and outlook on existence and should not be shied away from. If you haven't figured it out yet, this interlude is going to address the misconception that Promethean the Created is bleak, miserable, overly angsty, or otherwise unfun to play due to its unique tone, and I'll hopefully be showing how those impressions are ultimately the results of misunderstandings or misrepresentation, as well as trying to elucidate the game's actual themes of transformation, humanism, and hope. So right now, you're sitting there and you're saying, Matthew, you're talking about severe dysphoria, emotional instability, social ostracization, pervasive loneliness, and resentment towards the people that created me and the world in which I live? That just sounds like another day in my piece of shit, incel, freak, evil, pervert life. Well, yeah, but that's kind of the point. Despite their inhumanity, each Promethean struggle is inherently humanistic, and intended to be relatable. Although most people aren't made from stolen body parts or industrial scraps, they know what it's like to feel uncomfortable in their own skin. While you might not be hated and reviled by everyone you meet, you've probably experienced rejection or felt alienated from those around you. And although you may not need to kill twisted monstrosities in order to protect your right to live, everyone in this world has battles to fight and obstacles to overcome in order to achieve their goals. I understand that for some people, these reflections of mundane hardships still aren't selling points in an RPG, But I also truly believe that the grittiness and relatability of the Promethean experience is so powerful precisely because it cuts across the expectations and conventions of the medium to deliver something unique. Before we continue, I just wanted to say how great it is to have all of you here tonight. You've really been an excellent crowd. And I just want to take a second to give everyone here a little gift, present, as a token of my gratitude. So right now, everyone go ahead and reach under your chairs. That's right, reach right up under there. There's something taped, yep, you got it. It's a piece of paper. Flip that shit over, bitch. That's right, it's a fucking graph. I think that you can categorize most TTRPGs as having either an empowering or disempowering game design philosophy. That's the one axis there. To me, an empowering game means that the experience is set up to make you feel super strong and cool, and tacitly affirms your character's status as some kind of hero or born winner. Media that falls into this category often get called power fantasies, since they typically work on an emotional level by allowing their participants to experience what it would be like to be strong, emboldened, and capable of shaping the world in their image, instead of, being themselves. Down here is what I'm calling a disempowerment fantasy. These games are set up to test the resilience of the player. They function by reducing, threatening, or challenging their characters so severely that enjoyment and catharsis are achieved in the participant through even marginal successes. These are your meat grinders, your horror movies, your Souls-likes. These experiences make you feel for your character, sharing their pain and rejoicing in the small victories they wrest from the opposition. They take on the trappings of misery and torment as just another avenue of artistic expression, since, at the end of the day, this is all just about having some fun. Here's the other axis. If this first one is about how the game initially makes you feel, then this one is closer to the material reality of the game. This is about your character's fate, the nature of the world, the status of your ability to make measurable change. The two labels that I think work best to describe this other dichotomy are optimistic and pessimistic. A pessimistic experience, no matter how it might begin, will end in defeat or some other reduction of the starting status of the characters. It's important to note that this doesn't just mean the protagonists happen to be defeated, which could occur in any narrative, but that due to the inherent qualities of the media, whatever they may be, there's no real road for the characters towards substantial, meaningful successes. Finally, you have optimistic narratives. These are stories in which defeat is a possibility, but more importantly, so is the chance for a real, lasting, transformative victory. It might not be easy, but at the end of it all, the systems and settings of an optimistic world affirm the efforts of the participants, pushing them to establish goals and realize them as a key element of the story's structure. When you put these axes together, the quadrants serve to explain the narrative skeleton of the games or other media that you plug into them. I'm going to toss a couple examples in here to illustrate a point about Promethean the Created. So I'll first say that the games are going to be assigned their categories based on the intersection of their flavor and crunch, the combination of which I like to call the whole game. The trick to it is that you could pick any given game and tell where it goes by the way that it is. Jokes aside, let's give this a shot. In the empowering optimistic quadrant, you're going to be looking at games like Dungeons & Dragons or Pathfinder. Wait, before you rush down to the comments to tell me that you can play D&D anywhere you want, including a meat grinder like the Curse of Strahd or Tomb of Annihilation. I already know that. And if you want to treat those modules like separate games, they would indeed probably belong in the disempowering half. But when we're talking about modern Dungeons & Dragons as the basic Forgotten Realms type rules and fluff portray it, we're very clearly dealing with epic power fantasy, larger-than-life heroes, and an almost exponential curve of player progression into truly godlike levels of power, and overall, a tone that encourages the players to shape the world in their image, which, for our purposes, puts it here. Now, let's try disempowering pessimistic. For my money, the most popular game that best fits this archetype is Call of Cthulhu. That game is bleak as hell, both in terms of the moment-to-moment atmosphere and the wider world outside of each individual campaign. The rules push your characters down a spiral of madness and injury until their frail human forms give out under the weight of their experiences, and the setting is as unforgiving as it gets, since it's based on the works of Howie Longface and his various disciples, and features all of the cosmic indifference you've come to expect from their shared mythos. So again, You seem powerless, and you are powerless. The only thing your weak mind and corruptible flesh could hope to achieve in your lifetime is a stay of execution, a brief delay imposed upon creatures who neither recognize nor value the passage of time. And people love this game. It's cool. It's great fun. This quadrant up here is interesting. Empowering pessimistic. In a vacuum, this means that the game is set up to make you feel like a badass, someone who's empowered to carve their way through whatever opposes them with impunity, indulging the players in a power fantasy about your might making right, but ultimately subverting this on a grand scale by telegraphing that, at the end of the day, your actions are meaningless against the larger machinations of the setting, and your vainglorious quests will eventually lead you to an ignoble, gurgling death in a drainage ditch somewhere. So what goes here? Well, the best example that I can think of for a universe that typically wants to make you feel like a hyper-giga badass, but still spits in your eye at the end of the day, is Warhammer 40k, where TTRPGs like Deathwatch and Rogue Trader give you enough power and cultural narcissism to feel like you're the biggest, meanest kids on the playground in the heat of the moment, only to occasionally remind you that no, you're nothing, and everything you stand for will eventually be ground into dust. Without treading too much on the territory I'm going to cover in the next part of this interlude, I'll also say that a really good example of empowering pessimism in a TTRPG is Werewolf the Apocalypse from back in the OG World of Darkness. On the empowerment side, werewolves are absolute monsters on the battlefield and possess a grand justification for their violence via their holy mission to repel the forces of corruption threatening Gaia. But, as the game's title suggests, the apocalypse is nigh, and even the best efforts of the Guru will not be enough to stop what's coming. Your ancestors were too cowardly, your brethren are too weak, and it is already too late. This is your pessimism angle, not interfering with the beat-by-beat story, but always looming above, shading in the recesses of the world and waiting to claim you when the curtain falls. Now, if you're still not on the same page as me, think of it like this. These are your defaults. You can change any of the games I've named to be what you want because they're RPGs, but when you modify them, you're moving away from the core spirit of the experience, which is what we're categorizing. Just because you could use Call of Cthulhu as a base to run a two-fisted tale of action and adventure in a world that you can ultimately save for good, doesn't mean that Call of Cthulhu belongs in Empowering Optimistic. Plus, the game you're describing is called Pulp Cthulhu, and it's probably more like here. If you're still not on the same page as me, go ahead and sort of step back until what I'm asserting is vague enough that you can buy in. If that doesn't work, I don't know, you're a lost cause, I can't help you. Anyway, all of this is to provide contrast and context when I say that Promethean the Created is a special case, as it is in so many ways, and that it belongs here, disempowering optimistic. Even though your day-to-day as a Promethean is hard-scrabbled, dangerous, and thankless, what with all the banes we've discussed pressing in on you, in the end, this game is not bleak, despairing, or miserable in outlook, but instead, optimistic. I jokingly implied at the beginning of the section that people avoid Promethean because they relate too much to its downtrodden, broken, loveless characters, but there's a kernel of truth there. For all their strivings toward humanity, Prometheans are already fundamentally humanistic ciphers, and suffer from the same failings as all of us, albeit magnified and made monstrous. This big to-do with the graph, though, is to show you that even though you might look at Promethean as a direct reflection of human suffering, identity crises, and loneliness, the game is explicitly pointing toward redemption, asserting that the arc of the universe does indeed bend toward justice. It's holding up a mirror to you and showing off your faults, but it insists that you can grow, change, and learn to be more than the sum of your parts. In this way, it sets itself apart from the experiences that seek to entertain by obfuscating human failings and offering easy outs to hard questions, and as a balm to experiences that end up pulling the rug out from under you as a function of their design. You should be grateful, after all. Not everyone gets a chance at redemption. So anyway, that's disempowerment and optimism, two core pillars of theme that make Promethean unique. Let's do the next one. Alright, so we've established the game's optimism, but what if that's still not selling it? The point might arise that, yes, Prometheans can be redeemed, but to what end? I get that Prometheans work as a cipher for me to express ideas about humanity and grow a character into something beautiful, but that beautiful thing, that great work I'm trying so hard to achieve, is to become just another human. I start out as a metaphor for humanity, and I graduate to being a literal human? Like, the kind that I was just metaphorically trying to move beyond? The kind with all the flaws and the hardship and the fragility? Yes, the very same. Because guess what's another theme that makes Promethean unique, especially among the Chronicles of Darkness? Humanism. Bear with me, I'm about to say the H word a lot. Humanism is the belief that, despite the many flaws and frailties endemic to the human species, being a person is overall a positive state of affairs, something to be celebrated and protected. After all, compared to humans, Prometheans live life on hard mode. When a pilgrim is transformed into a person after achieving the new dawn, they're fully human, and known as one of the redeemed. I'll get into exactly what the redeemed are like later, but for now I'll say that every single Promethean, upon crossing the golden threshold, feels an immediate difference in the way the universe responds to their presence. Their transformation lifts a weight off their shoulders they never even realized they were carrying. All of the little abrasions, the chronic pains, the constant pressure from the world around them to disappear, to surrender to their own impossibility and explode, are gone. What I'm saying is that this universe, the Chronicles of Darkness, is fundamentally humanistic. You can feel it in the transition. Whatever runs the world hates Prometheans until they change, at which time they can feel it smile upon them. It is happy to see them. Now you're thinking, no, listen, I can accept that it's better to be a human than a Promethean on a comfort level, but the Chronicles of Darkness? Humanist? It just doesn't add up. Humans are the bottom of the totem pole, food for the immortals, the endless churning masses with nothing to distinguish them. No disciplines, no war forms, no magic. They exist in the background, as window dressing to make the supernatural splats look cooler. If you're thinking anything like that, I have to say that you couldn't be more wrong. Remember how I said the created are the lowest of the low, scum of the earth, that it's shite to be a Promethean? Well, guess what? That goes for all the other splats too. Everyone sucks. In the Chronicles of Darkness, it is shite to be magic. Think about it for a second. Pick a splat, pick any type of creature. They have a masquerade to uphold. Doesn't matter if it's the namesake vampiric tradition of secrecy that allows kindred to move through human society mostly undetected, the laws of the changeling's courts that keep the spies of Arcadia at bay, or demons using mortal lives as covers to avoid the attention of the god machine. One of the central conceits of the formula that makes the world in Chronicles of Darkness what they are is that the uninitiated must be kept in the dark about the supernatural. Why? Well, I touched on this earlier and explained it in my vampire video, but for those of you that missed it, even the most populous types of supernatural are classically outnumbered by humans at absolutely insane rates in these settings. This means that, despite the power of the Chronicles supernaturals, their scarcity and propensity for infighting would allow humanity to absolutely steamroll any splat in an all-out war. Yes, even the niche one you're thinking of. And yes, even mages, although they complicate the issue as they complicate everything. But yes, they would lose because of the abyss, and because there's always a bigger fish to snap their supernal fingers and put everything back the way it was. Beyond the secrecy, there's the fact that inhumans suffer extreme drawbacks alongside their powers, and have a tendency to become more monstrous over time, spiraling away from human morality and sapiency to become a lesser order of being. Even if you start out powerful, cool, and invincible, the fullness of time dictates in most cases that supernaturals decay and twist just like the rest of us, only it's often more painful and dramatic for them. So, it's like I said, the game, the whole universe, is rigged in favor of mortals. No matter which way you slice it, it's a Homo sapiens world, and we're all living in it. But why am I explaining this again? The easiest answer is because once you understand that almost all supernaturals are defined by their lack of humanity, or at the very least required to play by the cosmic rules that keep humanity on top, you can gain an understanding of exactly why it's such a big deal for Promes to be able to become human, to rejoin the protagonists of creation for whom life operates as the universe intended it to. Now let's look at how this humanistic hope, the ability of Prometheans to attain the one truly enviable condition in the Chronicles of Darkness, makes it one of the few game lines that belongs in an optimistic quadrant from among their number. Okay, go ahead and pull your graphs back out. Oh, do you not still have your graph? The chart, the compass thing? Wow. Okay, yeah, I see that you've been folding up your paper and kind of curling that end. Okay, go ahead and smooth that out for me. Thanks. So let's plot the Chronicles on here. Vampire. Easy. The promise, power and immortality. The reality, a dark curse and a half-life that turns to ash in your mouth. Werewolf. Like Apocalypse in the sense that you're a tough mother doing one of the hardest jobs there is, but quite a bit softer on a universal level. Mage. Climb the ladder to the apex of arcane ability only to transcend your mortal form and find out that you're now the smallest fish in a very, very big pond, and everything you thought was just so important doesn't matter. Changeling. Contrary to what people would have you believe, new Changeling is far more optimistic than old Changeling.
Why will elaborate on that?
No, I won't.
With that being said, this game can still end depressing as hell. While your actions have more weight and you have greater potential to make something of yourself than in the old world version, your foes are truly horrifying, and there are many short roads to fates far worse than death. At the end of the day, I would say that this one is the closest to being a toss-up, since it's often about life being what you make of it, but the tendency of the titular characters to lose themselves and ascend to becoming the exact same type of twisted beings that initially tortured them and stripped them of their humanity forever is just a little too bleak for me to put it over here. Tread lightly and sweet dreams, poor lost things. Hunter. I always forget to include this one when I'm writing things up, but it goes here. More grueling than Reckoning, this game's lack of optimism comes from showcasing the inhuman side of humanity, flipping the script to put you in the shoes of the thankless hunters who have to deal with both the deadly supernatural threats that stalk the night and the toll that torturing and murdering things that look almost exactly like people takes on one's mental health. Long story short, you're not walking away from this one unscathed or uncompromised. He who hunts monsters, indeed. Geist. We've arrived at the other optimistic game in the Chronicles. Seemingly created in direct response to complaints that its spiritual predecessor, Wraith the Oblivion, was too miserable, Geist flips the Ghost script to one of reconciliation and growth. It's a game of second chances in which people who died too soon are given the opportunity to return to life with a passenger from the underworld to empower them on their journey of rebirth. Although the lives of the returned are as complicated as any other supernaturals, they have the distinct benefit of mostly retaining their humanity despite their spiritual transformation. This, plus their unique perspective on life as seen through the lens of death, means that Sin Eaters are in a unique position to do good in the world, up to and including saving souls from eternal misery and laying them to rest. If that's not transformative positivity, I don't know what is. Plus, the fact that their ghost powers are badass doesn't hurt either. Mummy. Tales of your incredible abilities echo through the ages, speaking of your matchless sorcery, your physical might, and your complete resurrective immortality. Nothing can kill you for good. Nothing can stop you from returning to accomplish the missions you're given. All of this is bad news for you, as a shambling puppet whose original masters are long gone, replaced by whatever ignorant mortals have discovered the means to summon you and bind you to their will this time. You could do so much, but you only do what you're told, and none of it means anything at all. Right here. Demon. You, like the Changelings, have broken free of a godlike intelligence, and your rewards for this impossible feat are myriad and enviable. But, like Changelings, the other side of this coin is that the God Machine will never stop looking for you, defining your existence with its absence just as it did with its presence. It doesn't help the pessimism angle that you're not only a horrible biomechanical monstrosity in form, but all the way into the depths of your unknowable mind, which is as alien as they come. Honestly, this one does have some life-affirming themes and isn't as defeatist as you'd expect from a game about evading a physical machine god, but its very blue and orange sense of what winning means and truly undefeatable nature of its antagonist places it a bit west of Changeling. Beast. Nope. Deviant. In many ways, Deviant is a cousin to Promethean. Both splats are usually the product of external modifications to humans, but where Prometheans are made of dead people when they're organic at all, Deviants are engineered from the living, modified and warped into inhumanity. Promethean is bursting with the flavor of the first sci-fi stories, where magic and technology were only just barely diverging, marrying alchemical lore hand in hand with the beginnings of bionics. Deviant is further along the family tree and offers a less mystical look at the products of mad science, swapping the often earth-shaking capabilities of the created for smaller-scale feats of intense body horror. It's this focus on the grotesque and irreversible nature of a deviant's inhumanity that sets the game apart from Promethean. While the created have a chance to reconcile themselves with the universe, curing the malady of their existence for good, the very best that a deviant can hope for is to revenge themselves upon their creators, and to vanish into some obscure corner of society, living as a pariah and a dark protector sworn to dismantle the structures that invented them. Ta-da! Okay, that was so much. Why did I do that? Why did I say all that? Well, look at the graph. Do you see how Geist and Promethean are the only Chronicles game lines on the optimistic side? What's the common denominator? Second chances, revival, a chance to be human, to be alive again, a way to situate yourself in harmony with the universe, to make things better than they were before. Humanism. Fundamentally, as a being on Earth in the Chronicles of Darkness universe, it's better to be within the sphere of human existence than outside of it. Whether they realize it or not, humanity is the single warm embrace in an otherwise indifferent universe, and a bastion against the darkness that protects its own with an ignorant strength in obscene numbers. Being on the outs from humanity, whether it be through monstrosity or simply choosing to elevate yourself above the collective, is deadly at best, and at worst condemns you to a painful, meaningless immortality. This means that the two games that are about understanding, respecting, and ultimately rejoining humanity are going to be the ones that, at the end of the day, are the most uplifting from a narrative perspective. This ties into the theme of potential, the inherent tendency for Prometheans to improve, to become better than they started, marked by the upward trajectory pilgrimage mechanic, which stands in stark contrast to the depleting Sani karma meters of most of the other splats. So it might suck to be a Promethean, but it actually sucks worse to be almost anything else. Of course, that's only true if you manage to reach the New Dawn. Otherwise, you're stuck looking at the disempowering part of the quadrant. Let's take a minute to examine the nature of the great work, the process of becoming redeemed, the road to sucking less. The redeemed is like a man awoken from a nightmare that has lasted a lifetime. The process of redemption involves the Prome's accumulated Azoth literally carving out a space for them in the universe. If the created in question was thorough and steadfast in their pilgrimage, the large quantities of pyros and vitriol in their body will allow them a sort of charmed life, writing them into the grand story of reality with more than a touch of favoritism, often awarding them symbolic blessings, access to the things they'll need to thrive in their new life, and the option to remember their incredible journey or the mercy of ignorance. For the most devout servants of the principle, they may retain access to a small number of their abilities when they transform, giving them a taste of the Prome's positives with none of the negatives. All of this is the pillar of transformation and growth, the light at the end of the tunnel that justifies the difficulties of Promethean as an experience, a bona fide, happy ending. Over the course of the narrative, Prometheans are given the choice between painful cathartic growth or aching stagnancy, a dichotomy that's enforced by the unique XP system of the Chronicles of Darkness, which pushes you to constantly establish and redefine role-playing goals and aspirations for yourself in order to gain mechanical progress in your build, and rewards you with XP for dramatic failures. The character growth experienced by a pilgrim who has seen and done enough to undertake the great work also helps to mitigate the nastier side of the human experience and the question of whether the transformation is beneficial, as you will be a human who has learned themselves inside and out, and conquered every one of the impulses that trap people in miserable cycles, creating the illusion that human life is not worth working towards. You will start out on the slab as a stuttering, shaking mess of raw nerves and jumbled instincts, and you'll shamble into the world, learning to walk, talk, and shoot lightning from your hands, and someday, the lessons you learn will make you into the kind of mature, balanced person for whom happiness, fulfillment, and peace are attainable. And isn't that the greatest fantasy of all? Personally, I think that sounds like a pretty sweet reward. You might be thinking, okay, well, if you love playing as a human so much, why don't you just start out as one? Cut out the middleman, go play Houses and Humans, fill out your tax sheet instead of your character sheet. That's not how it works, and you know it, man. Why are you always trying to trip me up, dude? Just relax. Just watch the video. Stop antagonizing me, dude. Okay? Thank you. Everyone knows that adventure stories are more about the journey than the destination, and Promethean is probably the most journey-focused game imaginable, what with the whole pilgrimage angle. I was joking a second ago about why play a monster if you want to be human so bad, but the point stands and deserves some kind of answer, because it's part of this interesting issue you can run into. The fact that it's a story that tells you where it's going but makes you walk the whole way there anyway introduces a set of gameplay narrative conundrums that I'm going to break down here, to hopefully show how the balancing act of this game's philosophy and the needs of players can be achieved. So here's the tightrope you have to walk while playing this game, especially as a storyteller, but also as a player. If you make the road to humanity too easy, playing up the incredible supernatural feats of the created, de-emphasizing the drawbacks they suffer from, and generally just making it too comfortable to exist as a prom, the players will begin to question the theoretical necessity of becoming human at all. If it's not that bad to be a monster, just some easily avoided complications, then why would they submit to the mundanity of becoming a person with probably far fewer magical talents than they possess now? If a Promethean can do anything a human can, plus extra, then what's the point? Throughout the game, you'll need to keep the discomfort up enough to make it clear that rejecting the pilgrimage, attempting to live a life without the meaning that its pursuit gives you, is suicidal and self-destructive. Prometheans are redeemable, but that redemption is found only in becoming human. But then, there's the other side of the coin. If you put the screws to your players too hard to encourage them to complete the pilgrimage and embrace humanity, taking every opportunity to highlight the grotesqueries of their forms, the scorn of their peers, and the chronic ailments their existence precipitates, suddenly nobody wants to play your depressing-ass game anymore. Go figure. So you have to find a balance, a way to stay true to the gritty, disempowering nature of the game, and to the hopeful, triumphant moments it allows for. One without the other will always compromise your experience, either by making the objective at the heart of the game's design, changing into a human, undesirable, or by pushing people away with the intensity of the game's darker themes. The core book has a few statements addressing concerns of this nature, and one particularly cogent one, I think, is the idea of using glimpses of the grotesque, suggesting that one should show the gore but not linger. The book says that the point of the game is not overwhelming suffering, constant disgust, a parade of sutures and carcasses in need, but rather moments of intense anguish and deprivation sprinkled in as part of a more palatable whole. Every second of every day need not be a test of your endurance. Use darkness to shade in the light. Contrast is everything. Even the bleakest campaigns need to have long stretches of peace and respite, so that you remember what you're fighting for, lest it all turn to flavorless mush. If you want your intense moments of adversity to be actually effective, they have to be rare. So that's the first part of the balancing act in a nutshell, limiting the amount of bullshit from the bullshit catalog that you deign to throw at your players at any given time. The second thing to consider is that I think you should try to make becoming human an objective that's pursued on the basis of the carrot rather than the stick. This distinction is important, and going to be central to the way the game's themes manifest in your chronicle. When we talk about adversity and struggle in Promethean, describing the whack lives of the created, and then we talk about becoming human, it's easy to see those ideas as very linearly connected. Being a Promethean is bad, so it's good/important to become a human. But this really isn't a sequence of thought that will satisfy players for very long in practice, because there are several other ways to stop being a Promethean that don't involve becoming human. If being one of the created is so awful in your game that it's the primary drive for achieving the great work, I might as well just jump into a volcano and explode into rare metals and loose pyros in order to stop being one. Or better yet, fully embrace monstrosity and become a giant fucking lightning centipede eating junk cars in an irradiated desert somewhere. Humanity isn't the only thing that can mitigate the issues of being a Promethean, so those struggles won't work as your sole motivator toward becoming a person. Remember, it's called humanism, not non-Prometheanism, you know what I mean? In order to do this right, you need to make becoming a human a rewarding and worthwhile goal in and of itself, because being human is a valuable and enviable condition as I outlined earlier, rather than simply because disquiet and wastelands suck. Emphasize humanity's capacity for kindness, the transformative warmth of our camaraderie, the pleasures of art, the importance of feeling like you're a part of something bigger than yourself, and the ways in which being part of the collective can protect and enrich your existence. Take time to impress upon your Prometheans the value and joys of a simple human life, because they are myriad. Remember that all the positive experiences you've ever had in your real life were situated in the human context, even the ones that you might classify as primal or transcendental, because guess what? You were still human when you experienced them. Ours is a remarkably flexible existence, capable of encompassing a vast range of unique delights, most of which are denied to the created. These values I'm expressing might still be confusing for those of you that hold misanthropic beliefs or heavily engage with misanthropic media that paints humans as stupid, trivial, and disposable, and I can't actually help you with that. Loving people for what we are is probably too big of a lesson for me to teach you today, but hey, maybe this game can help start you on the right path. You should probably let someone else GM in the meantime, though. This all ties into my next point, which is that in order to properly balance the experience, you're going to want to be sure to put a finger on the scale in favor of humanity on a world-building level. In a Promethean game, I think it's wise to make the monsters in the shadows feel the full weight of human occupation, making it a more anthropocentric universe, so don't be afraid to put a few overhead lights on to scare the darkness back into the far corners. It also helps that it's just generally better to live in the Chronicles than the old world of Darkness, the latter of which was more explicitly ontologically horrible to exist in at pretty much every level. How can I illustrate this? In the Chronicles, the glass oscillates between half full and half empty, depending on what game lines you're using and how dark you want it. And in the old world of Darkness, the glass was generally full of boiling water and razor blades and was falling off a cliff into a wood chipper. Anyway, that was the last of it, I think. Now you should feel like you have a pretty decent understanding of the ways in which you have control over the adversity in a Promethean Chronicle, and how you can choose to focus on growth, improvement, overcoming obstacles, and recovering from setbacks as core gameplay experiences, rather than frontlining the suffering that makes those trajectories necessary. Additionally, I hope that this helped you to understand the core
Ideas of
humanism, hope, disempowerment, and optimism, which form the emotional center of the game's themes. Okay, now it's finally time to circle back to lore. Without further ado, the Promethean lineages. Up until this point, I've largely been discussing Prometheans as a monolith, describing them as a singular type of being with all of these overarching similarities between individuals, but in practice this really couldn't be further from the truth. While Prometheans are almost always united by the shared goals and adversities I described previously, beyond these factors they are very diverse, a fact owed to their nature as the created, beings designed and brought to life as a reflection of the desires and values of another person who has placed themselves above the nascent Prome. We talked a lot about Azoth in the beginning, and how alchemy, the intersection between magic and chemistry in the Chronicles, can be used to pull the raw transformative energy of Pyros into the material world. Well, as it turns out, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and of course by skin a cat I mean impart a massive quantity of Pyros into a humanoid machine or dead body. The handful of principal approaches to the creation of life that have been found to reliably summon and bind Azoth to a suitable host form our lineages, dynasties of pilgrims united by their origins, their innate strengths, and the fatal flaws that pull them away from the light of the new dawn. The lineages have changed significantly across the fullness of time, with individual lines being born and going extinct over the ages as their creation rites lose or gain resonance through changes in the human experience and technological advancements, but have been relatively stable in the last 200 years or so, where they currently number 6. Or technically 7. Maybe 8. 6 full-on major ones with some asterisks, let's say. On a meta level, the lineages also serve as the distinct points of transference where global mythologies intersect, with each lineage harkening back to one or several types of creature that have been reimagined as unified by the Promethean classification. Now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, let's go through the individual lineages as they exist in the present. On a meta level, it is impossible to imagine Promethean the Created without beginning with Frankenstein. Mary Shelley's novel is inarguably the first science fiction story that still influences modern culture, and that influence has been massive in every conceivable way. Over 200 years after it was written, Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, from which we derive Promethean, still explodes off of the page with timelessly relevant representations of hubris, spite, loneliness, alienation, love, loss, life, and death. It's brooding and pensive, yet twitchy and graphic. Its characters are simultaneously mythical and iconic, and pathetically human. In every way that I care to analyze, it is a masterwork of the Gothic mode, and for the previous reasons, is openly acknowledged by the sourcebook as having inspired and informed a massive amount of Promethean the Created's tone and lore and development. I mean, like I said, it's where they get the title from. I claimed earlier that Promethean is interesting because it doesn't rely on the curb appeal of a name like vampire, werewolf, or mage, that the name Promethean is itself a statement of intent, indicative of a desire to deliver something new. This argument becomes a little more complicated when you peel back the layers and discover that Promethean is hitched to an iconic archetype in the Gothic horror space, despite not being sold as such. In the most reductive possible terms, Promethean the Created is the Frankenstein TTRPG. Why did I wait so long to say that, dancing around it with approximations and descriptions of literature and folklore from around the world? Because both of those attributions are true, but if you reduce it solely to the former, you run the risk of missing out on the nuance of the latter. When the game was being created, it certainly started with Frankenstein. The atmosphere, the monomania of creation, the divine fire, lightning arcing down from the heavens to bring a not-man to life, placing the power of God in the hands of a college student. After that, the writers internalized Adam, the roughly born patchwork man, each stolen piece jagged, ill-fitting, maximalist, chosen to embody a scrawny med school dropout's idea of the perfect masculine physique, yet rejected by his creator the instant that he awakens. He's disfigured, alien, and horrifying, and despite this, behind his curtain of greasy hair, his yellow eyes flash with unmistakable sapience. He is not only alive, he is aware. Out of all the elements mentioned, it's the creature, Adam's, erudition, sensitivity, and desire for love in conjunction with his monstrosity and rage that finally fully informs the Promethean condition as it was imagined at White Wolf. With these pillars of creation, monstrosity, and longing for reconciliation drawn from Shelley's novel and established as guideposts for what the core experience of the splat would be, The book's authors then identified other types of supernatural beings that reflected Frankenstein and could be massaged into a collective mythos, unifying and codifying them as Prometheans the Created. You might be asking yourself, how do you have all this insider information about the writing of this book? Well, it was revealed to me in a dream. Anyway, as I was saying, all of the lore, Alchemy, Azoth, the New Dawn, the unique enemies and abilities native to PTC, would not exist, not even for a second, without Frankenstein or the modern Prometheus. Hell, the entire worlds and Chronicles of Darkness probably wouldn't exist without Shelley's book either, but that's a story for another day. The point is that a couple decades ago, some very clever, creative people had an idea for a game where you play as Frankenstein, but for a myriad of reasons, it grew far beyond the scope of that original concept. As it stands, PTC owes everything to Frankenstein, and yet encompasses so much more than just the story of everyone's favorite sallow-skinned, French-speaking abomination against God. And so, while the rest of this video is going to naturally prove the point that Promethean has more to it than just being Frankenstein the RPG, it's important to note that for the above reasons, Franks are pretty much always going to end up as the poster boys, the first thing people think of and the last thing they forget. And so, here we are, starting with Frankenstein, because that's what you do. Geez, that got away from me. I haven't talked about the lineage in game terms at all. Here, I feel like we need to have a fresh start. New song. If to be Promethean is to be cursed with a fractured, twisted body, then the wretched are as Promethean as they come. While the other lineages all have their telltale disfigurements, none are as much defined by their warped forms as the Frankenstein. Following the footsteps of the line's initial creator, Victor, means that each Frank must be made from at least 2 corpses, although most are composed of the freshest parts of several bodies. Like the good dropout first did at the turn of the 19th century, the gathered components must be chemically treated and physically pieced together, forming a patchwork body stippled with stitches, staples, and bolts. Once it's fully constructed, the final step of the generation rite is to imbue the new corpse with the divine fire in the form of lightning, channeled down from the sky and into the flesh. If the ritual takes, the Promethean rises from the slab, one being born of many, powered by the storm, created by obsession, and driven by spite. It's worth noting that the novel Frankenstein by Mary Shelley exists within the fiction of Promethean the Created's world, just as Bram Stoker's Dracula does alongside the actual and contrasting figure of Vlad III Dracula in Vampire the Requiem. This creates an interesting historical snarl. How does Shelley's account of the first Frankenstein's creation fit into material reality? The sourcebook posits a few contradictory possibilities. I quote, "According to the stories passed down from creator to creation, Mary Shelley's famous Frankenstein is not a work of fiction. Some wretched claim that Shelley's dream, which led to the novel, was placed into her mind by the principal, while others say that the whole dream story was an obfuscation that Shelley and Adam, Frankenstein's creation, cooked up between the two of them. A few Franks tell even stranger tales. Shelley herself was a redeemed Frankenstein telling her progenitor's story. Victor Frankenstein was entirely fictitious, and Shelley was the alchemist who created Adam. But the truth is lost to history. Perhaps the fragmented, irreconcilable narratives presented above function better as a confused collective than any one story could. After all, this is the nature of the wretched in a nutshell. Cohesion from chaos, a dozen disparate fictions stitched into one strange, unaccountable truth. Another interesting thing to consider before we get to the exact nature of the Frankenstein lineage is that despite having originated over 200 years ago, they're by far the youngest of the core lines, as most of the other ones boast far more ancient histories. But once again, I'm getting bogged down in the finer details. Let's get down to the core of the lineage. As I said before, the piecemeal complexion of the Frankenstein's body is, on several levels, the key to their nature. On one hand, they represent the onset of a now antique sort of modernity, when surgeries were crude and electricity miraculous and scarcely understood. When Victor, or whomever, composed the first of the line, he did so with an intent to prove his mastery over the natural world. The wretched were created as the ultimate blasphemy, the attempt to prove that human ingenuity and expertise in the budding fields of physiology, chemistry, and electronics could allow man to take the place of God. The erasure of the divine through the crude machinations of man's new sciences is all well and good, unless, of course, you are the malformed result of these teenage demiurgics. And so, as a direct result, the ultimate blasphemy resulted in a line of creatures bearing the ultimate chips on their shoulders, the knowledge that their creation served no greater purpose than to show that it could be done, that they existed only to inflate the ego of their creators, to affirm the genius's mastery over life and death in the industrial age. This stands in contrast with the other lineages, who were at least purpose-built and have their basic functions to default to when all else fails. Because of this, each Frankenstein carries the rage of the first in their Azothic memory, understanding themselves as someone else's experiment gone horribly right, and typically resenting their often shallow creators for every second of pain they experience. I guess they don't call it a Frankenstein complex for nothing, huh? This spiteful core, seen throughout Shelley's original tale and Adam's lifelong pursuit of Victor for revenge, is realized by the lineage in their humor, yellow bile. This choleric imbalance makes Franks quick to anger, slow to forgive, and all too comfortable with forming and holding grudges, even long after a wrong has been righted. They struggle to ignore perceived transgressions committed against them, and often have trouble distinguishing between delivering meaningful justice and enacting fruitless revenge. Their torment reflects this vitriol, as it usually takes the form of an explosive fit of rage and vindictive aggression intended to externalize their pain, accompanied by a failure of their borrowed body parts' ability to act in harmony. In the end, though, there are two sides to every coin, as the same sense of justice also makes some Frankenstein into protectors of great merit and strength. Frankensteins are associated with the element of fire, interpreted more broadly as being representative of lightning, which is thought to be the purest form that Azoth can manifest as in the material world. They regain extra pyros when sleeping next to large quantities of electrical energy like open transformers, or fire like bonfires. Their lineage talents, too, are tied to their unique bodies. The Titan strength bestowment is representative of the common practice of creating the wretched from the best body parts available. This process makes many Franks stronger and hardier than their peers, based solely on the fact that their bodies are made up of the densest muscles, toughest sinew, and sturdiest bones money could buy or shovels could dig. A wretched with this bestowment has an easier time achieving exceptional successes when performing actions that require the use of their incredible strength. The spare parts bestowment allows some Franks to take full advantage of their modular potential, replacing lost or simply lackluster limbs with substitutes of their choosing. This process can be used to heal damage, alter the wretch cosmetically, or even increase skills, and also endows them with the medical knowledge to make these field surgeries effective. Alright. Now that we've gotten ourselves fully acquainted with our piecemeal poster boys, I'd say it's high time we move on to our next lineage.
Oh, make me over. I'm all I wanna be. A walking study in demonology. Hey, so that you could make it.
Although the Muses' bodies are everything the Frankensteins are not, smooth, symmetrical, precise, they are still every bit the Promethean, inside and out. The Galateans trace their origin to the ancient Greek myth of Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a marble statue he carved in the likeness of a beautiful woman, which was then transformed into a real person by Aphrodite. At least that's how human histories would have it. Azothic memory suggests a different story, that Pygmalion was a sculptor of flesh and crafted the most beautiful woman he could from corpses, or else that Galatea, the first of the line, was a statue brought to life by the alchemy of man rather than the sorcery of the gods. Either way you slice it, the bottom line is that Pig was a master craftsman, obsessed with beauty, desperate for love, and jealous to a fault, and he passed these traits down to his creation, Galatea, first Promethean of her name. The sourcebook describes the Muses as being made of love and made for love, that love is what saves them and what damns them. A Galateid is born when a genitor or demiurge takes it upon themselves to fall in love with the potential in a corpse, a mannequin, or even stranger material still, and works a delicate and affectionate transformative art upon the body in order to make it whole, beautiful, and perfect. This process of craftsmanship is required because, for the Azothic ritual to take root, the bodies that become muses must be idealized in some capacity. Pleasing, symmetrical, and iconic, if not explicitly gorgeous, although they come in all shapes and sizes within this schema. In the case of dead bodies, which most Galateids, like Prometheans in general, are made from, this often means extensive surgical procedures, post-mortem plastic surgery, and other
methods of beautification.
Or, you could always take a shortcut. There's beautiful people everywhere. Many demiurges find that all you have to do is make one into a beautiful corpse and watch the ritual come together with surprising ease. After these ordeals, the new Galateid comes to life surrounded by material expressions of love, born into the world on a bed of flowers, anointed with incense, and brought to life by the spark of Azoth in true love's kiss. Well, that's cute. Sounds like the muses really have it made, especially compared to Frankenstein's. Good thing love never hurts, fades, tortures, incites jealousy, prompts violence, disgusts, confuses, causes interpersonal conflict, or gets people to do crazy stuff for no real reason. Otherwise, a being whose emotional center is driven by irrational affections, fixations, and fascinations that they don't really have any reference for or support system to handle could really cause some trouble. Yes, the Galateids may be beautiful, and they may be aligned with love, a more overtly positive concept than things like spite and vengeance, but their beauty is usually deeply uncanny, making them appear doll-like or artificial when they draw focus to their disfigurements, or else attract too much attention. And love, well, it does all the things I just said it doesn't. And so the muses, despite initial appearances, are just as Promethean as any of their more rough-spun cousins. While all Galateids are made for love, the way that this love is intended to be expressed can vary wildly, and will determine the starting position of their pilgrimage. Muses are often created to be the perfect something to their creator, whether it be the perfect spouse like their progenitor, or a perfect ageless child designed to be showered with parental affection. They could have been created to be the ideal sexual partner, never tired, always in the mood, or they could be made to be the ideal nun, beautiful yet fully consumed by their love for God. Because love comes in many forms. Matrimonial, parental, filial, fraternal, sexual, religious, patriotic, the list goes on. If you can love a person, or even an abstract idea, in a certain way, you can hardwire a thinking being to crave an idealized version of that love, forcing them to spend the rest of their pilgrimage finding their way out of the shadow of the relationship they were created for. Galateids possess the sanguine humor, imbalanced in favor of blood. This makes them passionate, courageous, and helpful by nature. Unfortunately, by the same token, it also makes them flighty, impractical, and prone to dramatics, especially when something they love is on the line. The humor makes them into gut thinkers, inclined toward going with the flow and flying by the seat of their pants. In a mature muse, this flexible attitude is a crucial tool for survival on the long, constantly shifting road of the pilgrimage. In an immature one, it's a recklessness that all too often has deadly consequences. They're also the created most likely to form intense emotional attachments to the fleeting things they experience on their journeys, even when these forays into romance, friendship, or ideological zealotry aren't particularly useful to their pilgrimage or those of their companions. More than any other lineage, Gals need pals, and often struggle to define themselves outside the relationships they use to contextualize their existence. A muse's torment is often tied to these fetters, the emotional connections made along their journey. Alongside universal triggers, Galateids can fall into torment when they're rejected by the object of their affection, or when something they're attached to is threatened. This can result in either an externalization that sees the muse attempt to isolate and control the person they're attached to, removing perceived rivals, or an internal torment that makes them desperate for love and validation at any cost, breaking down their boundaries and compromising the principles they've accumulated over the course of their pilgrimage in the hopes of having someone, anyone, tell them that they're good enough. The Galateids are tied to the classical element of air, representing their nature as flighty free spirits. It's commonly visualized as the breath of life, flowing into and out of the muse as they attempt to find their place in the world and inspire others to do the same. They regain extra pyros when sleeping within earshot of live human voices. The Galateid bestowments are unearthly mien, which allows them to use their alien beauty to more easily intimidate or manipulate the humans they interact with, or sympathetic muse, which lets their divine fire provide a more beneficial touch than usual, occasionally reaching out to inspire a human with an act of artistry, regaining the prome's willpower and boosting that human's odds of success in a chosen endeavor. And that's the long and short of our beautiful, terrible, complicated, and messy muses. Next up.
Some people say a man is made out of mud. Poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bone. A mind that's weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons, what do you get?
Here's the deal with the Tammuz, if I may be so bold as to start with a frank discussion of meta and intranarrative distinctions. On the meta hand, you have the fact that this lineage is very, very heavily inspired by golems, the clay automata of Jewish folklore. This is where the idea for the Tammuz begins on a writing level, as distinct from the lore of the setting. Within Promethean's internal storytelling, the named are the descendants of Tammuz, a Sumerian harvest and fertility god and primary consort of Inanna, goddess of love and violence. I'll get to their story shortly, but I'm warning you that it's complicated. The reason for this distinction, for why White Wolf didn't simply make the Tammuz based on golems on a lore level, as they're so clearly meant to be, is twofold. First, being able to point to an existing ancient myth for a lot of the Promethean origins creates a more internally consistent mythos and flavor for the splat as a whole. Each line is named after the first of their type, and for the majority of these base types of Prometheans, this first is a sort of reinterpretation of some kind of classical or ancient myth, like that of Galatea and Pygmalion. The Tammuz are the same. Being able to name them after a specific figure in real-world mythology, instead of just calling them something general like golems, is more unique and thus makes the concept stickier and easier to hold on to. It also makes your setting more cohesive, since you can establish this rapport with reality where Promethean history has all of these twists on familiar stories hidden within the secret history of Azothic memory. The second reason is that Prometheans are supposed to be primarily made from human corpses, except for the unfleshed, who are all effectively humanoid robots and automata of some description, which we'll get to later. This insistence on promes being made from dead people also comes from a desire for internal consistency. The subtitle of the RPG is A Storytelling Game of Stolen Lives. The entry-level horror of the experience is that you're usually a being made from at least one other person, a person who is now irreversibly dead. Once this is established, you have to pilot your cadaverous form, enchanted by unstable magics, towards a state of reconciliation, the Great Work, where you earn a new body that you can truly call your own, effectively paying for what you stole in a karmic sense, even though you didn't ask to be born. Golems are perfect for the creation flavor of Promethean, except for the fact that they're traditionally creatures made from mud and clay, not human corpses, and the more exceptions to the previously established rule about the average Promethean there are, the more muddled the lore gets. So the Tammuz were created to fulfill the golem archetypes of being born of the earth, engraved with a word that animates them, and compelled to work ceaselessly by their alien psychology, in addition to having a physique suited to this endless labor, but are still typically made of human bodies. But don't call them flesh golems, that's a Frankenstein thing. In order to bridge this gap between the inspiration and the reality of the lineage, there's a few things you can do. First, we can accept the things that the sourcebook already does to rectify this. One feature of the lore designed to make the Tammuz more golem-like is a disfigurement that gives them an appearance of being covered in grave soil and mud, plus deep, bloodless cracks that seem to split their skin down to the bone, making them seem to be made of earth and rock in their worst moments. Another is that the sourcebook explicitly shouts out the Golem of Prague as an in-universe icon for the Tammuz, stating that Rabbi Lu's creation spawned a branch of the named that consider the Golem a neo-progenitor for the lineage, a kind of second coming which reset their history, although whether or not the original Golem from the legend was actually a clay Tammuz or unfleshed is a matter of debate. The second mode of bringing golems into the named experience is the existence of constructs. Step this way, please. We're leaving the Tammuz behind for a moment, but we'll be back shortly, I assure you. We're in the weeds now, people. Constructs were more of a thing in first edition since they were like a pseudo-lineage of their own, but as of 2e have been de-emphasized and exist only as a series of footnotes appended to the normal lineages. There's a few basic things I'm going to explain about them really quickly, just so that we have them covered and can get back to the main event. 1. Constructs are any non-unfleshed Promethean made primarily from things that aren't human bodies. I say primarily because it's pretty common for Franks and Gals to have an inorganic component here and there, what with the head bolts and the bolt-ons. 2. Constructs are rare and should be used sparingly. Once in a blue moon, the rites and rituals associated with the creation of a typical Promethean will work on an inorganic body, like a Frankenstein rising from a collection of welded car parts in an engine block, or a muse made from a marble statue, as Galatea herself was rumored to be. Or yes, like a Tammuz made from clay, stone, and bone. But typically, these rituals fail catastrophically, as the resonance of the human body is important to the process of binding Azoth. 3. Constructs have advantages and drawbacks over standard promes. The major boons are that they usually don't have to eat or sleep, although this being good is debatable, and they're typically a bit more durable than the fleshy versions of their lines, since most constructs are metal, stone, or earth, but they also burn more pyros just by existing, since they're powered by it, and typically have to disguise themselves even with their glamours up, since they still have appearances tainted by their strange composition. 4. The line between unfleshed and construct lineage is clearly delineated on a case-by-case basis, but the reasons behind why a clockwork automaton is unfleshed and the aforementioned engine man is a construct Frankenstein are complicated. The short version is that all unfleshed are created to fulfill a function, and that function cannot be to be human, whereas human life is almost always the goal of the other lineages. This means that a chess-playing automaton is unfleshed, while a man made of engine parts that served no purpose beyond being born is construct Frankenstein, since it was supposed to be a person rather than a robot. Department store mannequin, unfleshed. Statue of the ideal woman created to be turned into a human after it was built, construct Galateid. Little wooden boy marionette, unfleshed. Realistic human boy robot meant to perfectly simulate love and serve as a facsimile of human life in order to relieve grieving parents, construct Galateid. All this is to say, yes, there are Prometheans from the non-unfleshed lineages that aren't made out of human bodies, but I'd think twice before playing one, even though they can be a really good way to add some unique flavor to your game for all the reasons listed above. I believe, though, that this was about the fact that you can have a Tammuz that leans fully into the golem thing, a man made out of mud and bone that does all the other Tammuz stuff. Maybe, but the point that I wanted to make with all of this is that you don't have to, since the named are already good on their own. What's that? You have literally no idea what I'm talking about? I didn't explain the lineage at all? Let's get back to that then. To the Tammuz, one more time. Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bone, a mind that's weak and a back that's strong. If humans are born from flesh, spend their whole lives trying not to work, and end their lives by being put in the ground, then the named, who are born from the earth, spend their whole lives looking for work, and end by being born in new flesh, are the opposite of humans. I was telling you a story. That Sumerian myth, Tammuz and Inanna. You see, Tammuz was a shepherd, or a farmer, or a harvest god, or became one. We can't be sure, but we know he worked with his hands, tilling fields, raising animals, that kind of thing, on a small or a grand scale. As gods and mortals often do, one day, he died. His mistress, Inanna, goddess of sex and violence, mourned him, but found no solace in it. In the end, she decided that her only option was to go to the underworld and retrieve her lover. On her quest, she sat on the throne of her sister, Erishkigal, in order to look for Tammuz, but found no trace of him beneath the earth. For her usurpation, the goddess Inanna died, but was revived in short order by Enki, chief of the Sumerian gods. The only catch was, she would have to find someone to take her place. Upon returning to her domain from her sojourn into the underworld, Inanna found none other than Tammuz sitting upon her throne of earthly delights, intending to claim her position in her absence. Enraged beyond reason, Inanna knew that she had found the perfect candidate to take her place in the underworld, and dragged Tammuz to hell with the help of her demon horde. Eventually, her love for the harvester cooled her anger, and she relented on her decision with a deal. Tammuz would share his punishment with his sister, Geshtanana, goddess of winter and wine, who would reside in the netherworld for half of each year while her brother undertook the work of preparing the earth for harvest, and would again swap when half the year was done, bringing winter to the world. And that's the story. What? It didn't make any sense? I guess you're right, it is a little strange. I mean, why was Tammuz on Inanna's throne if the whole reason she went to the underworld was to free him? Why did his sister have to share his punishment? Also, all of these people have multiple names, like Dumuzid for Tammuz, and all of these aspects and personalities. Does this even make sense in a Promethean context? The Tammuz, that's the lineage, the named, would tell you that it doesn't make sense because it's a story too old, too grand for words. A story that bypasses speech, resonating in the very soil of the earth, changing like the seasons. So he was dead, and so he wasn't dead. So he was Dumuzid, and Tammuz, and Damu, and Dumuziapsu, and Demeter, or maybe Persephone and Proserpine. So what? Man, god, demigod, whatever the case was, when Tammuz came up from the earth, from the going under, the result was the same. He was once dead, now living, and there was work to be done. All the rest is commentary, nattering and chattering, and need not be heeded. Well, that's their story anyway. In practice, the named are golems of flesh and bone, children of the dead harvest god with legends and pseudo-souls too vast for words. Their creation process begins when a genitor or demiurge has need of a laborer, someone to do the dirty work, someone who takes orders and doesn't ask questions, someone whose pain could be their gain. To give life to a Tammuz, the creator must find a body suited to hard work, a frame that has already laid down its life but still has more to give. After the creator has found or made a suitable subject, the corpse must be symbolically prepared for a life of servitude, for slavery. A heavy metal ring through the septum, a shaved head, a chain gang anklet, a fast food worker's name tag pinned to the flesh of the chest, something or things that declare the corpse's status as a unit of labor. The next preparation is to imprint the body, to name it. Many methods work to bind Azoth, whether it be a phrase, a word, or an indicative symbol, tattooed, branded, or scarified onto the body, traditionally somewhere visible like the forehead or forearm. Certain schools of thought, like those who ardently imitate the Golem of Prague, believe that the word should be something with a significant double meaning, like the Rabbi Lew's Emet mark, intended to deactivate the creature when the first letter, the Aleph, was erased, changing the word from the Hebrew for truth to death. Tammuz in possession of less philosophical or classical markings tend to dispute this claim on the basis of their existence. These brands and the Azoth that flows through them give the named a strange relationship to speech and language. The book describes words as something done to them, a key step in the commitment of the crime of their birth. This means that the Tammuz often begin with a tenuous grasp on the particulars of the spoken word, whether they be mute, echolalic, or even logorrheic, speaking in excessive run-on sentences that seem to loop over themselves, redoubling and repeating the same information again and again with only slight changes in nuance, making sure that absolutely no thought, no shade of meaning remains unexpressed in their heads when their lips have finally closed. With that said, by the later stages of their pilgrimages, many of the named managed to better grasp the nuances of language than the majority of the other promes, this eventual erudition probably stemming from their outsider's perspective on speech that lets them see things in a way that few others can. The final step in the creation of a Tammuz is to bury the marked corpse. Just as their namesake went down into the underworld to sleep in the dark while winter whirled above, so too must the named be entombed in the heart of the earth, drawing pyros from the planet's crust into their mark and distilling it into Azoth. Although their bodies change very little from their original human state to their newly risen Promethean form compared to other types of created, the entity that breaks free from the ground is still a completely different person than the individual to whom the dead body originally belonged. When a Tammuz stumbles into the world, they, like Promes from most of the other lineages, find that they have been created with a purpose, and for the named, that purpose is to work. Like many of their kind, Tammuz find the world to be a confusing, chaotic place, a place that they evidently do not belong to and are not desired by. For the most grounded of the Fire's children, labor is a way to order the world, to grasp it and make some kind of sense out of the overwhelmingly alien landscape of reality. When a Tammuz strikes a hammer against a nail, drags a sandbag, washes dishes, or picks up trash on the side of the road, they're communing with the forces that brought them into being, and soothing the fundamental dysphoria which afflicts all of their ilk. The Tammuz work. It's what they do, day after day, week after week, year after year, looking to haul the final load, to paint the last wall, to lay the brick that will close up the hole in their heart at long last and turn them into a real person. The sad irony is, though, that while they were made to work, it is not work that makes them human, but it's cessation. The Tammuz crave productivity, constructive change, good, positive things, but things that are ultimately unable to lead them to the new dawn without the understanding that to be human is to falter, to slack, to loaf, to reflect, and to rest. While humans work hard, they still know the value in taking it easy, in throwing in the towel, and in admitting when you've had enough, all things a Tammuz would find alien at the beginning of their pilgrimage. As time goes on, a maturing Tammuz will also hopefully find their desire to work transformed into a desire to work well, to master a skill worth their time, rather than simply existing as a blunt instrument, a crude body suited only to menial tasks. In addition to the standard problems of the created, the named will have to contend with their relationship to those they work for throughout their pilgrimage. A Tammuz will, as I said, find that they need something to do, but will also discover that this desire is not so simple in the face of human involvement in their labor, which is often obstructive. This conflict comes from the irreconcilable facts that it is the nature of the Tammuz to desire compensation for the work they are driven to accomplish, and that it is the nature of humans to ensnare and enslave them as a response to their aura. While the Galateid disquiet inspires stalking and assault, the Tammuz incites a fundamental disrespect for their time and effort, which leads their employers, whatever form they may take, to attempt to trick, trap, or cajole the Prome in question to rendering their formidable services for free, an arrangement that, when it is revealed, almost always triggers torment in the Tammuz. Sometimes, the torment of the named is at first an uncontrollable rage, differing from the Frankenstein's hateful vengeance in that it is directionless and blind, its indiscriminate violence antithetical to the Tammuz's normally constructive pursuits. When all the drywall has been punched through, all the wheelbarrows overturned, and the tantrum has at last run its course, an enormous smothering depression settles over the Tammuz. This is the core of their torment, if one was to measure based on time alone. The depressed creature in question will typically plod away from the havoc they've wreaked in search of a quiet, dark place to lie down in and rot, seeking to return from the grave from whence they came. In less extreme cases, they may forego the rage and instead find themselves gripped with an even stronger monomania toward productivity than usual, finding themselves insomniac, insatiable, unable to think of anything but keeping busy, staying vigilant, staying on the move. When this fixation inevitably burns them out, the Tammuz will, again, find their way towards a bleak slumber, turning inward to extinguish the will to do anything, although this inaction usually exacerbates their already horrible anxiety rather than remedying it. This despondency arises from their melancholic humor, imbalanced towards black bile. On good days, their humor makes them steady, cautious, loyal, and straightforward, as well as fueling their endless helpfulness, but on a bad day, it makes them passive, permissive of the wrongs others commit against them, dull, depressed, and prone to regressive patterns in their speech and thought, with some losing their language capabilities entirely in torment. They're associated with the classical element of earth, specifically grave soil, and regenerate pyros when sleeping at least partially in the ground. Their wasteland invokes apathy, causing heavy, sustained rainfall and earthquakes that trigger mudslides and flooding. The Tammuz bestowments are Heart of Clay, which allows them to leverage their stalwart natures and sturdy bodies to achieve easier exceptional successes on rolls using composure, resolve, and stamina, and Inscription, which allows them to call on the power of their animating mark, granting them powerful bonuses to 3 skills of their choosing that resonate with the word that drives them. Well, that took a while, but you can't rush good work. I guess I did have the constructs section just kind of shoved in there, doubled the time. Anyway, here's the next lineage.
Well, look way down the river, and what do you think I see? I see a band of angels, and they're coming after me. Ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down.
Rounding out our base elemental quartet are Azoth's scholars, the kings and queens of the river, the deathless ones, Osirans called Nepri. The Nepri claim to be the oldest lineage and cite divine ancestry through the Egyptian pantheon, and for this high-status origin often expect deference and respect from their cousins. Their legends uniformly hold that 4,000 years ago the god Osiris ruled over Egypt alongside his sister and queen Isis. Jealous of his reign, his brother Set, god of war and chaos, drowned Osiris in the Nile and chopped him up into 14 pieces. Heartbroken and determined to resurrect her king, Isis scoured Egypt until she had found all but one piece of Osiris, his genitals. Binding the chunks of flesh together in cloth and embalming him with oil, Isis used her sorcery to resurrect her husband, who would once again walk the earth. From here, the fire's memory fails, and squabbling erupts among sects within the lineage regarding their shared history, all having to do with the family that Isis and Osiris then begat. Many Osirans simply believe that Isis was the demiurge and Osiris the progenitor, the first of the created. In this version of the story, Osiris is the origin point of his own line, and eventually overcomes his Promethean limitation, his missing piece, to have a son, Horus, who would slay Set as revenge, and a daughter, Nepri, perpetuating his noble lineage of resurrected Osirans through his newfound mastery of death. Other sects suggest that Osiris was a fluke, a one-off miracle engineered by Isis, and that one of his children or creations represent the first true members of the lineage, whose creation rites could be replicated consistently. For the small but vocal contingent who point to Horus as the first true Promethean, Osiris is the Overfather, a godly force of Azothic resonance, whose first attempt at mimicking his own resurrection began the line with his son. For those who believe that Nepri, Osiris's daughter and final creation, was the first stable entity of their ilk, Horus was a Pandoran, a defective, dangerous, hawk-headed Azothic abomination who murdered Set and Isis, prompting Osiris to destroy him and attempt one final time to create life. This sect prefers to call their line the Nepri, in honor of what they view as their true progenitor, and represent the second largest group behind the traditional Osiris believers. Whatever the case may be in reality, this story of drowning, dismemberment, and incomplete reassembly forms the basis of the creation rites for the Osirans in modernity, just as the debate behind the origin inspires the curious and studious disposition of the lineage's members, as they seek to decode the many mysteries of the divine fire. Osirans are the created most likely to be engineered by other Prometheans, and therefore the least likely to be created spontaneously by humans, although this pattern has been changing over the past 200 years as the unsealing of ancient crypts in Egypt puts the long-lost creation rites of the Nepri back into the hands of mortals. Another reason for the frequency of genitors among the Osirans, the strong continuity of the lineage as a family of Prometheans stretching back and back and back to their common origin, is that when one wishes to create a Nepri, a common driving emotion is the desire to produce a worthy successor, a more perfect iteration of oneself that will someday surpass its creator in knowledge and power. In a Promethean context, the regal and domineering Osirans are perpetuated by the intent to give one's progeny the advantages that they never had, to create a more perfect, imperfect being with access to all of my knowledge, my resources, etc. To bring a new Nepri to life, its creator must mimic the mummifying rites of Isis. First, obtain an intact corpse with suitable resonance. Second, submerge it in river water mixed with herbs and other aromatic embalming compounds. Next, chop up the body into 14 pieces and discard one of the chunks of waterlogged flesh resulting from this division. Then, dry the corpse, spit on the pieces, and bind them together with cloth wraps and thread in the shape of a body with one missing part. Once alive, this missing piece will become a key factor in their day-to-day life, a constant reminder of their imperfect Promethean nature standing in opposition to their stereotypically noble heirs. When in a normal human guise, the missing chunk, usually something significant like an eye, nose, hand, or foot, appears to be a normal absence like any amputation. But when their disfigurements show through, the wound appears fresh, gaping, jagged, and bloody, a horrific stoma or stump that appears to warrant immediate medical attention. In this form, the Osiren may also appear desiccated and dehydrated like a mummy, the archetypal creature they emerged from aesthetically, or else like a waterlogged corpse dripping with the river water that once anointed them. Once the body has been reassembled, the final touch is to ceremonially anoint and embalm it as one would the honored dead, usually by inserting azothically infused rose petals or other aromatics into the mouth. When the process is complete, the divine fire will give the body life, raising it as an Osiren. A newly minted Nepri often exhibits more grace and self-confidence than the typical Promethean just off the slab, a side effect of what is sometimes termed the line's regal bearing, or, in less generous instances, their arrogant asshole vibe. Whatever you call it, the line's aloof self-assurance emerges as a result of their phlegmatic humor, which pushes them towards sobriety, confidence, poise, and big-picture thinking, alongside less savory manifestations like egocentrism, monomania, and cold detachment. But to be fair to the Osirens, their focus and objectivity are often helpful resources during their pilgrimages, and make them highly sought after by other promes as leaders, guides, and teachers, even if they are sometimes a bit stuck up. The real peril, then, begins when inexperienced Nepri buy into their own mythos and assume they can handle anything, getting those that depend on them into danger to serve their own egos. Part and parcel with their analytical mindsets is the inbuilt Osiren fixation on knowledge and its acquisition. Nepri are natural-born scholars, and often spend their pilgrimages seeking to understand the secret history of the world alongside the traditional pursuit of self-actualization. While this instinct is usually beneficial to their journey as an individual, it can also be a stumbling block if they begin to seek out esoteric wisdom and lore at the expense of the real work of internal discovery. So, are they studious scholars or self-important jerks? Well, a little of both. While they do legitimately have access to incredible stores of information through their Azothic memory, they're as fallible as anyone else, and bear the positives and negatives of the Promethean condition just like the rest of their cousins do, even though they might pretend otherwise. Really, that's what I would describe as the Osiren fatal flaw, that they're too comfortable with the limitations of Prometheanhood, that they imagine themselves as the first, the platonic ideal of the created, which occasionally contents them to remain as they are, rather than recognizing that being a Promethean is an inherently transitional state, a temporary mode to be transcended, as all things are. This ties into their torment, a phlegmatic lethargy, a pessimism that declares to them that their every lofty effort is doomed to failure, which, coupled with the worst instincts of the line's superiority complex, leads them to quietly sabotage their fellow pilgrims when in this state of mind. Since if the Nepri can't hack it, there's no way any of their roughly made companions have any hope of improvement, so really, they're doing you a favor by crashing your date, making you late for your interview, throwing the Athenor you were working on into the lake. It's for your own good. You never had a chance anyway. Similarly, their wasteland manifests as areas where people are prone to dangerous pride and hubris, causing thunderclouds and high-moisture fog that never seem to properly break into rain. They're associated with the classical element of water, specifically deep rivers like the ones they're usually created from, or stagnant pools, which informs their phlegmatic humor. Their bestowments are associated with their mastery of death, the first being corpse tongue, which allows them to ask a single question of any dead body they can acquire forcing it to respond truthfully to the best of its ability, and the second being Revivification, an immensely powerful but costly ability that allows the Osiren to return from death as many times as they want. While all Prometheans can undergo the return once, the Nepri resonate deeply with old-school Egyptian necromancy, letting them come back and try again as often as they can afford to pay the hefty price demanded by the rivers of the underworld, each time scarring themselves in unique and terrible ways, diminishing their odds of reaching the new dawn, but ensuring that those odds never ever reach zero. Well, there's the Osirens in a nutshell, somehow managing to be the most put together and the most messed up of the created all at once. Who's next?
This place is coming like a ghost town. Bands won't play no more. Too much fighting on the dance floor.
The Olgan represent our first meaningful foray into the truly bizarre when it comes to the already strange world of Promethean the Created. Existing outside of the elemental humoral quartet, the Riven are our fifth element, representing Azoth's interference in the planes beyond our own, the Shadow and the Underworld. Before I refresh our memory on what those are, here's the origin of the Olgan. The Riven claim that their ancestry lies in the myths of the Turkic horse tribes of the Siberian steppe, citing the god Tengri as their original creator, whom they believe was, in actuality, a man, a powerful shaman known as a Karakam. According to the Fire's memory, Tengri believed that he had discovered a way to create a deathless servant using the power of the creatures that lie beyond the veil of our material existence. In order to do so, he sought out Olgan, a mortal man with an innate connection to the spiritual elements in question, and bound him, using his shamanic powers to send him into the twilight. Once he crossed over into the realm of ephemera, Olgan was torn to pieces by the spirits and ghosts that had been slavering over his essence-charged body, killing him and consuming his soul in the process of his dismemberment. When the remains of Olgan's body emerged from twilight, Tengri took the pieces and reassembled them, using the ectoplasm that now suffused his corpse as an adhesive. When he was finally complete, the energies of the outer planes awoke Olgan as a Promethean. Having been conscious during the torture visited upon him, and now knowing that he existed as a fractured being without a soul, Olgan was enraged beyond all reason, and used his newfound mastery over the spirit world to cast his creator Tengri into twilight, where the same fate was delivered unto him. When his corpse emerged, Olgan reformed the pieces of Tengri into a successor to his line, the Riven Promethean Erlik, and together the two fractured men listened to the howl of the wind on the steppe. Despite the original story being about creating a servant, Olgan are usually the result of someone looking for a bridge, a membrane to connect the worlds of the living and the dead, or for sight into the realm of animating spirits. Whether they're meant to eradicate aggressive haunts or quell a storm in the shadow, the Riven are usually wrenched from their graves with a grim purpose, and are often made from the corpses, or near enough, of psychics, mediums, and seventh sons. This deep and abiding connection with the occult gives the Olgan their defining archetype, which their collective memory identifies as shamans, a remnant of the traditions of the Karakam of Tengri's steppe. To create an Olgan, the supernaturally inclined body must be covered in plasm, the stuff of the Twilight world, which allows it to pass to the other side, seemingly out of existence, where it is torn apart by the things that dwell there. When it returns, like Tengri did to Olgan and Olgan to Tengri, the body must be reassembled, although the rents and cracks still remain, typically leaking ectoplasm or fog when their disfigurements show through. While it's still rare, Olgan are the type of Promethean most likely to result from the alchemical experimentations of other supernaturals, due to their ties both to the world of the dead and the world of the never-born. The experience of the Riven is fragmented. They bear multiple crosses, must take up multiple crusades. Their forms reflect this quality, with the imperfect medium of ectoplasm joining their bodies askew, cracked, twisted, mismatched, distorted. They look like a seance gone very, very wrong, and they often are. But as much as they are ghost and spirit... Wait, actually, lights up. Let's make this quick. I'm talking 3 sentences. Run it. Expanded lore as necessary for Olgans. When people die, they sometimes leave behind echoes of themselves. Ghosts who are either tied to the earth in twilight by fetters or resigned to the great below to await dissolution. These are ghosts, not spirits. The innate energies of all extant things produce a second world, a collective realm of resonance populated by strange beings shaped by the dominant functions of and beliefs about the objects and concepts that they mirror, and in turn shape them. An invisible push and pull dynamic between physical and metaphorical spanning— Wrap it up, Faulkner. Okay. Everything has an essence version of its real self in the shadow that feeds on resonance from the real and can also enter twilight to poke at the material world, often taking the shape of twisted monsters or worse. These are spirits, not ghosts. And the Olgan have to deal with them both. How messed up is that? Anyway, like I was saying, the children of Orpheus not only struggle with the Promethean condition in the pilgrimage, but the baggage of the Twilight realm. Like their cousins, who might find themselves compelled by their natures to love, labor, and study, the Olgan come into the world with a purpose, albeit a much stranger one than most. All of a Riven's life, they will deal with the fact that they see dead people, as well as the more abstract manifestations of spirits, and that they will often be expected to interface with them, make some sense of their wants and needs, and if need be, exercise them. While this is a big responsibility, most Olgan eventually find themselves suited to the work of shamanism, since it is, after all, what they were born to do. Like the other lines, the trick is actually the balancing act, engaging with the things you were meant for while simultaneously working to transcend the limiting nature of your purpose. Their ectoplasmic humor makes the Olgan deeply intuitive, prone to going with the flow or going with their gut, whichever seems like it would do the most good at the time. They tend to see the big picture, and rarely get bogged down in the moment-to-moment details of mundane reality, as their concerns are almost always half on the other side, and the whispering of its occupants. While their spiritual, instinctive natures sometimes seem to make the Riven distractible and inconsistent to the eyes of outsiders, they also typically possess a great deal of self-awareness, making their torment all the more tragic. When tormented, the flaring of the ectoplasm within the Olgan causes them to begin thinking like a spirit or ghost, aligning them more with their twilight half than their Promethean whole, while a stable Olgan practices their border arts on a case-by-case basis, examining the pros and cons of allowing any given ethereal being to pursue their needs and dissuading them when necessary. One in torment will surrender to the temptation to give the spirits and ghosts whatever they want. When trapped in this state, the created in question begins viewing themselves as a humble ambassador to higher powers, rather than as a line of defense against beings that usually do not know best. In addition to allying themselves more with the creatures of Twilight, a tormented Riven will begin taking on the characteristics of these entities, as their spiritual intuition gives way to the strange compulsions, routines, and mores of the other world, and even when they know it's happening, they still can't stop. The element of spirit and the humor of ectoplasm cause the Olgan to create wastelands where hauntings and spiritual manifestations become the norm, and people become troubled by the urges of those behind the veil of seeming. Their first bestowment is Twilight Fluidity, which lets them harness the power of their mutable plasm to pursue sensitive objectives without distraction, flowing like a ghost and achieving easier exceptional successes on certain finesse-based roles. Their second bestowment is Ephemeral Flesh, with some Riven possessing the ability to not only see but reach into Twilight bodily, perceiving phenomena on the other side as easily as physical ones with a small expenditure of pyros, and letting them touch and be touched by the intangible, if only for a short while. And that's the story of the Odd Men Out, the shamans on the periphery of Promethean culture that nevertheless serve to bind the other lineages together like so much dripping ectoplasm. Yuck. Next up, so far, we've examined Prometheans as a type of supernatural being usually constructed from the dead bodies of one or more humans, given new life by the divine fire and the obsessive dream of a demiurge. I also discussed constructs, rare edge cases where unique Prometheans could be made primarily of inorganic materials but still definitively belong to the previous 5 heritages of flesh, like a Frankenstein made of chopped cars or a Tammuz made from adobe and bone. The unfleshed defy all of these previous trends and categories, existing instead as a distinct lineage of fully artificial beings given true life by Azoth. Their very name provides an early insight into their nature. Unfleshed, defined via lack, by difference, by what they are not rather than what they are. This negative bias informs much of the manufactured's group psychology and also points to their unique origins, with all of the paradoxical baggage these processes entail. So, standing beneath the quartet and acting as an ultra-mundane counterpart to the ontologically supernatural Ulgan are the Unfleshed. The Unfleshed come about when an inorganic humanoid, something with 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, and a function, is either created or modified with the intensity and passion associated with the typical Genesis process. The Unfleshed have a strong association with the concepts of purpose and perfection. There's usually an element of the sublime in their creation or modification. There are other fortune-telling robots, but this one will be the best ever. You've heard of coffee-making robots, but you've never seen one like this before, with 2 arms and 2 legs and all. Often the first disquiet stems from the perfect machine messily breaking free from the strictures of its original design, disturbing their creator to no end. The first misconception to clear up, that the Unfleshed, as a lineage, are young. They are not. This comes from the common assumption that all Unfleshed must be derived from robots or automata, more recent developments in the field of artificial humans. In reality, the Unfleshed have been around for as long as man has been making facsimiles of himself from the things of this earth, although, as the book states, whether the first was a statue, a scarecrow, or a little wooden boy, the story of their common ancestor has been lost to time. The Unfleshed have always been here, so they claim, representing the apotheosis of mankind's obsession with tools, stemming from the urge to create a tool in your own image, a representation of a human designed to serve human needs. And so yes, in the ever-advancing modern landscape of human-shaped objects, the Unfleshed take more forms than ever, but don't assume they're new just because they're shiny now. I mean, there's even theories that they were the first, the true Inhumans striving to become human, that all of the other lines are corruptions and permutations of their rituals using the mechanisms of the human body rather than gears and wires. An Unfleshed can languish inanimate for some time before being tinkered with, adjusted, or modified in some way that calls down Azoth and quickens it. Not every mannequin straight off the assembly line possesses the correct resonance, but sometimes, after a couple decades in the dusty window of a local tailor shop, someone comes along and changes something, puts a missing piece where it belongs, and creates life. This change, this awakening, can occur in both human-shaped objects with absolutely no internal mechanisms or methods of false cognition, like a crash test dummy, or in fully realized robots with some measure of artificial personality, which is then supernaturally transmuted into a true consciousness by the divine fire. Whatever the case, where once there was darkness, perhaps a whisper of man-made cognition, there's now light and life, and like all the other lineages, the Unfleshed has to figure out what to do about it. While the manufactured come in a variety of forms, they have a few consistent characteristics. The first, as I mentioned, is a human body plan. This is okay, this is not. Good, bad. The next is that they had a function at one time, which they'll continue to be adept at even if they achieve the new dawn. The Scarecrow gardens and preserves crops. The crash test dummy takes risks so that others don't have to, soaking up hits and popping up smiling. The chess automaton plays chess and other games of skill. And the sexbot, well, it's probably going to have sex, at least on occasion. These roles, and their initially unthinking adherence to them, is part of what makes an Unfleshed Unfleshed. They aren't human, not even residually. They come from a world of binaries, yes and no, black and white, open and shut. A world of tools and their purposes, making the messy contradictions of human existence initially jarring, with the slightest deviation from their preferred routines and protocols resulting in severe inflammations of their strange humors. Speaking of which, their humor and element is oil, which causes them to exhibit the best and worst qualities of technology and the societies it enables. They're usually good at problem solving, provided that the problems are discrete and specific. They often strive for the best outcome, and consider many possible courses of action before committing to a plan. In their fields of interest, which grow rapidly as they learn about the world, they are meticulous, focused, and extremely competent. While outside of their areas of expertise, they are quick to capitulate, easy to frustrate, and prone to self-sabotage. Being new to the experience of emotion, they often fall into the trap of suppressing their feelings, attempting to subvert what they perceive as threats to their objectivity and rationality. This behavior typically leads to torment in one of two ways, either by reaching a breaking point where they explode and act out their repressed feelings in a cavalcade of physical violence like the masterless tools they are, or by successfully distancing themselves from their emotionality, draining them of feeling and reverting them temporarily to the lobotomized mechanical state they originated in, both mistakes they invariably regret when they return to normal. This dichotomy of chaotic malfunction versus excessive obedience, the runaway train versus the subhuman machine, defines their worst days, and is usually brought about via external versus internal pressures, with others pushing the unfleshed into a meltdown and their own expectations driving them to lose their spark of humanity. The solution, of course, is to feel each emotion as they come, without attempting to suppress them, although this is often easier said than done. Indeed, for an unfleshed to cross the great river of difference and become human, they must recognize that emotions are a threat to their rationality and objectivity, and embrace them anyway if they want to become more than their function, more than the inanimate object they started as. The first unfleshed bestowment is Heart of Steel, which gives the manufactured greater control over their internal realities, letting them reprogram and reinterpret the way their bodies respond to social stimuli on the fly. Whenever a social action would result in a condition being taken by the unfleshed, they may opt to instead receive a condition of their own choosing. This allows them to experience reality on their own terms, letting them, for example, choose to be inspired by a scathing critique of their competence rather than ashamed. This also reflects the unfleshed's alien attitude toward their emotions in general, which is their primary disconnect from humanity. Their second bestowment is The Soul is in the Software, a name that has entirely too many words in it and probably should have been like Software Soul or something. This gift allows the unfleshed to distill and sequester the greater portion of their Azoth into a small part of their body, which, due to their mechanical nature, they can then deploy away from themselves. This mobile, modular fraction contains the Prometheans' consciousness and personality, and can persist even if their original form is destroyed, so long as they can find or create a new artificial body to install themselves into at a later date. Okay, with that done, we have at last reached the end of the stable modern lineages. Take a look, folks. These are the 6 Promethean dynasties, the Fire's myriad children, existing in this configuration since the usurpation of the Amirani by the Frankenstein in 1816. But there's still one more category to go, one more branch on the family tree before we move on to bigger and better things.
One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one.
The Matchless aren't like other Prometheans. They aren't like anyone, actually, not even each other. That's kind of the whole point. So far, we've been talking about lineages, groups of the created united by shared traits and origins and possessing a collective well of memory powered by Azoth. While Prometheanhood is often lonely, and a member of the 6 lines could potentially go years at a time without encountering another of their spiritual siblings, all of them at least are innately aware that others like them exist. Even if they've never met one, they can sense their counterparts in the world and in their bodies, can feel their peers urging them forward through their shared connection. The extempore have no such assurances. Indeed, they, by their very nature, have the opposite guarantee, that they are terribly unique and horrifically alone. All of this to say that the Matchless are not a lineage, not in the sense that we've been discussing. Rather than being a family, related by shared experience and similar natures, they're grouped together because they're the odd men out. Extempore simply means anyone we can't fit into the framework of the 6 lineages. I mean, did you really think that an interplanetary tier embodiment of change and metamorphosis was going to be satisfied by manifesting within a discrete number of fixed categories? Since each extempore is so different from everyone else they share the name with, the easiest way to go about explaining them is probably to wrap up the in-universe explanation for them and then start on their meta. The fire is chaos, and it's constantly pushing into the real in ways that defy categorization and understanding. It's what it does. And as it turns out, one of these ways is by embodying itself in flesh in response to natural disasters, freak accidents, interference in typical generation rights by external influences, and other cosmic coincidences and one in a millions. Every matchless is, by definition, unique. They come into the world as one of ones, singularities, God's own prototypes. They are high-powered mutants never even considered for mass production, too weird to live and too rare to die. This is their first pillar. Let's do a couple examples to see what I mean. One extempore in the book is named Anthony. He's the result of an abused child's fervent prayer to the universe to give him a big brother, someone to protect him from his alcoholic parents and guide him through life. Essentially an imaginary friend made real, Anthony remained corporeal long enough to ensure his younger brother and creator was taken away from his parents by Child Protective Services, and now splits his time between the real world and the dreams of sleeping mortals, the stuff from whence he came, searching for a way to become human so that he can finally raise his brother himself. Another is Ben Gera, an extempore born from a pyros-charged corpse disgorged by the desert during a massive earthquake. His body is dry, cracked, and jaundiced, resembling the earth from whence he came. His voice is the shifting of the sands, and his shout the rumbling crash of tectonics. He has no creator beyond the desert himself, and there exists on Earth no master who could ever tame the power of his sandstorm wastelands. Another common, as much as anything about them can be said to be common, type of extempore are ones who might have been more traditional Prometheans if they were not created or interfered with by different supernaturals. Imagine, for example, the result of a werewolf pack attempting to revive a fallen wolf-blooded comrade using Olgan creation rites. Rather than bringing him back to life as the pack would have wanted, or producing a riven Promethean as would have been typical, the unfortunate individual in question might be dragged all the way across the gauntlet into the Hesil rather than just into Twilight, and be torn apart by loons. Once returned to the real, the pack would find that their Uratha heritage tainted the ritual, turning their friend into Broken Wolf, an extempore possessing multiple passenger spirits at any time, and forced to deal with the inconvenience of individual pieces of their fractured body transforming into their wolf counterpart at random, on top of all the typical Promethean problems. Or imagine the result of an Ordo Dracul experiment involving Frankenstein creation rites, a mad Mechat alchemist stitching together a patchwork body of murder victims drained completely of their blood. See the mechanical heart, designed to fill up the body with the vampire's own life force to quicken his offspring, and watch as Azoth's saturated lightning alters the device into an engine capable of refining vitae into pyros. Behold the sallow, skulking Promethean, capable of employing both the blood tricks of a vampire and the alchemy of a Promethean. See how he is hunted by the kindred as a dangerous abomination, and shunned by the created for his unnatural abilities. These 4 ideas are just a taste of the unique flavor that extempore can bring to a Promethean game, or indeed any of the game lines, what with the other supernatural effects category and all. I could literally come up with examples all day, but there's more yet to do, so let's push onward. So, on a meta level, if they're all unique, how do the extempore work exactly? At the end of the day, it's actually fairly simple. First, you come up with a character concept that works with the general theming of Promethean, but doesn't match any existing lineage too closely, and then you come up with unique versions of all the traits that make a Promethean a Promethean. This means that you have to devise a humor and an element that this humor might be tied to, like the humor of sand and the element of broken earth for Ben Gera, and then decide how these often highly abstract concepts will go on to inform other traits, namely the nature of their wasteland, torment, disquiet, and unique bestowments. It's also common for an extempore to have some characteristics from established lineages. like the humor of blood for a vampire-inspired Prome. Although if they do, you can be sure that they'll express these humors in their own unique way, bringing to bear strange new configurations of the typical sanguine attitude, for example. In-universe, the extempore represent the wild cards of the created. Even their cousins, strange as they are themselves, don't quite know what to make of them. The best they can hope for is that other Promies look past their fundamental wrongness and accept them for who they are, as they must all do for each other anyway. But at worst, it's possible they could be rejected by their peers and end up totally and utterly alone for quite some time. This brings me to the other central feature of the extempore, and it's one that I have mixed feelings on. Remember what I said about the other lineages being able to feel their siblings cheering them on, spurring them forward, giving them advice and hints? That's Azothic memory. You remember Azothic memory, right? The inbuilt network of knowledge transmitted to every Promethean through Pyros? Well, as you might recall, that connection is between members of lineages, not all Prometheans in general, meaning that, since the extempore are all individual lineages of one, they have no connection to Azothic memory. This is the great albatross around the neck of the Matchless. Not only are they alone in the world, having no Promethean creator to speak of, they're alone on a metaphysical level, on a spiritual level that even the most broken Frankenstein or spaced-out Olgan couldn't relate to. They have no guiding light, no Greek chorus, no conscience to save them from themselves. Now, I want to say something here, because I think that this decision to take Azothic memory from extempore players is interesting and introduces a lot of wrinkles. First of all, I think that it's fundamentally designed to be a deterrent, to keep every single player at the table from coming up with their own special snowflake matchless and completely throwing off the balance and flavor of the soup, I mean the game. But it's also worth noting that this deterrent used to be way more severe in 1st edition, where it was heavily suggested that no extempore had ever or perhaps could ever achieve the great work, because back in 1st edition, you specifically needed to create another Promethean before you could become human, and it was considered basically impossible for an extemp to do that, because it would mean they were replicable and the beginning of a new stable lineage. This dynamic has been changed in 2E, because now the Multiplicatio milestone in the Saturn and Night, don't worry, I'll explain what that all means later, has been modified to make teaching complex refinements and guiding a younger Promethean along their pilgrimage a valid replacement for the process of creating a new Promethean to replace yourself, which, like I said, used to be the only way to move on and become a person. This means that now the extempore have almost as clear a path to humanity as any of the other lineages, since it's actually physically possible for them to undergo the steps required. With that said, the odds are still against the lonely ones. Azothic memory is beyond instrumental in attaining the New Dawn, and to operate without it is to operate with a severe handicap that an individual might not even be aware that they can fix. That's the next thing to discuss. The book presents one situation in which an extempore could gain access to Azothic memory, namely being a part of a branded throng. Well, that's a pretty elegant solution, all things considered. The Matchless gets to piggyback off the energy of their peers, getting some context for their existence in a process the book compares to reading over their shoulders. At the end of the day, it could be worse. But I'm going to propose an additional way that extempore could tap into Azothic memory, in case you're in the rare but possible situation of playing one that cannot or will not join a branded throng. In PTC, there are magical artifacts charged with Pyros and inscribed by Promethean intention known as Athenors, which do a lot of different things but typically serve as repositories of knowledge. One type, Jovian Athenors, are essentially containers for all of their makers' suffering, allowing them to offload some of their emotional burden into an object that attracts Pandorans, creates wastelands, and stirs up disquiet and torment. Needless to say, any Promethean that makes one of these is in dire straits. Now, in the base game, it's possible for another created to clear a Jovian Athenor by interacting with it and taking on the baggage left behind by its maker, an arduous process that involves living these experiences, internalizing the feelings that were so damaging to their original host that they had to be completely abandoned, and coming to terms with them. Clearing a Jovian Athenor has several benefits to the original creator, the Good Samaritan who took responsibility for it, and to the environment it was originally placed in. But I'm here to suggest one more that I think is directly in line with the game's philosophy. It's my opinion and house rule that if an extempore clears a Jovian Athanor taking on the burden of one of their cousins despite their own unique hardships, they should be rewarded by gaining a degree of access to Azothic memory, sharing the connection of the Athanor's original creator, at least until they make one of their own. I think this works as a really good way to still keep the initial deterrent and difficulties of matchless existence intact, while simultaneously providing a road toward redemption and relative normalcy through effort, which is in line with both the general philosophy of the game and the decrease in impossibility of the extempore condition between editions. Anyway, that's my 2 cents, and just about all I have to say about the extempore, my beloved freaks of nature. Couple things before we leave this incredibly long chapter behind. One that's worth mentioning is that throughout the course of that whole thing, I did a lot of generalization, a lot of assigning the lineages sort of static personalities. Galateans are like this, Nepri are like that, and so on. Usually I dislike this sort of class as personality thing on principle. It's one of the weirder bits of old D&D with stuff like alignments, and it's also the primary reason I prefer Requiem's broader, looser clans to Masquerade's very specific and niche ones, what with their intense pre-characterization. Here, I think there's actually a reason for it, and a way around it, and I like it quite a bit. In the case of PTC, you can think of a lineage's personality as being something like a default state for that kind of Promethean. A stereotype representing the least specialized, least differentiated point of origin. This means, as you learn more things about who your Promethean is, deciding what they like and don't like, what they believe in, gaining experiences and alembics, you move them further from the base state, from the stereotype. So while the lineages might seem prescriptive, this actually only affects where you start, where you fall to when your better judgment fails. The goal is to use them as a yardstick to see how much your Promethean has evolved, how much more they are like a fully fledged human being than a static silhouette. Anyway, just something I found interesting. Moving on. Actually, I have less to say in this section than I thought. Well, I guess I did cover it pretty thoroughly. Yeah, the 6 modern lineages, extempore, constructs. Perfect. Not forgetting anyone. Fine. Jesus Christ. But you gotta wait a second, okay? I have other stuff I want to do first.
Change like the wind, like the water, like skin. Change like the sky, like the leaves.
Okay, so in a normal one of these videos, which there's only one of so far, the vampire one, this is where I'd put the social groups, the secret societies of the monsters in question. Covenants for kindred, tribes for werewolves, courts for changelings, and so on. They've almost all got them, these overarching organizations that help give meaning and structure to the lives of the supernaturals. Not so with Prometheans. Remember way back when I said there was probably no more than 100 of these guys on Earth at any one time, give or take? I didn't really explain why that was the case back then, but I bet by now you have a pretty good idea. For starters, promes are super hard to make more of, since failures in the genesis process are common and often highly dangerous. Second, when you do manage to beat the odds and create new life, that life form is basically a walking natural disaster that drives people insane just by talking to them. This constant external danger, plus the internal strife of being born with severe personality disorders and chronic pain, makes propagation a touchy part of Promethean culture, being viewed at best as a solemn affair requiring intense soul-searching by the would-be genitor before they impart their condition onto another. Third, the entire point of created existence is to search for the end state of said existence, seeking out a way to become human and leave their Prometheanity behind. This means that their numbers are always threatening to dwindle even further as pilgrims find the path and pursue it to a point of departure, in almost the complete opposite fashion of creatures like vampires, who seek to prolong their existence for as long as possible. And finally, for a variety of reasons that'll be explored later, lots of people and other entities really want to destroy and dismember Prometheans, which promotes scarcity and encourages their fly-by-night lifestyles of loneliness. It's been said many times, many ways, and I'm saying it again. Prometheans are rare. They are designed to be rare. I will brook no argument, no dissent, no alternate history where there's a being with a nuclear reactor inside its intestines around every corner, and they go to Prometheans Anonymous meetings or have a secret order that runs the world's power plants or any of that kind of stuff. Tell 'em, Frakes.
It's false. No way. Not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction.
This is now officially a tangent and probably wasn't the best way to begin this chapter, but as you can probably tell, I'm very passionate about this stuff, and at this point in the script, I've effectively pivoted to attempting to put down into words every single thing I've ever thought or felt about this game, because it's not getting any shorter, and I might as well take the opportunity while it's here. Anyway, I was saying something about their rarity. Well, that rarity precludes the kind of social orders that usually supply the splats with special powers and guiding lights, things that Prometheans definitely still need and get instead through the Refinements. The Refinements are a set of 10 lifeways, philosophies, paths, and power clusters divided into 5 simple and 5 complex, the former being innately learnable on one's own and the latter requiring a teacher or material guide to take on. Each refinement has 2 shared umbrella abilities with 4 permutations each, a unique worldview, and 3 roles for a Promethean to master, each representing a facet of the human experience and teaching them how to live as that type of person. They are agents of transformation and metamorphosis, as taking them on physically changes one's internal alchemy and rewires their cognition, reshaping the created into forms that better suit their new philosophy. The refinements and their roles are answers to the question posed by the pilgrimage, and are as complex as any social group, if not more so, possessing tons of little intricacies. They could easily fill their own video, and not a short one either, but in the interest of this project literally ever getting completed, I've made the decision to really breeze through them, knock wood, and I'm going to be relying on the format to carry me through describing their differences as efficiently as possible. Also, since there's 10 of them, I can't put a song for every single one, or I'd be even deeper in copyright hell than I already am, so look in the description for a link to my Promethean Spotify playlist if you need more tunes. Okay, that's plenty of chatter. Let's first get into our simple refinements, the paths innately illuminated for every one of the Fire's children. Originists, followers of the Source, are Prometheans who care deeply about being Prometheans. Leaden pilgrims know that to transcend their condition, they must first understand it, and so concern themselves with the finer points of their own strange nature. Rather than being content to simply use their powers and endure their burdens, Originists instead study these effects and their sources, seeking to better themselves and others with their knowledge. A seasoned Originist often acts as a historian and a record keeper, cataloging the exploits and traits of the pilgrims they come across to use as instructional materials, while many young Prometheans stumble into Plumbum in the hopes of first understanding themselves, that they might eventually relate to others. The roles of Plumbum are Chronicler, Ascetic, and Pilgrim, which compel them to chart the paths of themselves and others through their journeys, and to isolate themselves from humanity in favor of the company of other Prometheans. The greatest strength of the Leaden ones is their intimate knowledge of their condition, their ability to look at a protean pseudo-soul made of the universal embodiment of chaotic change and say, "I've got your number. I know how to control you. I understand it now." Their greatest weakness is believing that this is enough, for knowledge without works will always be dead. Followers of Lead gain access to the transmutations Saturninus and Disquietism, which have the alembics. Actually, let's just get this over with real fast. If you're only listening right now, you might want to look at your screen because there's going to be some helpful stuff going on there. Refinements give the created that follow them access to 2 transmutations, baseline changes to their supernatural physiology and internal alchemy that can manifest a bunch of different powers. Some transmutations are shared among the refinements, and some are unique, but no 2 refinements have the exact same set of transformations. Transmutations are further subdivided into 4 alembics, narrower expressions of the core concept. For example, the lead refinement gives access to the disquietism transmutation, which has the alembics externalize, manipulating wastelands, internalize, reducing disquiet, redirect, deflecting disquiet, and weaponize, utilizing disquiet. Each of these 4 alembics, coming down from the transmutation, has their own subdivisions. You start out with access to only 1 alembic for each transmutation, but by completing the roles of your refinement, you can unlock more alembics, up to all 4 when you complete all 3 roles. There are then 4 effects that branch off of each alembic, starting with 1 passive free effect followed by a series of 3 increasingly powerful expressions of this core ability called distillations, that can be charged up by the Promethean at any time. You can calcify alembics so that when you switch refinements, you retain access to that alembic even if you aren't... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. That's crunch. Read the book. We're having a certified read the book moment. Long story short, each refinement gives you 2 transmutations that have a menu of 4 alembics each. You express a number of these alembics, which have a scalable set of 4 abilities coming off of them called distillations, which sort of function as your moment-to-moment supernatural powers. One last time, say it with me. Refinement, then transmutation, then alembic, then distillation. Not so hard. Anyway, like I was saying, followers of lead gain access to the disquietism and Saturninus transmutations. Disquietism has the alembics externalize, manipulating wastelands, internalize, reducing disquiet, redirect, deflecting disquiet, and weaponize, utilizing disquiet. Saturninus has the alembics heed the call, mastery of Azothic radiance, plumb the fathoms, mastery of Azothic memory, stoke the furnace, becoming the platonic ideal of the created, and prime the vessel, direct manipulation of the Promethean body. These descriptions, by the way, are pulled directly from the book because they're too short and efficient for me to paraphrase. With these skills, Originists are able to use their extensive self-knowledge to manipulate how their Promethean traits affect those around them, and to generally make themselves the best created they can be. Now let's take a look at a refinement whose practitioners would sooner forget that they were Promethean at all. Mimics, students of mortality, are Prometheans who attempt to learn the ins and outs of humanity by living among them and by mirroring them as closely as possible. This might seem like an obvious method of advancement that all created would attempt to employ, but the truth is that many are not up to the challenge of actually integrating themselves with those they hope to one day join, what with the ever-present threats of disquiet and torment. Golden pilgrims are courageous enough to place themselves in the greatest risk-reward position of any of the simple refinements, putting themselves directly in the path of human cruelty for the chance to experience the transformative power of human love firsthand, before their great work is complete. Mimics are the quintessential strangers in a strange land, tourists capable of blending in almost seamlessly, of getting so close to people on their mortal internships that they almost believe for a second that they are what they pretend to be, before the truth comes rushing back in. A golden pilgrim's greatest strength is empathy, their ability to truly understand what humans think and how they feel, which, along with their other talents, makes them indispensable for other promes as negotiators and ambassadors to the human world. Their greatest weakness is their capacity for self-delusion, that they're all too capable of believing their own lies and estimating themselves as far more human than they are, with potentially disastrous consequences. The roles of Gold are companion, follower, and leader, which challenge them to form equal, subservient, and superior relationships to individuals or groups of human beings. The first transmutation of Gold is deception. Its 4 alembics are anonymity, being overlooked, assimilation, blending into crowds, doppelganger, imitating another, and watcher, remaining unseen. The second transmutation of gold is mesmerism. Its alembics are phobos, invoking fear, eros, creating devotion, eris, causing confusion, and penthos, eroding self-worth. By using these transmutations, mimics can blend in with humanity, disguising themselves and tweaking the emotions of those around them. But take care, because even the simplest, most innocent-sounding alembics can be incredibly destructive in the wrong contexts. Next is the path of the body, as opposed to that of the persona. Titans walk the path of corpus, viewing the body as a sacred vessel that must be primed for the glorious eventuality of containing a human soul. To this end, they seek to constantly make themselves tougher, stronger, and more willing to endure. On the Iron Road, challenges are not just meant to be met and overcome, they're to be sought out or carefully crafted for oneself and companions. To a Ferric pilgrim, every experience can and should be conceptualized as a test of their mettle, a means of self-improvement. It should come as no surprise, then, that Ferrum's philosophy embraces the suffering native to the Promethean condition as just another vector for personal growth, and preaches that this suffering can be overcome through dedication, hard work, and the pursuit of resilience, both physical and mental. To a Titan, pain is, very literally, weakness leaving the body, the slag being pulled from the iron which will be forged into steel. Their greatest strength is their strength, there's no two ways about it. This, of course, makes their greatest weakness their self-reliance, their unwillingness to ask for help, either out of a not uncommon pig-headedness, or a more philosophical refusal to taint their efforts, whichever theory you prefer. This stubbornness can manifest in dangerously reckless configurations, and tends to make an immature Titan's strength as much of a liability as it is an asset to their throng. The roles of Iron are Martyr, Exemplar, and Soldier, connecting to themes of endurance, pushing one's allies, and fighting to exist that shape the refinement as a whole. Ferrum's first transmutation is Corporeum, which contains the alembics Carites, fine muscular control, Zephyrus, reaction time, Hygeus, control of pain and resilience, and Modus, speed and movement. The second transmutation is Vitality, with the alembics Unbowed, shrugging off attempts at control, Unbroken, resilience, Unconquered, feats of strength, and Unfettered, breaking free of restraints. The purpose of these transmutations in alembic should be self-evident in the context of Ferrum's ideology and general modus operandi. Titans walk the earth seeking the challenge whose conquest will finally give them the strength, the power, the physical revelation that allows them to make the ultimate upgrade to humanity, and the transmutations assist them to that end. Now from the body to the ego. The pariahs walk the lonely road, learning the lessons of the self in measured solitude. Copper pilgrims have one of the stranger paths to enlightenment of the simple refinements, choosing to develop their character by retreating from the chaos and confusion of cooperative existence, keeping to themselves so that they might enhance and improve the individual that emerges when no one else is watching. Although the refinement of Copper is certainly about the practitioner, requiring meditation on the internal landscape to develop self-awareness, it also encourages heightened external perception through mindfulness and detached observation of other beings. The roles of Cuprum are key to understanding the ways that a pariah interacts with their throngmates and the world at large, or rather, the ways they don't. The hermit retreats from the insanity of the world to recalibrate and reevaluate. This process is a metamorphosis. The practitioner isolates themselves for periods of time to digest what they have learned in the world, to actually gain insight instead of just stimulus, and when they're done, they emerge changed. The sage is an intense and mysterious teacher who designs puzzles and tests for those he would share his knowledge with, hiding out in the far reaches and egging on other pilgrims to find them in order to dispense his wisdom to worthy recipients. The Watcher is the ultimate sentry, using their unmatched observational skills and powers of concealment to protect themselves and their allies, scouting ahead, standing guard, knowing every backdoor and vulnerability of their current hidey holes and haunts, so that no force of evil could hope to corner or capture their friends. Combining these together should give you a basic understanding of how a pariah functions, standing on the sidelines to better see the big picture, even if this sometimes makes them seem strange and cold. The greatest strength of a Copper Pilgrim is their patience, their willingness to wait and see, their refusal to believe they know everything there is to know. This patience flows into their observational skills and acts as the true power source for the work that they do. Their greatest weakness is that they risk isolating themselves too completely, severing their tethers to the world and thus eliminating the core reasons that they have for doing what they do. For if you're truly alone in the world, why bother observing anyone, teaching anyone, protecting anyone? Copper's first transmutation is Metamorphosis, which has the alembics Aptare, the ability to adapt to the environment, Bestiae Facies, changing into animal-like forms, Tejere, the ability to create armor due to shapeshifting, and Verdo, the ability to change appearance. These alembics relate to the metamorphic nature of the Copper condition, the fact that for many, Cuprum is a transitional state that allows them to internalize lessons and prepare themselves for even greater challenges in the near future, which endows their refinement with the resonance required for shapeshifting. Additionally, these transformations are indispensable in a survivalist capacity for the often itinerant pariah. Their second transmutation is Sensorium, which has the alembics Vitreous Humor, discerning visual frequencies beyond human sight, Receptive Humor, expanding the ability to process sensory information, Stereo Humor, perceiving the wavelengths of thought and mind, and Somatic Humor, improving mundane senses to superhuman levels. These abilities are more straightforward in that they literalize and support the pariah's quest to observe and understand, and facilitate a far greater level of situational awareness than they would otherwise have access to. Together, their transmutations make the pariahs the ultimate trackers, sentries, and survivalists. Now, the final simple refinement. The Furies are students of torment, walking the razor's edge of total psychological collapse to gain access to arguably the most powerful abilities in the Promethean repertoire, and learn lessons from the most painful emotions in the affective spectrum. Where many of the other refinements involve careful study and thoughtful consideration, observing and reporting on the path's considerations almost academically, Tin is all about catharsis, venting, and raw feeling. Stanum also has the unique distinction of being the only refinement that can be swapped to instantaneously with no preparation by the Promethean, since Torment is always boiling just beneath the surface, ready to explode. Torment is a hurricane of negative emotion, and Furies commit to surfing the shitstorm, attempting to exert a measure of control and map purpose onto otherwise meaningless suffering. This is the Furies' greatest strength. Their ability to make the searing, jagged, emotional byproducts of their existence into something useful, learning from the worst their condition has to offer, and leaving no experience wasted on the winding road of the pilgrimage. But, as you could probably guess, this insistence on playing with fire is also their greatest weakness. Torment is still torment, whether you're in control or not, and it's all too easy for even seasoned Furies to lose sight of their tethers, leading to potentially devastating consequences. The first role of Tin is Outcast, a pariah-adjacent emphasis that fully embraces the traditional position of Prometheans outside the social order, and attempts to learn lessons from the disenfranchised, with the Fury finding their place among the refuse piles that house the rest of humanity's misunderstood boogeymen. The second role is Savage, an aggressive, inflammatory ethos that seeks to gain understanding of the human condition through creating the circumstances of their struggles. This is a fancy way of saying that you're learning about how to become human through terrorizing humans, learning what humans fear, what they hate, how distrust, paranoia, and violence can tear a community apart. If this sounds like it's insane, it's because it kind of is. But the thing is that tin is all about capitalizing on bad shit you would have been doing anyway. The savage role, and tin in a more general sense, is about knowing that you're gonna snap and flooring it with both hands on the wheel, trying to glean as much productive information as you can while in the throes of monstrosity. The ideal savage only breaks once, allowing their rage to pass over and through them and turning the inner eye to see its path. When it's over, the torment will have gone, and only the fury will remain, hopefully with a powerful, once-in-a-lifetime lesson learned. The third role of Stanum is the vigilante, a shadowy figure who turns their violent torment upon the hateful and the wicked, vowing to protect some disenfranchised population or wronged individual, and meting their terrible justice upon those they deem truly deserving of their ire. Although this is certainly the most heroic of the three tin roles, the vindictive nature of the retribution wrought by the Fury is often gruesome to behold, and practitioners must be careful that the punishment doesn't outweigh the original crime, lest they lose their way. The transmutations of tin are disquietism and electrification. The first, disquietism, is shared with lead, and has all of the same alembics, with the expectation that a Fury would express the inflammatory elements rather than the suppressive ones, making disquiet worse rather than better. The electrification transmutation has the alembics machinus, control over fine electrical flow and influence over electronics, arc, aggressive electrical discharge, oscillatus, electromagnetic pulses, and imperatus, control over gross electrical flow, as in Promethean healing. Using these abilities, Furies gain an unparalleled measure of control over electricity, the physical embodiment of Pyros, and are capable of disrupting and controlling electronics, magnets, powerful grounded charges, and yes, shooting lightning bolts from their fingertips. All things that help them on their sojourns into the darker side of the human psyche. And with that, we've wrapped up our 5 simple refinements innate to the Promethean condition. Before we move on, I'll say one more thing about all of these as a collective. I think that the best way to understand the refinements and how they function as a category is to think of each one as the study of a particular relationship, the relationship between the pilgrim and another entity or concept. For lead, it's the pilgrim's relationship to their own Prometheanity. Gold, the pilgrim's relationship to humanity. Iron is the pilgrim's relationship to their physical body and its limitations. Copper is the pilgrim's relationship to themselves, their ego, their own mind in contrast to those that surround them, and tin is the pilgrim's relationship to their pain, their fury, their hate. I think that keeping in mind the relationship angle, the self meeting something else and studying it, will be helpful as we encounter the more esoteric complex refinements. Next up. The sentries walk the path of aid, swearing to put others before themselves, to protect, guide, and serve, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Bronze is primarily about the relationship between the pilgrim and their throng, but can manifest anywhere that the bronze pilgrim finds themselves needed, and is willing to sacrifice to meet that need. Also, before you start, the bronze refinement is not a mix between copper and tin. It doesn't work that way. Put it out of your mind, take it at face value, etc. Anyway, the roles of bronze are the bodyguard, who puts themselves between their charge and anything that might harm them, the servant, who looks after and facilitates the general well-being of those they care for, and the seeker, which I think would be more aptly named the therapist. They take on the emotional burdens of their charges and advise them on courses of action, guiding them along the spiritual pilgrimage as well as the physical one. Now, you might be thinking, why is helping others, helping my friends, a complex refinement? Isn't mutualism kind of a foundational element of being in a throng in the first place? So what makes bronze so special that you can't figure it out on your own? Well, first, I would say that while you're right about throngs, the pilgrimage isn't as inherently unselfish as you might think. After all, these are beings who spend an inordinate amount of time looking out for number one through incredible hardship, thinking primarily about their own needs, their own desires, their own fears, goals, etc., before they even meet anyone similar to themselves, and old habits die hard. So yes, while Promes do cooperate when possible, there's also a very strong individualist streak burnt into these creatures, making Ace more alien than you might expect. And second, Bronze isn't actually about mutualism, it's about alternate hierarchies. Sentries lead by following, demonstrate strength and submission, and temporarily put their own needs on hold to help their fellow created. And for Prometheans, who are unused to compassion in all of its forms, this is a big deal. The Sentry's greatest strength is their ability to make others better. A single Bronze Pilgrim, if given enough time and patience, can bring an entire throng from the brink of catastrophe to the edge of the new dawn, with nothing besides their will and unfailing dedication to their peers. However, their greatest weakness is their tendency to forget that they too are pilgrims and must still progress their own journey. For some, Ace is a way to dull the pain, to lose oneself in another's problems when yours seem too large to bear. But at some point, even the most stalwart sentry must move on and begin to attempt to help themselves. The first transmutation of Bronze is Benefice, which enhances the bonds between a group of Prometheans and is divided into the alembics Command, Improve Throng Teamwork, Community, Sharing of Pyros and Transmutations among Throng, Consortium, Throng Telepathy, and Control, increase Throng's defenses when fighting together. The second transmutation is Corporeum, which it shares with Ferrum. This is the one that makes you faster, more agile, and better at taking hits, all things that help you protect your people, enduring and evading so they don't need to. Next up. The mystics seek out the other, the creatures that stalk the human race from the shadows, attempting to understand the nature of humanity by examining its dark mirrors. The path of mystery is a strange one, both in-universe and on the meta level. In-game, Silver Pilgrims are the odd men out in that they actively search for the monsters that most Prometheans avoid as a matter of principle. In the context of the system as a whole, they're interesting because they essentially enforce crossover with other game lines as a feature of PTC, informing my original assertion that Prometheans work best as the rarest type of supernatural in a Chronicles world with one or two other types of creature. Silver Pilgrims concern themselves with the symmetry between the created and the other paranormal entities of the setting, of whom almost all are former humans and can never be again, the polar opposite of Prometheans, who were never human and have the chance to be. Their investigations into the darker corners of the Chronicles are fueled by an insatiable curiosity, a desire to piece together the secret history underpinning the world they someday hope to join, a thirst for knowledge that has overflowed beyond simply knowing humans and knowing oneself. In delving for these arcane truths, many dream of someday using their findings to advance the condition of the created as a whole, somehow transforming their insights about the supernatural into a panacea for the ails of the Promethean condition. The mystic hoards their esoteric knowledge, often building up a large collection of field reports and evidence to support their theories, and is always seeking more, even if they have to risk life and limb to get it. While this might sound obsessive, and certainly can be, Silver still manages to be a philosophy with plenty of pragmatic applications, and more than one Throng has been saved from certain destruction with the help of a mystic's expertise on the things that go bump in the night. This is the greatest strength of the Silver Pilgrim, their unique perspectives, the knowledge of the esoteric that other Prometheans are simply not equipped with. I would describe their weakness as twofold, the first being that they can tend toward a reckless curiosity, mistaking their knowledge of monsters for a degree of mastery over them, and second, that they can occasionally become jealous of the conditions of other creatures, envying the ease with which vampires, changelings, and the like navigate the human world, a perspective that invariably decenters the actual goals of the pilgrimage and can drive them down dark roads. The roles of Argentum are the envoy, an ambassador to the supernatural, the observer, who focuses on study, piercing the various masquerades of the Chronicles for their own edification, and the Warden, the monster hunter who uses their knowledge of the other to amass armaments that can harm them, defenses that can repel them, and strategies that just might save the lives of their throngmates from them. The first transmutation of silver is sensorium, which it shares with copper, but while pariahs use sensorium for observing the human world, mystics use it to study the inhuman world, enhancing their senses of perception to never miss a single detail in the course of their research. The second transmutation is spiritus, which has the alembics
Cladis,
injuring other supernatural creatures by mimicking their banes, clupium, protecting against other supernatural powers, lore, impersonating other supernatural creatures, and veritas, searching out other supernatural creatures. These abilities allow Prometheans to shape their Azoth in ways that permit closer contact with the subjects they intend to observe, and give them means to defend themselves when necessary. Okay, 3 more crazy complex refinements to go. You ain't seen nothing yet. Cathars are students and practitioners of impurity, taking the concept of refinement very literally by attempting to divine the flaws that keep them from the new dawn and excising those flaws through moments of cathartic surrender. The philosophy of Kabbalists teaches that weakness, sin, and wrongdoing are endemic to the human condition, that the promised golden state of the new dawn will not result in perfection, only purity, and that one can learn more through failure than success, both that of themselves and of others. Cobalt pilgrims believe that the reason we fall is so we can learn to pick ourselves up, that if your flaws are what make you human, then every Promethean would do well to embrace their flaws in order to learn as much from them as possible. A Cathar knows that running from failure, fearing it, and reviling the conditions that precipitate it are the best ways to ensure that when defeat inevitably occurs, the subject will be destroyed by their lack of preparedness to fail, and turn a simple defeat into a disaster. Knowing, then, that the created are beings whose footsteps are dogged by tragedy, both preventable and otherwise, Cathars try to mitigate the demoralizing effects of failure by studying it, and more importantly, by practicing it. To this end, Cathars go out into the world looking to experience the results of their shortcomings, actively seeking out chances to give in to their worst instincts or observe them in others. If that sounds insane, then you're beginning to appreciate the differences between simple and complex refinements. This is one of the ones that you need to be taught for a reason. 'Cause making bad decisions on purpose, or influencing others to without a reason behind it or a proper plan for the fallout, isn't a refinement, it's just being a jackass, and is not a sensible way to pursue the pilgrimage. However, with steps taken to mitigate the damage your actions will cause, and a mind open to actually learning and growing from your mistakes, Cobalt's followers insist that allowing oneself to purge their vices, vent their frustrations, and act on their impulses is a legitimate path toward being able to eliminate these darker urges for good. The roles of Kabbalists are the confessor, who opens themselves up to the negative experiences of others, listening to their stories of weakness, failure, and sin, or else observing these moments of self-destruction firsthand. The deviant, who pursues opportunities to act out their base instincts, often hurting themselves in the process, and the provocateur, who tests others, seeing how their impure thoughts and desires affect their abilities to lead balanced lives and recover from their mistakes. The greatest strength of the Cathar is their ability to forgive, both themselves and others. Since they believe every state is redeemable and each vice is just waiting to be reconfigured into a virtue, Cobalt pilgrims almost never hold a grudge or needlessly flagellate themselves for a mistake they've already learned from, 2 traits that Prometheans are famous for, think Frankenstein's and tin. This gives them a clarity most other created lack, permitting a relentless pursuit of their goals without fear of failure or consequence, since mistakes are part of what they're aiming for. Their biggest weakness is their tendency to project their values onto other people, pushing them to do things they're uncomfortable with for the sake of research, or becoming confused and agitated when their peers don't share their same laissez-faire attitude toward the Cathar's shortcomings and actually try to hold them accountable for their actions. The first transmutation of Kabbalists is mesmerism, which it shares with gold. Although while a mimic uses empathy to relate to others and regulate their emotions, a Cathar often takes the opportunity to instead inflame emotions, introducing impurities and imbalances to examine their effects. The second transmutation is contamination, which gives Cobalt Pilgrims innate sensitivity to the weaknesses of others and lets them use these traits to their benefits. It has the alembics Indulgence, exploiting character weakness, Leverage, exploiting secrets, Madness, exploiting mental weakness, and Suffering, exploiting physical weakness. If all of that sounds unpleasant, it's because it very much can be. Like most complex refinements, the path of impurity can be dangerous, intense, and sometimes just straight up contradictory with the stated goals of the pilgrimage. But, as the Cathars would tell you, the risk of corruption is what gives these refinements their unique power. Speaking of risks, here's our next refinement. Lightbringers walk on the edge, burning bright for last-ditch efforts and final stands. Experiencing ephemerality, they acknowledge the inevitable fate of all life, since even a being as powerful and strange as a Promethean will eventually die. Some call Phosphorix suicidal. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Really, they just have a unique relationship with death. Something like a courtship, you could say. Phosphorus pilgrims are deeply invested in the belief that death is what gives life meaning. Safety, they preach, is anathema to change, and Prometheans are change incarnate. To toe the line, to hem and haw and stay stagnant, poisons you, limits you, and eventually wastes you away all the same. Phosphorus's core tenet in one sentence: you ain't livin' unless you're dyin'. The Lightbringer seeks out opportunities to push limits or encourage others to do so. They revel in ultimate failure and ultimate victory, cataloging fatal decisions and their consequences. They dance with oblivion. At the end of the day, it helps that all Prometheans can come back to life once, but even so, the things they risk are real. The roles of Phosphorus are the daredevil, who takes on the impossible tasks that others won't, reaping the benefits and the consequences, the psychopomp, who walks through the world in the footsteps of death, familiarizing themselves with its shapes and sizes, and the whip, who pushes others onward, encouraging desperate attempts and doomed crusades from a research perspective. The greatest strength of Phosphorix is their tendency to utilize the full extent of their formidable supernatural gifts in pursuit of any and every goal. Here's a good way to illustrate this. Remember how Prometheans can use the entirety of their 3 health bars without slowing down or suffering debuffs? The thing is that you really wouldn't know that from observing them, because not every Promie is going to actually let themselves be blown 99% to bits in order to achieve their goals. Lightbringers, though, yeah, they're the ones getting all the way to 7 aggravated and 1 lethal damage before finally managing to pull it off, whatever it is this week. To watch them work is to truly understand Prometheans as an unstoppable force of change, to see them for the coronas of explosive energy that they are. The greatest flaw of Phosphorus Pilgrims is that their reckless, try-hard nature doesn't really have an off switch, meaning that they often insist on making lethal tests of metal out of every endeavor they're part of, even if it really, really isn't necessary. That, or they just refuse to take part in low-stakes activities at all. That's kind of the core problem with an ideology that lionizes extreme heroics to such a degree. It's difficult to reconcile with mundane but essential rituals like going grocery shopping, which sounds trivial enough until you remember how important mundane rituals are to Promethean culture as it exists. But hey, like I've said, that's why it's complex. The first transmutation of Phosphorus is Luciferus, which sounds scary but is actually nice, all things considered, since it has to do with what Lucifer actually means, literally bearer of light. It has the alembic Solar Flare, releasing Pyros as searing light, Morning Star, using light to beckon and beguile others, Blaze of Glory, unleashing reserves of Pyros, and Beacon of Helios, comforting with spiritual enlightenment. With these abilities, Lightbringers make good on their names, illuminating the dark crevices of the Chronicles with the intensity of their passion. The second transmutation of Phosphorus is Vulcanus, more commonly associated with the final refinement which I'm about to get to, but still used by Lightbringers nevertheless. It deals with the base elements and byproducts of Pyros, fire and flux, the stuff of Pandorans, and has the alembics Katerio, branding and manipulating the divine fire's transformative abilities, Ignis Asperatus, the manipulation and use of fire, Mutatus Asperatus, the sensing and manipulation of flux, and Sanctus Asperatus, the manipulation and exchange of Pyros. Lightbringers use Vulcanus to round out their arsenal of dangerously powerful alembics, often favoring the high-risk, high-reward abilities afforded by the manipulation of flux and fire. Okay, that's the Disciples of the Edge in a nutshell. Never think twice, dive in headlong, dare greatly, and may your light, whether it burn bright or burn out, inspire and guide those who witness you. On to our final complex refinement. I almost can't believe it. If lead can be said to be a philosophical exploration of Promethean nature, then Mercurius, the Path of Pyros, is a scientific exploration of Promethean nature. Alchemy is the study of change, the art of matter and its expressions, and how to use magic lightning to make it express itself differently. Prometheans are made of alchemy, and they all practice it at an instinctual level to use the majority of their alembics. So really, it should come as no surprise that at least one refinement would concern itself with a deep and comprehensive study of the constituent processes of Azothic life. To this end, savants engage with all of the elements of Pyros, including its unstable byproducts, in the hopes of furthering their understanding of their place in the metaphysical world. Savants are the scientists of the created, and obsessively research and catalog the divine fire's many strange characteristics. They are to Prometheans and the other creatures of Pyros what silver pilgrims are to werewolves, vampires, and the like. This is convenient, of course, because savants can, and often do, act as their own guinea pigs, researching the properties of Azoth through self-experimentation. Quicksilver pilgrims have developed something of a reputation for single-mindedness and detachment, often risking a great deal in the pursuit of alchemical knowledge, but they insist that their methodologies are sound. As the savants would tell you, they value their work above all because nobody can do it except them. There are tears in the fabric of reality, exploits in physics, systems of change and counterchange yet unexplored by mankind, potentially governed by some kind of planetary tier intelligence, and the created are beings that seem uniquely designed to interface with these incredible phenomena. A Quicksilver pilgrim would say that if you hear all of that and don't want to drop everything for a chance to know more, then you're the crazy one. Their roles reflect their dedication to both the craft of alchemy and inquiry into the nature of the divine fire. The most archetypal of the three is the scientist, who rigorously studies phenomena in laboratory conditions, collecting samples and data, refining hypotheses, all that fun stuff. The second is the craftsman, who is in tune with the Promethean as alchemist and uses both their Azoth-given gifts and technical skills to shape the world around them according to their wishes, creating complex machinery, alchemical systems, and other physical manifestations of their internal realities. Their final role is the explorer, who focuses the innate Promethean tendency to roam with their manic thirst for knowledge, turning their directionless odyssey into an expedition of parts unknown, seeking out the hallowed places of Azothic memory, strange anomalies, and anything else that might shed light on their place in the world. The greatest strength of the savant is their insatiable intellectual curiosity coupled with their mastery of the Promethean arts of change, which together essentially make them a fully realized version of the potential for supernaturalist existence latent in every one of the created. That's kind of confusing, so let me break it down. What I mean is that the Mercurius refinement has a tendency to engender an attitude and skill set in its practitioners that make them, in some ineffable way, more Promethean, in the way that a high blood potency, low humanity vampire could be said to be more vampiric, closer to the platonic ideal of their species, prone to living up to the promise of their curb appeal. When you imagine the Promethean as an undying alchemist, traveling the globe in search of dangerous occult secrets and transforming themselves with the power of their internal furnaces, You're thinking of a Mercurius, who, simply put, are the leading experts at being what they are. The greatest failing they're prone to, of course, is forgetting that being an exceptional Promethean is not the goal of an ideal Promethean. The true pilgrim pursues humanity relentlessly, applying the knowledge that no refinement is a final step, that, as always, the new dawn lies not in perfecting Prometheanism, but transcending it, leaving behind its trappings and aesthetics. With the powers and relative prestige afforded to savants, it's all too easy for them to believe themselves already complete, detaching themselves from the goal that put them on the path originally. This attitude is both self-deceptive and self-destructive, and can lead the Mercurist in question down dark roads indeed. The first transmutation of Quicksilver is Vulcanus, which it shares with Phosphorum. While phosphorics are prone to using the more physical alembics based on the manipulation of fire, savants often focus on Mutatus Aspiratus, the sensing and manipulation of flux, and Sanctus Aspiratus, the manipulation and exchange of pyros. Their second transmutation, unique to them, is Alchemicus, which has the alembic stone, physical reinforcement and transformation named after the Philosopher's Stone, Aqua Regia, corrosion, named after the King's Water, the universal solvent, Spagyria, temperature manipulation and the altering of chemical bonds, and Elixir, animation of the inanimate. These powerful physical abilities are the calling cards of Quicksilver pilgrims, granting them innate control of alchemical processes some human occultists struggle their entire lives to replicate. Is it any wonder, then, that some practitioners get carried away? Now, I've said that enough times that I do want to reiterate that Mercurius is still an on-path refinement and generally serves to get Prometheans closer to humanity, although the book makes a special point that it's rarely the first or last part of a pilgrim's journey, that the assumptions of the refinement are something to eventually leave behind as you grow. The fact is, most savants are helpful and still seek the great work, even if they're sometimes a bit extreme in their interests. Except honestly, if you see an Osiran Mercurius, just run. Their innate and refinement-based flaws exacerbate each other too much. Dude is gonna put you in the device and analyze your fluids. Well, that completes my discussion of the 10 refinements. 5 simple, 5 complex, the 10 doctrines and methodologies used by the created in pursuit of the great work. I honestly can't believe this part didn't completely derail the video permanently, but here we are. Now all that remains is a discussion of what the pilgrimage actually looks like, both the meta shape of a Promethean campaign and the in-universe considerations of taking the final steps to becoming human, which I'll get to after one more fun interlude. So for now, let's take a second to learn about all the guys that really, really want to kill you.
Scary monsters, sober creeps, keep me running scared.
Now, it was impossible to get this far without name-checking a few of the nasty bastards unique to the game line, but for the most part I've saved the descriptions of the various threats that stalk the created for this section. The antagonists unique to PTC are often dark mirrors held up to the created, showing how things could have been if the dice had landed differently, showing how much further there is yet to fall, or reminding them of their greatest failures. They come in a lot of different flavors, but most act as foils for Prometheans in one way or another, and as the drivers of conflict and combat in the system. How about we start mundane and get crazier as we go? We've already partially dealt with this category, but it bears repeating, so I'm going to speed through it really fast. Remember Disquiet? How the Azothic aura fries people's brains, inflaming their emotions and torturing their senses until they hate the Promethean that inflicted it on them? Well, at a certain point, Disquiet progresses to a degree that the victim feels they have no choice but to take up arms and hunt the stranger in their midst who they know to be responsible. These later stages are difficult to inflict, but a sufficiently careless, jaded, or antagonistic pilgrim can certainly accomplish it, and when they do, they often have a problem that will follow them for a long, long time. A human with late-stage disquiet becomes warped into a vicious hunter, a mob leader capable of whipping up entire cities into a violent frenzy, who will stop at nothing to capture and destroy the entity that has effectively ruined their life. These hellbent few dog the steps of the Prometheans that dared create them, reminding them of their mistakes, their callousness, and their inhumanity every step of the way. Okay, moving on. Next up are corrupted human alchemists, called insatiate by their peers and Promethean victims due to their hopeless dependencies on the magical substances produced in the bodies of the created. While alchemy is not an inherently evil craft, and some practitioners are able to limit themselves to minor sorceries that help enhance their lives, a truly insatiate alchemist is always defined by a rejection of human nature. Whether it's an all-consuming fear of death, an overwhelming lust for physical power, or a cerebral obsession with the secrets of the material universe, something pushes these alchemists to pursue left-handed paths, to break with good sense, empathy, and self-preservation in the pursuit of transcending their station. Once this line is crossed, once sanity or health is traded for superpowers, free energy, or a heart-shaped lump of gold, there's no going back. In this way, they're the perfect foils to Prometheans, since they seek to discard the things that make them human in exchange for magical abilities, while Prometheans spend their lives trying to be rid of their magical abilities in order to become human. The alien transformations of insane occultists would be bad enough even without the intersection point where they come into conflict with the created. While alchemy's various miracles can be achieved by human beings, they often take a lifetime of struggle, study, and sacrifice to achieve what a Promethean can accomplish in an afternoon. This gap comes from Prome's innate connection to Azoth, the ultimate catalyst, which acts as a shortcut for many complex alchemical processes. Once an unstable alchemist discovers that there are creatures capable of producing all the materials they've been dreaming of the impossible substances they've tried day in and day out to refine, they often immediately set out to destroy or enslave one in order to have on-demand access to things like pyros, the king's water, vitriol, and flux. Additionally, whether these first attempts are successful or not, the realization that, as a human, they will always be one step behind Prometheans in terms of alchemical prowess often pushes them deeper into their fixations and growing monstrosity. When this obsession is fully realized and dependency on the outputs of the created established, the alchemist is insatiate, and will often spend the rest of their natural life searching for Prometheans to harvest for power, typically mutating and sloughing off more of their humanity all the while. Although black alchemists are formidable foes, and many a pilgrim has met their end in a basement laboratory, bleeding their precious progress into a glass flask for another to consume, at the end of the day, the insatiate are still human, at least mostly. For these next ones, though, we'll be leaving humanity behind and getting into the really twisted stuff. Here we go. If the purpose of a system is what it does, then the purpose of Promethean generation rights is to create Pandorans. If that didn't make sense, it's just a way of saying that most of the time, when you try to make a Promethean, you actually end up making a Pandoran. A fractured, tortured, abortive monstrosity infused with flux and an unquenchable hunger for pyros and vitriol. Real fast, let's define those terms since I've been putting it off. Vitriol is described as a viscous, caustic, fuming, colorless liquid generated and stored by the Promethean body when they do things that get them closer to becoming a human, like completing refinement rolls. This material marks their progress along the pilgrimage, acts as a currency to upgrade and crystallize their abilities, and will eventually allow them to complete the great work, serving as a primary reactant in the ascension process. Flux is the degraded, befouled, and blighted corollary to the purity and energy of Pyros. It's the dross, the seeping carcinogen that accumulates through torment and pain in the Promethean body. All of the created produce it in small quantities through the normal setbacks on the pilgrimage, but Pandorans are only capable of generating flux, not Pyros, even though they still need to use the latter as fuel. When the creation process goes wrong, which it can in so many different ways, the body that should have acted as the seat of the divine fire is instead filled with flux and animated as a horrible, writhing mass of flesh and hatred, with forms and abilities more diverse than you can imagine, thanks to the effects of corrupted Azoth. At a base level, Pandorans are little more than animalistic monstrosities, incapable of higher reasoning or judgment, and driven solely by the pursuit of Pyros, which they can only get via theft, either from another weaker Pandoran, or, most commonly, from consuming the flesh of a Promethean. They have a relatively predictable life cycle, which goes something like this. First, the Pandoran is born as anywhere from one to several horrible little monsters that may integrate with each other through cannibalism before becoming stable. Next, they look for the nearest available source of Pyros, which is often their creator, and attempt to devour it. Generally, the Pandorans will rinse and repeat this process, seeking out sources of Azothic resonance and devouring the things emitting them, until they're either destroyed or run out of Pyros, at which time they will go dormant. When in dormancy, Pandorans transmute the outer layers of their flesh into inorganic materials like stone, plastic, or metal, entombing themselves in a cocoon that might resemble a grotesque statue, a rock, a strange lump on the foundation of a building, or even an unassuming piece of furniture. The Pandoran will remain in this configuration until a sufficiently strong Azothic presence nearby awakens their ceaseless hunger, which usually comes in the form of a Promethean getting too close to the slumbering creature by accident. Then, the mass of writhing flesh bursts free from its confinement and the cycle begins anew. Pandorans are the standard enemy creature in most PTC campaigns, since their extremely simple motivations and diverse ability sets make them ideal for interesting fodder encounters, and they can believably be dormant basically anywhere on Earth. The exception to their simplicity, though, is in the form of their evolved state, the Sublimati. A Sublimatus is an advanced type of Pandoran, created when one of the weak base-level ones consumes large quantities of vitriol, the transformative properties of which allow them to mutate into a fully intelligent humanoid with relatively stable biology. Once ascended, the Sublimatus has much the same motivations as a normal Pandoran, to feed on Pyros and vitriol, kill created, and amass power, but with a few important distinctions. By the way, when a regular Promethean cuts open another one and drinks their vitriol to steal their XP, we call that lacuna, and it is the worst thing you can do. First, Sublimati are still capable of shape-changing into monstrous forms, but they aren't quite as protean as their little cousins, possessing the capacity for subtlety in the forms they take, even to the extent of passing as human. Second, they are highly intelligent, capable of making plans, laying traps, and strategizing in ways normal Pandorans can't. This makes them formidable opponents, since they can often lure promes toward them and ensnare them in carefully constructed kill boxes rather than just clawing and biting and punching until someone dies. Third, they have access to even more dread powers and transmutations in this state, up to and including the ability to control Pandorans, turning them into nightmarish attack dogs and enforcers. And finally, Sublimati do not go dormant, instead being capable of distilling small quantities of Pyros from ingested human flesh, due to the animating spark of Azoth running through all ensouled beings. While this does make some Sublimati into hunters of men, at least from time to time, as a rule they still generally prefer the flesh of the created, since it's chock full of the vitriol and Pyros they crave instead of just containing traces. These factors combined make Sublimati some of the most terrifying entities a Promethean can go up against, since they're smart, careful, extremely powerful, and just as ruthlessly hateful of life and growth as they were in their larval Pandoran forms. Add to that the fact that they're almost always active, always hunting, always planning, and you get the makings of a supernatural serial killer with a special taste for Prometheans and absolutely no capacity for remorse or mercy. Nasty, nasty stuff. Next up, the opposite side of the coin. Here it is at last, the final refinement, more accurately termed degradation, the way of dissolution followed by the freaks. While the other refinements are unique paths toward humanity, Flux is a deliberate step off of the road to the new dawn. It's adopted by only the most jaded of Prometheans, individuals so thoroughly spurned and damaged by humanity that they have decided to reject it altogether, going even further than the Furies of Tin, who are often at odds with humans but still have not given up on the pilgrimage. In contrast to Stanum, which is often the refinement that precedes committing to Flux, the Hundred-Handed do not hope for a better world for anyone. Their pain is constant and sharp, and they want that pain to be inflicted on others. It's that simple. When one of the created is pushed deep enough into torment that they no longer see any light, any hope of becoming something better, some just break. A Centimani is the result of a pilgrim concluding that their goal of redemption is a sham, a celestial con job, and deciding to swim down, to get worse on purpose. Once off the road to humanity, a freak will usually have an incredibly difficult time regaining their sense of direction, as they've deliberately rejected categories like right and wrong, human and monster, healthy and diseased, and instead live only to explore their own pain and madness. Since they reject Elpis and the other guiding lights of the condition as a sham, a trick pulled by a universe that hates them, their lack of internal moral compass often traps them where they are for very long periods of time. In fact, even the mastery of Flux, which is the sole tangible goal of the path, is self-destructive, since Flux is nothing but an appetite, a void that takes more than it could ever give, gradually eroding the Centimani's personality, memories, and physical form. But hey, there has to be some upside, right? Or else why would they do it at all? Well, Flux is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural, and while they may indeed be fueled by corrosive rage and loathing, freaks are undeniably powerful. Flux has no roles, which the book attributes to the refinement's direct opposition to positive growth. You cannot progress the pilgrimage while a Centimani. These states are diametrically opposed. The path of dissolution only has one transmutation, but it is potent and terrible. The transmutation of Flux contains the alembics Blight, feeding disquiet, Lordship, controlling Pandorans, Mutation, physical transformation, and Solvent, canceling transmutations. Among these powers are some of the classic transmutations flipped on their heads, like Disquietism and Metamorphosis. The others, like Lordship, the controlling of Pandorans, and Solvent, are unique in that they are echoes of the powers available to Sublimati. This mirroring, not only between Prometheans and Centimani, but also between Sublimati and Centimani, which by the way literally means hundred-handed after the horrible ways that Flux can distort one's form, suggests to some that there might be a path of redemption for even the lowliest of Lilith's children, that every scuttling creature born from a failed generation right might have the spark of potential required to one day complete the great work. While the idea of a sublimatus crossing over and becoming a freak, and then a pilgrim, and then a human is certainly appealing and held as a possibility by some, evidence of this occurring is non-existent. While, on the other hand, the book provides several accounts of Sublimati who pretend to be redeemable Centimani in order to ensnare their prey. Regardless, it is clear that freaks are capable of brutally corrupting themselves down to an approximately Pandoran level, although they are always theoretically redeemable thanks to their nature as Prometheans. One fun detail the book also makes clear is that for Centimani, the Pandorans they control are more like pets and minions, whereas the Sublimati see themselves as first among equals with their little cousins, who are just lower functioning parts of the same awful menagerie. Okay, I think that about covers it, so we're hanging up the freak phone now. Moving on. You thought I'd forget, didn't you? Well, the response to me leaving out the 7 taught me that I can't get away with cutting anything, so here we are. The Zeki are the 8th lineage, assuming you count extempore, and exist in an odd state with regards to the literature that I'm discussing in this video. If you open up a PDF of the Promethean the Created 2nd edition core book, Control F and search for Zeka, Zeki, etc., absolutely nothing comes up. If you were to get your knowledge of the game solely from that one central text, you would have actually no idea that this lineage even exists or was ever supposed to. And to be fully honest, I kinda think that's for the best. You know what? Let's just get through their lore and then I'll explain why they're in this section. According to the texts that acknowledge their existence, the Zeki are the youngest lineage, born from the advent of atomic energy less than a century ago. When the atom split, so it goes, mankind discovered another vector of creation, another outlet for change, and Azoth seized upon this resonance, permitting new generation rights to burst forth into the collective unconscious. The problem is, of course, that humanity learned to fear the atom almost as soon as it discovered its power. For every safe, sane, and productive application of nuclear science that emerged, clean energy, medical imaging, carbon dating, a cure for cancer, a handful of dangerous, horrifying tragedies or possibilities seemed to manifest just as quickly. Radium Girls, the Demon Core, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Mutually Assured Destruction, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, Fukushima. The list of negative events and concepts associated with radioactivity and nuclear power only grew as time went on, souring its rituals and processes and infecting the atomic azothic resonance with paranoia and agony. And so, as a direct result of the deep-seated human trauma around radioactivity and nuclear science, its children, the Zeki, are a broken lineage whose sole inheritance is pain. A Zeka can be born in many ways, as they often have individual demiurges rather than passing on their curse as genitors. This means some are corpses awoken by exposure to medical radiation treatments, some were designed as living nuclear reactors, some as living nuclear bombs, and on it goes, each one more unpleasant and twisted than the last. Their disfigurements reflect this diversity, with some sporting piles of oozing tumors, others total hairlessness and mutant proportions, and still others grafted pieces of machinery that break and contort their body in inhuman ways. Plus, their warped forms often leak into their near-human disguises more than the average created, making it insanely difficult to blend in with those they intend to join. If that wasn't enough, Zeki upgrade the discomfort and dysphoria of the created to constant agony, whether that be headaches, pulsating masses, dislocating limbs, or symptoms of radiation sickness. Speaking of radiation, the wastelands of the Zeki are radioactive, and take on the appearance of a nuclear winter or a blasted-out desert. Want more? Sure. On top of all that, the agony experienced by the Zeki is so severe that instead of stanum, tin being their ground state, the refinement they can swap to at a moment's notice is flux. At will, and seemingly as a result of their obscene suffering, each and every Zeka can transform into a ravening monster of pure entropy. And guess what? Most do. With respect to their rarity, it's a known phenomenon that Zeki become Sentimani at insane rates, since their various curses are punishing enough to make interacting with humanity functionally impossible, and their lives, to put it bluntly, suck ass. Want the cherry on top? The final straw, the punchline to all of this? It's not that no single Zeka has ever achieved the great work, although that in and of itself is bad enough. It's that their Azoth is inherently radioactive. Do you know what happens when a Promethean reaches the new dawn? They are anointed and transformed by a massive coronal flare of pyros, released from their old body, which rewrites the universe to transform them. This means that if any Zeka ever did manage to transform themselves into a human, they would effectively be waking up in a nuclear blast zone, irradiated up to their eyeballs by the ionizing energy of their old form. That's right, it's theorized that the Zeki New Dawn instantly demon cores you, shocking your new human system with a fatal case of radiation poisoning. So right about now, you're probably asking yourself, what the fuck? What the fuck indeed? The thing is, I really, really don't think you're supposed to play as a Zeka. On a meta level, there's the fact that they were a part of First Edition's expanded literature, but didn't make an appearance in the Second Edition core book, again only being brought back in a Night Horror supplement with some reworks for 2E. The fact that they weren't included in either core book suggests to me that both teams of authors considered them inessential, a sort of curiosity undeserving of being considered alongside the tried and true lineages, even though other stuff like the Unfleshed got reworked and spotlighted between the two editions. This structural context sets up my next point, which is that the Zeki kind of textually damage PTC if you frontline them too heavily, say, to the point of playing one. As I took great pains to establish, Promethean is, first and foremost, a game about hope, and more than that, about the surety of hope, the idea that each of the created is promised the new dawn, if only they have the courage to go out and grab it. With what information we have about them, this really does not seem to hold true for the Children of the Bomb, who are assaulted at every turn with the obvious impossibility of their quest, including the part where, even if they do succeed, they still almost certainly just get cancer and die. The first take that I would sort of offer up about them, then, is that you should probably stick to using the Zeki as antagonists, which is what I really believe to be their intended purpose based on the whole flux thing, the agony, the bestowments they have access to, which are all pretty creepy, etc. On top of that, the most notable Zeka we get in the lore are all monstrosities, several of whom want nothing less than to end the world in a nuclear holocaust. Ultimately, that analysis is why I put them here, rather than with the other lineages, because this is where the monsters go. The second take that I have about them is that I don't really recommend utilizing them at all, for a couple reasons. My biggest problem with the Zeki is that it feels like they had a really strong idea in making nuclear Prometheans, and even a good thought in making their lives a bit more fraught due to the nature of atomics and their history. But to me, it seems that somewhere along the line, they forgot that being a Promethean already kind of sucks. When you devise a type of created that suffers from all the same maladies, extra drawbacks, and is categorically denied their ultimate reward, I think you kind of get yourself into a situation where the supposed optimism of the game line, which really is quite prevalent, especially in 2E, wears thin. I like the Zeki to a point, but ultimately I think they're a little out of place. To me, they feel like an overly cynical forum dweller's idea of what a Promethean is like circa 2006, right after First Edition dropped. All pain, no gain. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Maybe you'll get some good use out of them as nasties to fight, or maybe you can undertake an entire chronicle dedicated to getting one to reach the new dawn and live to tell about it. Okay, that's done with. Now we've finished the monsters, and have just one more strange Promethean-centric creature to address. But first, I want to take a second to look at some honorable mentions. The Hollow and Other Dead Lineages, Petrificati, Clones, Precipitati, and finally, the Jovian. This concludes our honorable mentions. Now you don't have to ask me why I didn't talk about these things. Thank you. Now onto our final creature. The Kashmalim are the reason that I struggled to name this section for a while. They're just so varied in their manifestations that it feels like you could do literally anything with them, but I think that there's plenty of reason to use them vaguely antagonistically and ways that they can be interpreted as predators of the created, so I just decided to go with that overall theme and make them kind of the odd one out. So, remember the principle? I kind of glossed over it slightly in the setup section, but basically there's a school of thought that suggests that the Great Well of Azoth in the universe's backstage area is sentient in some capacity, or else resulting from sentience, or building towards it, or some variation on this theme. Also, it's called the principle because despite this theoretical intelligence, it seems to behave a lot like a force of nature or a law of physics, a principle of reality that operates on reasonably consistent sets of inputs and outputs for a cosmic embodiment of change. On the ground level of the Chronicles of Darkness, the nature of the principle is an extremely niche subject, and many Prometheans will go their entire existence without ever even realizing something like it might be out there. But Mercurius and other philosophers of the condition have observed its hand at work and come up with a few unifying theories to attempt to explain its habits. Here's just a handful of the possibilities. 1. The principle is the result of Azoth becoming sentient when the first Promethean was created, and now seeks to collect its scattered pieces and bring them all together, wanting only oneness with itself, which is why it aids the created in their journey, so that their Azoth will return to the whole. In this view, Prometheans are mistakes or exploits in the system, and the pilgrimage corrects these errors. 2. The principle, and therefore the divine fire, is a refugee from another dimension, another reality where it's one of the base-level cosmic forces. In our dimension, it's an intruder, desperately trying to escape whatever collapse befell its prior home. The problem is that it plays by a very different set of rules, and reacts badly with the matter in this foreign land. In this tale, Prometheans are a vector of refinement for this celestial vagabond, as the pilgrimage takes the chaotic, corrosive aspects of Azoth and normalizes it within its new context. Simply put, the created exists to process the energy of the principle until it's compatible with this dimension at last. 3. The principle is the echo, the fading soul, of a dead god or something stranger still, and although the great being that it used to be is gone, a vast network of energy still circulates in near-Earth space, occasionally coalescing and being sucked down into the real, where it acts according to the original intentions of the supreme creature, bringing change, life, and scorching light. Although in this instance the principle is not technically living, the intentions of a god are not easily forgotten by the universe around it. In this school of thought, the Prometheans of the world coalesce, process, and release Azoth through the pilgrimage as a natural result of these celestial intentions, and will eventually burn out the well of power once and for all, leaving the great soul inert and diffuse. There's more where that came from, but no answer is truer than the others on a baseline, and you're encouraged to come up with whatever works best for your campaign. With that said, the flavor that the principle usually takes on is important and does play into the way the Kashmalim are represented a lot. Essentially, whatever you do with the principle, in order to fit the setting, it should probably be 1. Cosmic or at least interplanetary in scope and power, 2. Almost unknowable or at least impossible to fully define and understand on the ground, and 3. Generally impartial to the hardships and strivings of individual Prometheans, but highly invested in the flow of Azoth as a whole toward the completion of the pilgrimage. Taken together, this means that the ultimate truths of the principle are as follows. It is immense and powerful. It is enigmatic, and so are its intentions. It does not care if you complete the pilgrimage, but it seems to desperately want everyone to complete the pilgrimage, so it encourages you anyway through the power of Elpis. All of these same things are true of the Kashmalim, who are complex and incredibly potent manifestations of the divine fire in the material world, and are to the principle as angels would be to God. But what does a Kashmal look like? What do they do? Well, usually they are or are created by a large concentration of Azothic energy that springs up unbound in the real. When these conditions occur, generated as they are by the efforts of the principle, they produce a Kashmal, a person, place, or thing, but usually the former, formed from or made by pure Pyros, whose sole reason for existing is to further the agenda of the principle, often in mysterious roundabout ways. A lightning-infested moose that smashes your car, preventing a clean getaway. A mannequin face poking out of a wall to tell you that the pact must be upheld. A celestial middle manager in the form of a neon sign man who guides you to the place where your son is to be born. a radioactive wasp that kills the alchemist right before she would have turned your throng into vitriol stew. A golden-eyed astrolabe of mercy who intends to destroy you before the day it swears you will become Centimani. A pillar of cloud, a pillar of fire, a pillar of salt. All valid manifestations of the alien Kashmalim, representing different modes in which these strange agents of fate appear. Whatever form they might take, all Kashmal are created for one extremely specific purpose, manifested by the principle to advance one element of its inscrutable desires. Of the ones that could be called sentient, most have no real sense of self, only a rudimentary sense of duty, being obligated to perform their function the way a train is obligated to run along its track, and then fated to disappear, becoming diffuse pyros or inert matter once their objective has been accomplished or thwarted. In a meta sense, you can use a Kashmal for almost anything, whether to bail your players out of danger, disrupt their status quo and push forward action, or just to scare the shit out of them and make them question everything. In fact, they're so flexible and subject to GM fiat that the book suggests not even giving them stats a lot of the time, since if it's statted, you can kill it, and dying might be beneath the scope of a greater Kashmal's mission.
But be warned that
abusing the flexibility of the Kashmalim is still probably asking for an empty table, making these more of a pro-gamer move at the end of the day. But hey, if you ask me, cosmic horror is always going to have a pretty strong piquant of railroadism, since it's about interacting with paradigms that you don't have any actual control over at the end of the day. And that's what Kashmalim are for, to inject a little terror of the unknown into the setting. Yes, one of the strange heartbreakers of PTC is that you might someday reach your lowest ebb, having failed time and time again, and be wondering why you were chosen for this, what it's all for, and find out from an angelic agent of non-entropy that the answers are no particular reason, and to benefit, empower, or metastasize something you wouldn't even understand if I described it to you in detail. But, like life, you have to remember that the pilgrimage is for you, no matter what a Kashmal might say. Remember to live and love and learn for your own sake, and let the big picture figure itself out. Kind of an interesting note to end this interlude on, but probably the perfect sentiment to begin our final chapter with.
I'm just a poor, wayfaring stranger, traveling through this world below. There is no sickness, no toil nor danger in that bright land to which I go.
In the ancient days of Promethean history, a great philosopher of the condition enlightened Azothic memory with a 12-step process he called the Saturnine Night, the dark night of the soul, named for the alchemical process of refining lead into gold. The 12 steps encompass the entire life cycle of the Promethean, including the pre-existential phases, and are designed to work as a blueprint for the pilgrimage, signposting crucial milestones that each pilgrim must encounter on their journey, even if the exact order of the steps taken varies. Luckily for us, the first 6 steps are all confined exclusively to the preparation for existence, and we can speed right through them. Calcinato, Congeliato,
Fixatio,
and Solutio catalog the life and times of the human, or in the case of the unfleshed, concept that will one day die and be reborn as a Promethean. They refer specifically to a human being's birth, development, establishing of identity, and death, respectively. Steps 5 and 6 are performed by the Promethean's creator, or occasionally by the natural world in the case of some extempore. Digestio, or dismemberment, sees the corpse changed in ways that will prepare it to rise as created, often by literal disassembly and reassembly, but occasionally by symbolic removal of its humanity. Distillatio, distillation, is the biggest inflection point in the entire process, where the demiurge or genitor attempts to bind Azoth to the prepared corpse, often resulting in total failure and the destruction of the body, occasionally in the creation of a Pandoran, and rarest of all, in the birth of a new Promethean. Now we're to the part you can actually affect in-game. Step 7, Sublimatio, is related to the process of refinement, and is usually achieved in the rules by completing any 8 roles in at least 4 different refinements, the minimum possible configuration to attempt the New Dawn with any hope of success. Step 8, Separatio, requires that each pilgrim understand and confront their status as other, either by undertaking Stanum or Cuprum, or simply by suffering from the effects of wasteland and disquiet over a long period of time. This is considered a crucial step in moving on to humanity, since the indefinite partition from the rest of the world teaches the unsustainable nature of the Promethean condition. Knowing that you'll never ever be fully accepted anywhere, even by yourself, until you escape your condition, has made more than one Promethean give up on dreams of living as themselves in favor of pursuing true transcendence. Step 9, Seratio, or tentative affixation, is the process of finding companionship along the lonely road of the pilgrimage. Many interpretations of this step exist, from joining a branded throng to making an alchemical pact, helping or being helped by a bronze pilgrim, or even creating a deep and lasting connection with a human being. Affixation shows a pilgrim what they stand to lose by stepping off the path and what they may yet gain by completing their journey, acting as a more positive reflection of Separatio. Step 10, Fermentatio, marks the gaining and usage of vitriol as a crucial step on the pilgrimage, as without its help as a reactant, one would struggle mightily to achieve the great work. Step 11, Multiplicatio, is perhaps the single most divisive element of the Saturnan Night, both in and out of universe. Originally, in first edition, it was established pretty firmly that it could only be fulfilled by creating another Promethean, suggesting that the principle seeks to sustain the amount of promes in the world when possible. This was a problem for a couple of reasons. 1, it limits the ability of the player to choose their own path, making the pilgrimage and the process of play more rote and rigid. 2, it reduces the entire complex process of the great work down to a prisoner's dilemma of sorts. You can get out, but you gotta leave somebody behind. This is still a factor in the current interpretation, since multiplication often means making a successor to your struggle, but it's less one-size-fits-all and allows for other ethical issues to crop up instead. And 3, it completely barred all extempore characters from ever reaching the New Dawn, since they notoriously cannot propagate on account of their generation processes being essentially 1 in a billion accidents of fate. Because guess what? If you've got an extempore that can create viable offspring, that means you've got yourself a new lineage, or the extemp was just a fucked up member of an existing lineage the whole time. While theoretically they could make a Promethean from an existing lineage, this would be extremely difficult and has a lot of potential for catastrophe. So, in light of the restrictive and generally anti-choice nature of the original Multiplicatio, 2nd edition changes it to be a lot looser. Now it can theoretically be fulfilled in any number of ways, from actual propagation to instructing a fellow Promethean in a complex refinement, thereby multiplying your knowledge and worldviews, leaving behind a powerful legacy Athenor to do much the same, or even successfully getting a Centimani to abandon Flux and rejoin the pilgrimage. This all means that, essentially, completing the great work is merely improbable for extempore and members of lost lineages, instead of completely impossible. The final step of the Saturnan Night is Projectio, moving forward, in which the pilgrim, having completed all other steps and charged with the energies of their discoveries, moves beyond their Promethean form and into the golden light of humanity. Once this stage is complete, the pilgrim is born again as a human being. These steps, especially the 6 in the last half that each Promethean actually lives through, are the journey, told as a series of prophesied actions taken instinctively by each of the created. Together, they form the most basic stages of the pilgrimage if one seeks to escape it. Now I'm going to talk about what achieving the magnum opus looks like, and what happens after that shining golden moment. That was an important thing I kinda shoulder-checked back there. Let's hear it again. Completing any 8 rolls in at least 4 different refinements, the minimum possible configuration to attempt the new dawn with any hope of success. Numbers. Structure. That's interesting. Yeah, we're talking mechanics just for a sec to establish how all that Saturn and Night business is actually manifested in play. While I don't really want to get bogged down in rules discussions so late in the game, this little bit of very flavorful crunch is super important for understanding what you actually do in this RPG, which is what the next section is about. Okay, so essentially there are some minimum requirements for Azoth to manifest in the quantities necessary to even attempt the great work. These requirements are fulfilled mechanically by completing milestones, landmark events representative of the Prometheans' progress along their journey. There's several types of milestones, all of which give out vitriol beats and experiences for completion. In total, a Prome will need to complete at least 14 of them, a combination of the 6 universals and 8 prescribed, to have the necessary metaphysical structure in place for the great work. Without these steps, the fire won't come down. Nothing happens. So, what happens when it works, when you do have the prerequisites we discussed? Well, you roll some dice. At the end of the day, the magnum opus boils down to chance, albeit a chance you manipulate with your choices. The dice pool for this most important roll is your pilgrimage score, which goes from 1 to 10 and represents your proximity to the great work, replacing the karma meters of the other splats. You raise this score throughout the chronicle by completing your goals, and by spending the vitriol experiences they award you to increase it further. Steps off the path lower your number. Okay, milestones. Get ready to hear that word a lot. First are the 6 universal milestones, outlined in the back half of the Saturn and Night, which, yes, include a milestone for attempting the great work, because trying to finish it is an important part of finishing it. Each of these stages, fermentatio, multiplicatio, etc., are universal because everyone has to go through them, and you're usually able to stumble your way down the list purely because they're a reflection of a normal pilgrimage's arc, describing things you'd probably end up doing anyway. The second type of milestone are the prescribed milestones, which relate to the requirement I mentioned earlier, needing to complete at least 8 rolls in at least 4 different refinements. This works to ensure that your Promethean knows and understands the human experience with both breadth and depth rather than investing solely in being one type of individual with one type of experience. The book establishes that a player can and should plan out the refinements that their character will take on throughout their pilgrimage beforehand, but I feel that it's reasonable to play reactively, as long as you're prepared to lock in roles as they appear to you and you understand the minimums you need to progress properly. Now, I've made a big deal of saying that there's minimums to these, which implies that you can do more than 14 milestones. You can. For one, you can complete more rolls than just 8, and many do. They have slightly diminishing returns after a point, but the more rolls you complete, the better your odds of turning into a human are. See, here, I'm just going to show you the table you roll on. Only doing 8 rolls is kinda bad. See, it's a negative modifier because it's minimal, and then 9 is less bad, 10 neutral, you get it. You also have access to instinctual milestones, which function as souped-up character aspirations for the Promethean, and upon completion award vitriol for raising that pilgrimage score. While universals are universal and prescribed are shared among the created even though their distributions differ, instinctual milestones are completely different for every Promethean. I'll also say that all 3 of these types have an additional axis of significance, with 3 levels of importance that vary stone to stone, but I'm not even touching that here. Nuh-uh. So, if your campaign is large-scale and starts on the slab, you can estimate going through around 25 stones in the 3 combinations discussed before you get the chance to properly attempt to transcend, and then you roll. If you fail, the timing was wrong, and a massive conflagration of pyros knocks you on your ass, sometimes starting up a wasteland, usually sending you into torment, and always telling you that there's something you missed, that you're not ready. If you succeed, all of your vitriol and alembics and the internal workings of your furnace burn themselves up and are at last transmuted into the solid gold of a human body and human soul. But that's not all. As a wise man once said, there's levels to this shit. Some happy endings are happier than others. See, depending on how many refinements your pilgrimage touches on, how many aspects of the human condition you embody along your journey, the fire can bring you into the world in very different ways. If you only hit the bare minimum, touching on 4 or 5 of the refinements, the new dawn is even more bittersweet than usual. The redeemed awakens where they collapsed, with fractured, nightmarish memories jumbling together a past where they were human and a past where they were something else, some tortured thing. They have a sense of themselves, of who they're supposed to be, and their personality is true to their experiences in history. They just have a hard time figuring out what those experiences actually were, what was fact and what was fiction. They also have no identification, nothing but the clothes on their back, and lose all of their Promethean powers. They're human, alright. A scared, lost, amnesic, homeless human with no resources. But hey, by most estimations, that beats being a scared, lost, homeless monster with no resources. Plus, even these unfortunates usually have a throng to lean on, to help them understand what's become of them and what to do next. If you complete 6 or 7 refinements, the Divine Fire begins fulfilling the promise of a human life beyond the bare minimum. Upon waking, the player chooses whether they want to remember the broad strokes but lose the finer details of their experiences as a Promethean, or if they want it washed away and replaced with a vague idea of a human life in the rearview mirror. They're still where they passed out, but Azoth begins burning a history into the world for them, creating documentation, important possessions, and a reasonably verifiable identity for them, depending on how dots are spent. At 8 or 9 refinements, the choice to remember or forget starts becoming clearer. Now you remember everything about being a Promethean as though nothing changed, or you can vividly recall the majority of a human life fitting your personality, washing away all of the monstrosity and madness, your throngmates becoming helpful strangers, and the horror you witnessed little more than bad dreams and childhood trauma. Either way, you awaken after being transported to a location that fits your new human existence, surrounded by even more of the things you need to make it in the big bad mortal world, since you stored more resources for Azoth to burn your history into reality with. Importantly, at 9 refs you also gain either the ability to sense Prometheans and their supernatural goings-on, or an extra 2 dots to spend on social merits depending on your initial choice, making it even more like you were always human. Finally, the top of the mountain, the most potent blessings, available only to those who have touched on all 10 refinements. In addition to the previous gifts, if you pick Forget, you gain even more merits with which to build a human life from. And if you pick Remember, you get to keep an alembic, which, holy shit, let's not skip over that. You can be reborn as a human and still shoot lightning bolts or turn into a rockman or whatever. Insane. Whether you choose to remember, keeping your past and one of your awesome powers with none of the drawbacks, or forget and truly immerse yourself in a real human history with a home and a family waiting for you, sometime during the first month of your new life you will have a chance to reverse your decision. Fully informed, you can either forget what you chose to remember, wiping the slate clean once and for all, or remember what was forgotten, opening the black box at the back of your mind and restoring the terrifying, fantastic, sometimes gut-wrenching history you left behind. But at the end of the day, whatever you choose, no matter how many or how few refinements you achieved, you're fully human, body and soul, and you did it yourself through pure Promethean grit and perseverance. Now, one thing I will say at the 11th hour here is that I know some people like to soup up the rewards for the pilgrimage, essentially moving everything down a rung or two so that your minimum isn't so bad and your maximum is better. I have some thoughts on this, which at this juncture should not surprise you in the slightest. In my estimation, and these statements are made with a priority of instructing about the game while trying to closely adhere to its textual tenets and what I can extrapolate from them, which is how I think systems should be interacted with, you could probably get away with beefing up the bottom tiers a little bit. Give Azoth a little more transformative power, make the endings a little bit happier, truly make it feel like they're in a better place, etc. I think that the inherently redeemable nature of Prometheans and the capacity for the system to produce win states and positive growth is a really important part of what makes the game so special and worth playing. So I don't think it's unreasonable to look at the reward for 4 refs and go, dang, that leaves a little something to be desired, no? Especially in shorter chronicles with less time to touch on every refinement, making the ending a little easier and cleaner probably isn't going to ruin it. However, I will caution that I don't necessarily think this should be applied at higher tiers. I said it once already, but it bears repeating that this is a game about becoming human. If you're still not on board with that central tenet and you feel like you A, need to be rewarded by becoming a human who gets all of your Promethean powers and no drawbacks, or B, don't want to become human at all but instead try and live a good life as a Promethean indefinitely, I am begging you to please play Mage the Awakening or Deviant the Renegades instead. You will like them more. All of this is to say that you don't want to be too heavy-handed with the 10 ref rewards, lest you lose that humanist streak that makes this game so unique. I think the furthest that I would probably go is letting a full completionist have like an even more established human identity and family, almost like a human all along full reality rewrite, but I wouldn't really budge too much on the supernatural forward path. To make a short story long, I kind of think that a lot of these questions of reward come from people getting a little too hung up on what happens after the great work is complete, rather than just letting the redeemed ride off into the sunset, where alembics and traits are only flavor to imagine your new life with. Now, it's reasonable to want to establish what happens to your character in a broad stroke sense, but for best results, I ultimately think the new dawn should arrive when the player is prepared to let their creation rest in their completion, retiring to one of the few genuinely happy endings possible in the Chronicles of Darkness, rather than continually forcing them to contribute to the narrative. After all, if you're not ready to let them go, you might want to take that as a sign that their journey as one of the created isn't done yet and keep on trucking. Also, when talking about redemption and happy endings in Promethean and all that, there's always some real big brain genius that chimes in and says something like, "Oh, but it's the Chronicles of Darkness universe. Your newly redeemed human is going to get eaten by kindred or torn up by werewolves or abducted by the true Fae." Actually, mine won't, because I understand tone, genre, and how to resolve a narrative in a satisfying way. As long as your prom earns their happy ending, there's absolutely no reason to take it away from them, or to suspect that it someday might be. Everybody dies eventually, and bad things happen to good people, but overall, you should allow your victorious characters to do well for themselves, even though it is a horror universe, in no small part because if you're playing Promethean, you should be dialing back the nastiness of the setting anyway, as I already discussed. The Chronicles isn't strictly a shared universe with hard and fast setting rules. It's 11 independent moods, genres that can be remixed and combined as needed to create larger, more complex wholes. Laboring under the delusion that every single thing written in all of the books is canon at the same time is a complete misunderstanding of what these games are intended to do, and the only perspective I can imagine that would lead someone to believe that the second their character turns into a human, 3 vampires, 2 deviants, and a spirit-ridden are gonna burst from the shadows to tear their head off. As far as mundane reversals of the happy ending go, the authors were slightly more preoccupied by the whole "what if your redeemed gets hit by a bus" thing in 1st edition, and more or less dropped it in 2nd edition in favor of using the subversion that a lot of New Dawns leave you confused and scared, but prepared to take the next step. But really, all of that is neither here nor there. I'm screaming loudly into the wind. Let's move on. For this final segment, I wanted to give a broad overview on what I see as the point of this game, which is a question people ask a lot regarding some of the more esoteric World and Chronicles of Darkness lines. This will mostly consist of me going over what you do throughout a chronicle, the kind of trouble you might get into, and how things might wrap up in the end. Since we've taken care of the vocab up top, I'm hoping that this will be fairly breezy and a nice summative way to close this out. Promethean the Created is a tabletop role-playing game of stolen lives, in which the titular characters are rudely born alchemical miracles that stumble around searching for some way to reconcile themselves with the universe, all while navigating several persistent supernatural challenges unique to their splat. The good news is that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, since the animating force that gives the created life also tells them that they're capable of more, that through persistence and hard work, each and every one of them has the potential to transform themselves into a human being. The magnum opus, the forging of a human body and soul from base elements and cosmic energy, is the pinnacle of all generative acts, the ultimate caterpillar to butterfly moment, the righting of all of your wrongs and all of the wrong done to you. But you knew all of that already. Now I want to talk about how we bridge the gap between these two states, creation and redemption, from a gameplay and storytelling perspective, rather than the rule-side one I already covered. The Pilgrimage. I've name-dropped it extensively at this point, around 60 times, and for good reason. Remember how I said people get too hung up on what happens after you achieve the New Dawn? That's because the end state, the new human life, is not ultimately the point of playing Promethean the Created. It's a cool reward and crucial to the themes and structure of the game, but as with all story-focused tabletop RPGs, the reason you play is for the journey, not the destination. And here, every moment of the journey is the pilgrimage. In real life, the word is situated in a primarily religious context. It refers to the practice of worshippers traveling to sites of spiritual significance, seeking transformative revelations in places like Mecca, Canterbury, Vatican City, Bodh Gaya, and Jerusalem, and returning home with fresh eyes, changed not only by the holy sites visited, but by the things they saw and did on their often lengthy journeys. Truly, the Promethean pilgrimage fits this to a T, down to the dual components of physical and spiritual travel. These two guiding elements will inform most of the gameplay and plotting of a PTC campaign as I've come to understand it. So, you ask what you do on the pilgrimage, what makes a Promethean chronicle tick? Physical and spiritual travel. First, the physical side of the proceedings. The beginning of a Promethean chronicle usually involves departures, as the characters leave the familiar surroundings of either their birthplace or a location of great stagnancy for veterans of the long road, experiencing a symbolic rebirth as they head out into the world for the first or perhaps the umpteenth time, depending on when the story has chosen to find them. Upon leaving home and setting out on the pilgrimage, the player characters will eventually find each other. This usually isn't as big of an ordeal as you would expect for individuals who might each represent an entire percentage point of their species at any given time, more or less, since Azoth calls to Azoth innately, meaning that with just a little narrative convenience, your promes can pass within beacon distance of each other and naturally be drawn together. Once a throng has been established, the patterns of movement that will define the rest of the game can emerge. On an emotional or spiritual level, the early game is all about identity. Questions of who am I and what do I want to become dominate the conversation, especially when the answers contrast with the original purpose the Promethean was created to fulfill. The things that the characters decide they want or want to be in this initial section often become significant pillars of the narrative, as they will typically spend the rest of their lives running toward or away from how they first defined themselves, depending on the lessons they learn as they go. After basic identities and a core group have coalesced, the true structure of the game begins to take shape. Promethean the Created is fundamentally a game about itinerancy and transience, two concepts that hold true alongside the physical and spiritual journeys I mentioned earlier. While the forces that drive them from safety and necessitate a nomadic lifestyle start out weak, they only strengthen with Azoth and time, meaning that after a certain point, disquiet and wastelands make it exceedingly difficult for Prometheans to settle down for any substantial interval. All of this shapes much of the mid-game's structure and philosophy, as it enforces journeying and emotional mutability. All states are impermanent on the pilgrimage, all fortunes subject to change, and internalizing these truths is the key to being able to successfully navigate the fugitive life of Prometheanhood. For these reasons, a part of the game's challenge lies in balancing the characters' emotional need for stability to properly develop themselves with milestones and their physical need for security. In the end, this conflict turns every safe house into a ticking time bomb, forcing the players to decide when it's worth the risk to pursue a relationship or goal and when it's time to drop everything and run for the hills again. Effectively, your chronicle will be split along this line. At any given time, you're either settled in a town or moving from place to place, at rest or traveling on your physical pilgrimage. Aesthetically, this enforced itinerancy gives the game a very distinct flavor, that of an endless road trip, a classical hobo journey, a modern occult odyssey. Now that we've established the dichotomy between the times when you're in a setting long-term, working on progressing, and the times when you're on the move, I think you can further subdivide the nomadic phases into 3 distinct subcategories. The first category, wandering, is, I think, the most common of the 3 modes. This is the classic Promethean feel of rambling, walking the earth like Caine in Kung Fu, going from place to place, meeting people, taking in the sensations of the world without a particular objective in mind. The characters roll into town and take up little crusades, but often cause as many problems as they solve. Despite the fact that their attempts at self-improvement often force them to move on as quickly as they came, I would describe the general tone of these segments as relatively positive and optimistic. At the very least, you're seeking to do human things and are tentatively pursuing your long-term goals. This is the stage where you fight Pandorans, get caught breaking into a disused orchard, and crash community college classes, all in the same week. Like I said, it's a big umbrella encompassing a lot of tones, and is often where you're at for much of the game. The next category of movement I'm going to call searching. This is chasing Azothic sunspots on your eyelids to the other side of the state, digging through piles of outdated math workbooks to find abandoned fragments of a sacred text, marching into the desert to seek out a hermit that lives in a permanent sandstorm. These are times when you have a concrete objective, usually pertaining to the more occult elements of your pilgrimage, and pursue it relentlessly, creating missions and investigations where once you only had simple goals like staying fed and housed for the next few weeks. If wandering is most of the game, searching is where the majority of the work gets done regarding your overarching plot. Inspiration for these goals can come from anywhere, but it's common for some of the more Azoth or supernatural-focused refinements to reveal these objectives to you, like Mercurius, Plumbum, or Argentum, or, in special cases, to receive guidance from the principle itself. While these segments can be short-lived since they have concrete endpoints, they're still a crucial part of the pilgrimage as an experience, and often do the most to bring it to a close of any of the 3 categories. The last type of movement on the pilgrimage is going astray, becoming lost. These are the times when the wandering becomes desperate flight, carrying you away from any productive goals and straight toward rock bottom. When the mob is at your doorstep, when flux and torment hold you in their clutches, when it seems like the long night will never give way to a new dawn, you are lost but may yet be found. Times of adversity on the pilgrimage are difficult, sometimes stripping away hard-earned progress and making it seem as though the things you're chasing are unattainable, but there's always a way back, no matter what a bitter Sentimani might tell you at your lowest ebb. Okay, now that I've said my bit about the 2 modes and 3 types of travel, I'll take a second to address the final phase, the end of a Promethean chronicle. While all of your proms won't reach the new dawn at the same time, I'd say you can consider yourself in the endgame when one of the players is ready to attempt the great work. From there, success or failure, the story is usually winding down as more players find their ways to their final rewards or final resting places. This phase involves summiting mountains, calling down firestorms to raise necropoli full of abominations, and siphoning entire power plants for that final jump, for the last hit of pyros needed to make the whole reaction boil over. Questions like, what have I become? Do I truly want to be reborn? Can I bear to remember? And can I afford to forget? Define this phase, as you look back on the choices you've made and wonder about the final sacrifices necessary to reach the finish line. And although PTC campaigns have the potential for every player to reach concretely happy endings, which can be emotionally powerful and, more importantly, make it and Mage the only Chronicles games you can speedrun to a non-death end state, never underestimate the impact of ambiguity, of letting one or more of the throng end the game without reaching the new dawn, instead leaving their newly human companions behind and riding off into the sunset to seek their fate in continuing adventures beyond the narrative's final curtain. Wow, what a ride. It feels like I've been on some kind of spiritual journey writing this thing. Some kind of, I can't think of the word. Starts with a P. Oh well, it'll come to me. Jokes aside, this project has been an absolutely massive undertaking, and I wouldn't have been able to make it happen without all of the encouragement and feedback on the vampire video. So for those of you who left a comment, left a like, took the time out of your day to tell me what you thought or what the project meant to you, I'm extremely grateful, and this one's for you. Collectively, your support and goodwill is what brought this video to life. Additionally, to the people checking out the actual play so far, thanks very much, and to the guy whose comment I had to delete because I forgot to turn off the comments on the one video, my favorite bloodlines are the Moroi and the Children of Judas, thanks for asking. Beyond that, I guess I just wanted to say that you should seriously check out Promethean the Created 2nd Edition in whatever capacity you can. I made this video because this game is extremely important to me, and because I'm tired of seeing it be misunderstood and written off. I know it's genuinely a very advanced RPG and isn't going to be for everyone, but I think it's for more people than are currently aware of its existence. I could go on all day about the richness of its aesthetics and mood, its world building, its philosophies, but I already have, so I'd better stop now. Don't forget that these games exist. They're amazing, and there's so much room for people to do amazing things with them. Now, if you'll allow me a moment, I'll mention that I'm not making any money on this video, and I won't be able to, get ads on any of my stuff probably ever, because I don't have enough subs and I'm addicted to copyrighted music. So, if you really, really enjoy my work and feel so inclined, I've set up a Ko-fi link down below where you can chuck me a couple dollars, but it's absolutely your choice to do so, no pressure, no expectations. With that said, please do like, comment, and subscribe, since that all helps a ton. Also, if you like the music I used in this video, I have my Promethean and Vampire Spotify playlists linked below. Thank you to this video's sponsors: surgical scars, public transportation, power outages, crooked teeth, eye contact with strangers, Frankenstein, Frankenstein's, Frankenfurter, psychiatric medication, Gravity's Rainbow, gender dysphoria, body dysmorphia, Frankenstein, Radiohead, The Mountain Goats, random acts of violence, random acts of kindness, migraine headaches, thunderstorms, road